Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is day 82. Despite to the chagrin of all the people who constantly give me unsolicited advice, we're keeping the streak alive. As always, MAKU desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, let's do our total recall. Let's see how much I actually remember after that thrilling Neverwinter session. Okay. Let's start. Let's start with the stuff that I'm likely to forget. That's right off the top of my head right now. So we have mata. Mata is wait. Is that how you spell again? Oh my gosh, I don't actually know how to spell again. Hold up. Okay. That is how you spell again. all I see is again. I'm like, how's that again? Okay. And then mo, right? Mo. Good old English. We have tsukareru? Tsukareru? Yeah, tsukareru. Like a state. We used it as a state. Tsukareru. Narebu? 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 Yeah, narebu? Narebu? Think so. Queuing. It's modoru, or modoru, yeah, modoru. And this is like returning in like going back to another place, to a different place, right? As contrast to keru, or going back home, this thing. Okay. Express what you want to do at a concert. We have artisto, and I can't spell artist. No one saw that. Okay. I know why I spelled it with T-E. It's T-E-I. Artisto. Pen? Pen. Pen. And sign. They go hand in hand. Oh no. Ugashikuchi? Ugashikuchi? I know I was exposed to this, but I can't bring it up right now. Something na naka mannaka mannaka, yeah, is it yeah, mannaka like the middle seat. Seki. Mannaka no seki, or seki no mannaka, or middle of the seat. Oh, that I just said middle of the seat, and then the first one's middle seat. Was there really a lot of vocabulary? I feel like there was not so much vocabulary. Soto. Right, soto. Ooh, that curved. That's a little sussy, but it's fine. Hey, Lotus. Shu Matsu. Shu something. I'm guessing. Wait, Shu something. That's all I recognize. Wa do desu ka? Shu what looks like key with an extra stroke. This looks a little phallic. Unfortunate. Oh, how was my weekend? It is Shumatsu? Oh, okay. I was just guessing. Yeah, we didn't get Shumatsu yet, but the only phrase I know that has another thing after Shu is Shumatsu, so I just assumed. And then, you know, Shu is still Shu. How was my weekend? Oh, yeah, today's Monday, isn't it? My weekend was pretty solid. I got another comment, another video comment just this morning, or yesterday or this morning. I didn't actually look, so I'll talk about that a little bit. It's not every day you get a comment, right? It's not as exciting this time. Konya. So we got Konya now. I only remember like one. I mean, there might be a radical like this, and I only remember this. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, wait. Maybe it's oh, wait. I feel like there was something up here. Oops. Like, and then it was like this, maybe. Yeah, I don't remember. I know this one. It's over. I know this one down here, but I'm not entirely sure about the rest. So we'll leave it. Didn't get to do a lot of kanji bootstrapping yesterday. Too much talking. Let me see. I'm gonna try. Hold up. No, I think that's right. Right? I feel like that's right. My gut is telling me it's this. It's something like that. Nice. I found a Minecraft playthrough from some Japanese guy who's doing it completely without a wiki. Very fun to watch, and he uses super understandable language, so that's my current study tool. So you're basically cheating on me. Yeah, Konya. That's not Ima. It's not Konya? Oh. Yeah. This could be a little bit longer, but... I know first loan is Ima. We have Kyo as well, so... We have Kyo now as well, Lotus. Oh yeah, that's right, you weren't here on the weekends because you were cheating on me with a Japanese Minecraft player. Man, I feel like I got cheated. I messed around and took a jump here, protest to see how I would do. Passed first try with no mistakes, and it jumped me 22 units forward. Oh, nice. Heckin' cheating on me. You would know that we had Konya Kyo as well. We didn't get Ima though, but it is Ima. Yeah, we didn't get Ima as Ima. Like Ima as that. But I imagine it's gonna come up at some point. I feel like I'm missing something. So yesterday we didn't have that many vocabulary because we had so many predicates. 3, 6, 10, 12. I feel like 12 is about as much as I got. What else could have been about concerts? Seats, reserve, where to sit, hurrying up, buying drinks outside, right? That's where the soto came from. It's a little phallic, I know. Soto. And sorry, kids. We got artisto, right? And then we stuck with things that we already know, like consato. And then expressing a lot of wants because of, I guess we can throw in that we have whoops. Whoops. That's fine. Right, we have tie, all the ties, and that's about it. That's why there's fewer new words, because technically all the predicates we have are ties as well. We have kikitai, kikitai, tai, tabetai, nomitai. Yeah, all of them were using outside of these 3 new predicates. We got these 3 new predicates too. So yeah, that's about all in terms of this. Is actually like 6 things. I think we used at least 6 of our previous predicates in the Thai suffix. Yeah, Thai verbal suffix. Yeah. And now we're doing review. Today's review is we accomplished that. So that's a good wrap up. Today's a short day for learning. Oh, story time. A slice story. I always talk about video comments, right? because I don't get much of them, and it's my way of really embellishing, paying respect. So I got a new video comment. I don't know, I just read it today before stream, so I didn't have time to really think about it a little bit. I made a little bit of commentary when I was playing Neverwinter, so I was trying to process it, right? I think the comment was something to the aspect of, please use a better resource. And that's it. It ends there. Honestly, one day I would actually give away gift cards and stuff for someone who could possibly respond to something like this that will reflect their understanding of me. I'm always genuinely curious if anyone really resonates with me. When you read this, what do you think my initial thoughts are when someone used this? Oh, hello there, Jamie. It's been a while. How are you? What's going on right now? We finished Total Recall, and I got a new video comment today. I think there might be 1 or 2 extra words, but specifically, this is a quote of the words. I think there might be a few more words, so let's put a ... There might be like, for learning or something. Please use a better resource for learning. Nowhere in this comment did it mention Japanese, so I like to imagine, hopefully, that they actually read the title of the video and the description, right? And this is a comment on day 81. So yeah, they probably just hate Duo, unfortunately. But here's the thing, let's unpack, right? I told myself I wouldn't put time away to doing this again, but let's try to connect with this. Let's try to connect with this. At least this person isn't telling me they care about me, right? So it is pretty fair that this person doesn't care about me. I think that's fairly reasonable. You right? Doesn't care about me. Because first of all, how would I know if this person cared about me? Well, first they would know that I use multiple resources, right? So that's number 1. Please, and telling me to do something. Well, that's another strike, right? And then please is used aggressively, not compassionately, right? And then we know how this works. Better, right? Better how? And then even more telling, what? Right? So not only does this person doesn't care about me, they even do not know what they are reacting to, or what they're commenting on. Right? So not too much to write here. This is about the typical type of comment that I get all the time. I decided to respond with and see what happens. Here's my deep cut into behavioralism. They can respond. I'm expecting if they decide to respond, they will probably see Daijobu desu as a it's your loss, and it's like a jab, like a prideful hit or something, because I'm not pandering to this person's ego enough. So they might see it as sarcasm, and they're like, well, good for you, keep on wasting your life away and something. Maybe we'll get a jab like that or something like that. We'll see where this goes. But I didn't have time to really think about it. Usually I would ask the person like these questions that I immediately have. Like, can you suggest some resources and then explain to me how they're better so that I can better understand, right? I can be a little bit more cultured by saying that, and then try to gather if this please is a compassionate please or a another heed, a warning. And then also that will give me the opportunity to explain basically that they're projecting their emotions again, and they know nothing about me. Not even enough to watch 5 minutes and pick apart the first 5 minutes. I legitimately don't think this person even saw the video, like anything. Usually something that I can respond to, maybe something that I can try to communicate with and share ideas, they would pick a random place in the video, right? And then tear that part apart. And that at least shows me that they saw something. This literally shows me nothing. It shows me that the person wanted to provide some sort of insight, but didn't actually provide any insight. Not only that, it only made me feel so indifferent to someone like this. But there you go. There's a short story. This happens very often, but usually right now this person has the winner for the least amount said. So far, if I'm being honest with myself, my track record is 60%. 60% got resolved mutually. Of the 60%, I'd say like 10% of the people, actually we are still like possibly exchanging ideas. As in, there's an opportunity to continue exchanging ideas with the 10%. And the other 40% is this, basically. I respond with as much detail as I can. In this case, I haven't, because I didn't have time, but I don't think I'm going to in the future. But I did respond with like a 4 or 5 hour essay that I'm actually genuinely curious if they read or not, and they haven't responded to it, so that's personally fine. The reason why I invest forward in so much time in my responses is because those are the people that I respect and trust, right? If I had to trust strangers, it would definitely be a stranger that understands how much time I place in the weight of people's words. So someone that says please use better resources without actually providing any sort of constructive criticism is someone that feels like they're entitled and deserving of attention that I can't really provide, right? So good luck to that person, best wishes to that person, and I'll continue using all the resources. Thank you very much, as opposed to seeing anything that they find disagreeable. It's pretty amazing. Is this the world we live in, honestly, where people do not understand that what you see or what you want to see is not the whole picture? I mean, do you need to really inculcate that nowadays? Let alone someone who obviously projects something that they don't understand. I've been seeing a lot of videos recently about hating on Duo, and I've always just been indifferent to it, as I am one who thinks just been indifferent to it, as I'm one who thinks a language journey is personal and you do what you want. But lots of YouTube videos are always saying blah, Duolingo waste your time, it doesn't teach anything. But the fact that you learn thousands of words and it does show some form of an outline just disproves that. I think people just don't use it correctly and it doesn't work for them, so they start to hate it. And then they see the video of a YouTuber doing the same and they regurgitate what they heard. Yeah, it's an echo chamber. Yeah, I call it it's usually the echo chamber, right? And honestly, to me, I understand. I really do. I understand when it's a bit of Duo's fault in a way too. Like Duo make promises, right? They make promises in the sense that there's some advertisement to it, and I have seen these advertisements. They're fair. Like Duo make claims like quote unquote best something, right? Best something, and that's fair. When you get betrayed by something, or something doesn't work and you trust that it's the best of something, then naturally you'd be quite upset about it, right? It's something I can't resonate with personally, because I don't fall for that kind of thing, right? I don't fall for that. But a betrayal of trust can really hurt, right? So when trust is broken, it can come back really strong, and the echo chamber certainly intensifies that. And I feel like that's where it's coming from. Yeah, I mean, here's my 2 cents, Jamie. People who are incredibly hateful, right? Hateful also implies that they are incredibly passionate. They're also capable of passion, right? They're very passionate. So not only can they be very able of being incredibly hateful, they are also incredibly lovable. Or like they can love very intensely as well. So a lot of times it's actually two sides of the same coin. So oftentimes when you have a very passionate person and you happen to align with them, then they'll get their support. So this person clearly had felt betrayed by Duolingo's promises, which are the advertisements, and I can understand that. For me, when I see a tool, I don't buy into that type of thing very often. But when I'm using a tool, I'm not expecting to become what Duolingo promises. I make it happen. As in, as much as I use Duolingo, it's not like I didn't do anything. So I think when you touch upon the topic about how people use it, that's a great deep cut for me. Like, I use a tool to bolster my ability to learn something. I don't rely on a tool to provide that service for me. So when someone sees me use Duolingo, they're more seeing, oh, look, it's another sucker. It's another sucker who bought, quote in quotes, because Duolingo actually doesn't cost anything. Sucker who bought into the Duolingo's ads. I'm like, that's a fair point. If a tool is advertised to do a lot of things, it would be very reasonable to assume that I'm like any other person online that blindly trust anything advertised to me, right? And then when that trust is broken, it's a sense of betrayal. But you see, when I use a tool, I already know how I can learn Japanese. I already know what I would do. right? To learn Japanese. I picked up Duolingo to see how everyone else is learning. And what I mean by that is the people who use Duolingo, I'm curious what that experience is. I'm not picking it up because it's supposed to answer my dreams. So when someone says, please use a better resource, I don't care how bad or good the resource is. A resource is a resource. I can make it work. In fact, what are your better resources? I want to know so I can know about them. So if I have time in the future, I will use them if I see that they have a place, right? It's first come, first serve for my attention. Duolingo have supplanted certain things that I don't use. You might be thinking, oh yeah, well, Anki does all this stuff. It's like, well, Duolingo does quite a lot of what Anki does for what people do. And then someone offered, yesterday I actually checked out this person, Yu at Nihongo podcast. I actually really liked that person's stuff. It's a little out of my range, as in like I can't do my input hypotheses deal, right? That's off to Stephen Krashen. I can't quite do it yet. So I'm gonna need like another month before I start listening to Yu Nihongo. It was suggested by a user named Waka I think it's like Waka, something like that. And that was great. I'm already listening to someone else that has an N5, N4 level. So that person also does podcasts and vlogging at N5 and N4. So that's kind of the thing. Like, please use better resources. Well, please tell me, what do you think I'm using right now? Please tell me what I'm doing right now. Because how can you possibly advise someone when you don't know what they're doing? And that happened the last 3 times. And ultimately, those people didn't want to take responsibility for what they said. They either did not acknowledge that they assumed everything, and then they did not acknowledge that I also know what they're talking about, and I've considered it. So, like, yes, I acknowledge that. You should watch some native content, right? You should consider watching anime. You should consider reading visual novels. You should consider grade readers. I actually do most of those things in a different way. What does my Anki look like? It looks like a YouTube channel that spends 30 minutes covering 300 words from beginning to end, flashing every 10 seconds. So yes, I'm not using Anki, but what I know is I know what I need or what I don't want to make. So much like this, that whole please use a better resource, in my opinion, is someone who is dependent on tools, not someone who solves problems, in my opinion. This person, a problem solver, doesn't say this to someone. They first find out what the problem is. What is the problem here? The person dislikes Duolingo. That's the problem. Is the problem me not learning Japanese? No, it's not. They didn't even say if it was about Japanese. They didn't even say me in their sentence. They didn't even describe me in their sentence. So the problem they have is with Duolingo, not me. It's unfortunate that they're commenting on a video that I made. So it's hard not to feel disappointed. Anyways, very useful. I mean, we still have that one guy who said, yeah, you're right. I assumed these things. I didn't watch your videos. And it's like, but with all that said, it doesn't change the fact that I'm going to go out of my way to try to stick it to the big guys. So I'm going to go around and make it my righteous mission to go and write the same comment of vengeance and like saltiness and malice in every other person's video that deals with seeing a screenshot of Duolingo. Which, by the way, I just a little funny side story that I brought. I finally got a chance to watch the Barbie video, right? The Barbie movie, and there was a Duolingo reference in it, and I thought it was hilarious. The guy was trying to learn Spanish, and in like a 10 seconds, the guy was like trying to pronounce it, and then you heard the correct sound, the correct chime on Duolingo. And I love it. So Duolingo was in the last like 3 movies that I saw, and that's such a funny coincidence. But hey, it's all fun and games. No one's feelings were hurt, right? At least for now. I think the proper response in Japanese is either sumimasen. Sumimasen, I don't need help. How do you suggest that? It's like, sorry, I don't need help in Japanese. I think the most common phrase was something like, I don't need it, or I don't want it. Something like, the option was something like, you guys know what I'm talking about. It's not like no thank you, but it's more like, sorry, I'm okay. Outside of like daijoubu desu. I stuck with daijoubu desu because that's what I know, and that's probably the most polite way of saying thank you for your concern, but I'm okay, right? And we'll see how it's interpreted. The thing that gives it away that this person could go both ways is how they spell please. I know, it's a deep cut and it's a big leap, but when people use this word in a comment, it makes it almost over 60% chance that this person is of a specific group that will likely take daijoubu desu as sarcasm. So we'll see. More tune in tomorrow for the results, I suppose. And 60% is not a high percentage, right? It's almost a coin flip, but it tips into that group. All right, let's review. Right? Hey, how can you hate this cute little face, right? How can you hate this cute little face? Look at that little guy. Don't you just want to squeeze his cheeks? I'm just kidding. Duo really reminds me of an owl, and I kind of like owls. I think owls are cute. Especially tiny owls. Anyways. I digress. Okay, let's see if I missed anything. どこに座りましょうか? This one, the mistake was because I slid. Duo is an owl, unless you were joking. Oh, Duo is an owl? Oh. I wasn't sure if Duo was an owl. It wasn't quite clear. Because there are birds that kind of look like Duo too. That aren't owls. Oh, that's good to know that Duo is an owl. You should see the old Duo logo. It's actually horrifying. Hold up, let me see. Hold up. Old Duo logo. Oh! Okay, yeah, Duo is an owl. Okay, alright, fair enough. Alright, I see the owl. Wow, Duo was in 3D. Oh, interesting. I was not aware that Duo looked like that. Okay, that's definitely an owl. Fair enough. Now Duo kind of looks like a non-specific like tiny bird. So I wasn't quite sure if Duo was an owl. Good to know. Oh, one part that probably make it a little bit less like an owl is because Duo is green. If you know what I mean, but that might be a logo thing. But Duo is green. I don't know of too many green owls. I think he's more like I would, when I think of green, I kind of think of a parakeet. Right, a parakeet? No, not a white parakeet. No, not those white parakeets. The green ones. You know what I mean? The green ones, the ones that are quite popular. They should have made it a flamingo so it rhymes. Duolingo. Oh my gosh, heckin' Duolingo flamingo. I'll show you a flamingo, Sub-Zero. And show you a flamingo. Dang it. I was trying to be clever. Here's your flamingo. Flamingos are weird, man. Okay. That's horrifying. What? What's wrong with flamingos? I think they're neat looking. Oh, wait. I can show you. What was I thinking about? Oh, this is what I was thinking of when, I was... Hold up. This guy. I don't know these are parakeets. I don't know a lot about birds. But I was thinking of this guy. This is what I thought they were going for. The very common house bird pet thing. Like something like this. Like looks like this. That's what I was kind of thinking. But you know, they were doing a cartoonish thing, so they made the eyes really big, right? But I don't know. They're really cute. I think they're really cute. Is that horrifying too, Sub-Zero? Don't you dare call that horrifying. You take that back. Don't even think about it. Where should we sit? Right? Doko ni suwarimashou ka? Actually, how are you doing, Sub-Zero? It's been 2 or 3 days. The owl logo is definitely not cute when you haven't used Duo in a while. Oh. That's fair. It changes? Yeah.
どのアーティストのグッズが欲しいですか? どの
Artisto. Oh, I forgot Gutsu. How could I forget Gutsu? I actually said that during my earlier session today. Gutsu. I forgot Gutsu. The goods, man. The goods.
どのアーティストのグッズが欲しいですか? グッズが欲しいですか?
I've been doing pretty well. Been alright. Actually made some garlic pasta. Oh no, how could you do that? Where's my garlic pasta? I've been doing pretty well. We were just talking about a video comment that I received yesterday or this morning. That's about it. That's all you missed. Oh, yesterday we talked about a lot of deep topics, like philosophy and stuff. That was pretty deep. I got sidetracked all the way past midnight, my time.
どのアーティストのグッズが欲しいですか?
Okay. I got COD yesterday. That's why that's a mistake. I forgot to add COD. Yeah, we got into philosophy. No, today is a review day, so I swapped up the schedule now. So the schedule is I do N1, R1, and then plus or minus P1. So this is like first half new material, do the review, and then there's the personalized practice. And then day 2 are the longest now, which is N2, R1, and R2 plus or minus P2 position. So because this reviews the first half, I've been doing this. So we're actually plus 5 set lessons on day 2s. But today is day 3, which is usually I think it's only R2 plus or minus P3 and the final F1, the final, just like one exercise. So today is day 3 where I get to talk and leisurely do things without actually trying to push myself on schedule. Yeah, so that's the new setup now, because I need to have a second exposure. Without the second exposure, my recall is not that great. Seeing all the words like 3 times for one day and trying to recall like 90% of them is a tough ask for me. So I need to at least see it twice over. Outside, soto.
Soto.
No, wait.
Soto.
This is
建物
no,
の外。
soto. I think that's the mistake I made yesterday. I said, wait. Yeah, I said outside building instead of outside the building, I think. Yes.
真ん中の席に座りたいですか?
I know how that sounds, but if you reversed it and said soto, right? If you reversed it, whoops. If you reverse it and say soto no building, soto no building, you say outside building. Outside building, like a building that is outside, as opposed to outside the building. And that happens a lot, so I have to get used to that. So sometimes I mix them up, because this is a position outside of something. This is a modifier of building, as in a building that is outside, which kind of makes you think, what's an inside building? So you're probably not going to say inside building anytime soon. Although I can see a very specific example, like in a shopping mall, the shop is inside, the inside shop or something, you know, like as opposed to an outside shop, or maybe when you're trying to describe something, it can come in handy.
真ん中の席に座りたいですか?
I don't remember how I screwed this one up yesterday.
真ん中の席に並びたいか?
I might have called myself, maybe.
真ん中の席に座りたいですか?
I might have caught myself on this one. Forgot this.
か.
真ん中の席に並びたいです。並びたいか。Oh, wait. Wait.
真ん中の席に座りたいですか?
Where's... Sorry.
寿司
Wait.
並び座りたいか?
I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, maybe that's the mistake I made. No. This is we must we need to return. We need to sit down. I mean, are you going to, or we are going to, are we going to sit in the middle seat? Are you going to sit in the middle seat? You know, that. Are you going to, do you want to, no, are you going to sit in the middle seat? Or you, all of the above, because of subject.
真ん中の席に座りたいですか？
真ん中の席に座りたいですか? Do you want to sit in the middle seat? Alright, fair enough. Oh yeah, this is Thai, whoops. So Thai, do you want to sit in the middle of the seat because of Thai? Thai does. Thai, the desire.
このバンドに会いたいですか?
So, このバンドに会いたいですか? Do you want to meet the band? Meet this band, sure. So far, no vocabulary that I fail to recall, so that's nice. Sort of. It's kind of fun sometimes to know that I didn't remember something, because it's a pleasant surprise, like, oh yeah, I did get this word too. Dono. Doko. Doko ni suwaritai desu ka? Do you want to sit? Where do you want to sit? Mannaka no seki wa dou desu ka? How about the middle seat? Sure.
2のどのアーティストと話したいですか?
Dono artisto to hanashitai desu ka? I'm getting a little bit more comfortable in saying the Thai suffix with the predicates. Just a little bit more comfortable today. Which artist do you want to talk to? Talk with. Yeah. Soto de ocha ga nomitai desu.
でが
I want to drink green tea outside.
あ、席に戻りますか?
Seki ni modorimasu ka? Modoro. Yeah. Modoru. Just modori, yeah. Modorimasu ka? Modorimasu ka? Modorimasu is to return. So, are you returning to the seat? To the seats. Kono artisto no gutsu. Gutsu ga MVP word from yesterday. Gutsu.
グッズ
Gutsu. Gutsu ga hoshii desu.
欲しい
Kono T-shirts. Kono T-shirts ga kaitai desu.
たい
I want to buy this T-shirt. That happens to be a T-shirt that this person wants. The merchandise from this artist. This artist's merchandise. Are you tired? What was this? Tsukare. Tsukareru, right? Tsukareru. Yeah, tsukareru. Tsukarimasu. Are you tired? Tsukarimashita. Scotty, mashtaka. It's a combination of the two things I'm not very great at.
疲れました。
Okay, 疲れました。疲れましたか？疲れましたか？疲れました。Okay. East exit is... I said ooh. It's like ugashi guchi. Yeah, or higashi. Oh man, did I say ooh? It's probably
Higashiguchi.
I said ugashi both times in the total recall. So it's higashi. Higashiguchi. Higashiguchi wa asoko desu. Sure.
は、あそです。
Kanji practice. Let's do this. Okay.
前、
Okay.
前。
I'm a little worried because I'm not. I struggled today with the kanji from yesterday.
前。
So that's a little concerning.
前。
It's the first time. It's been a while. Maybe like
Mai.
over 60 days
前、
since I wasn't
Mai.
too confident on my kanji.
前。
Things are ramping up, I suppose. A little concerning.
Get more with Super.
Yes. Yasui.
Ya-
Yasui.
Yasui.
Yes.
安い。
安い。安い。
安い。
安い。
安い。安い。
安い。
Sorry, I'm still picturing Lotus watching a Japanese Minecraft player.
今日。
今日。今日。
今日。
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 I wonder how old the Minecraft player is. We're coincidentally talking about Minecraft, but in India today, someone stopped by and talked about like the gaming preference scene, or I asked about the gaming preference scene
水曜日。
in India,
今日。水曜日。
and we talked about Minecraft a little bit actually.
水曜日。水曜日。水曜日。今日。明日。今日。水曜日。2日。
Okay.
1日。
Don't
今日。
ichi nichi me.
Kyo-
Heck you and your ichi nichi.
2000。500。今日。水曜日。水曜日。今日。1日。
1日
日曜日。2日。水曜日。今日。水曜日。何？本。小さい。今日。
Anyone else watch Minecraft? Who else watch Minecraft? Fess up. I'll forever hold this against you.
前
I've watched Minecraft before. I watched Minecraft when during the time of the Yogcast.
前
10
10
5
じ
G
万
on
前
that was over like 9 years ago, maybe.
前
Man, it's been that long.
前
Maybe even further.
前100
Yaku,
水
Hi,
火万
on,
前
Mae,
万 万
Man,
7
Nana, Go,
Mae,
Mae,
分 前万
Okay.
雨
Ame.
前
I like gravitated towards
Ham.
that and I hesitated. I hesitated. Is it Nopyaku? Nopyaku.
今日600
Nopyaku. Right. I keep getting the first
600
syllable. Not so great. 700
900 時間
600
600今日
よ
600 600
え
600
Okay. 800
600
600
明
明
日
日
200 今日
え
今日900
900
明
明日
日
700
600
Okay. Wait a minute.
600今日400 700 600 5分
Yo. Soto. No, Soto. No Soto.
前
I'll show you a Mae.
前
Just like this.
前前
前
mile,
I don't know why. That guy says mile.
前
前
前、
前
Pretty sure that that's the synthetic voice assigned to Falstaff. If I had to guess. Because I heard it enough
今日
of the synthetic voice.
今
今日
今日、
今日
日今日
今日
今日
Okay.
水曜日水曜日水曜日今日
Oh, you didn't really tell. You didn't really answer Sub-Zero. How are you doing with scheduling lately?
明日
明日、
今日
今日、
1日
1日、
2
2
日
日、
水
水曜日、
今日500 2000今日水曜日水曜日水曜日今日日曜日2 か？1
1
日、
日、
水曜、
日、
今日、何？小さい、今日、本、す、
ever. Oh, okay. Okay.
1万、
1만. Ooh, I formally protest. I formally protest
1万
this stroke order.
1万
1万、
1万1万
1万
1万1万
Secondman.
安い
安い、
安い安い
安い
安い、
安い
Oops.
安い
That was a little bit wobbly. Whoops.
安い
Ever. Okay. Konya. Oh yeah. Hey, here's Konya. This one I wasn't too confident on.
今夜、
Yeah, definitely was not confident on this one.
今夜
I think it was largely the left
今夜
bottom, like this one right here, this
今
element
夜
right here. That's like, was that in there?
今夜、
Was it not?
今夜 今夜
今夜
Gotta be more.
今夜、
Whoops. Gotta be careful.
1万
1万
1万、
1万1万
1万
1万1万
Formally protest. Oh, okay. Now Duo is
1万
just being toxic.
1万
1万、
1万1万
1万
1万1万
安い
安い、
安い安い
安い
安い、
安い安い
安い
Okay. Okay.
ろ
600.
600、700、
700.
900、 時
時
間、今日、600、
600.
600、600、600、
え
ろ200、 600、
600. Oops.
600、
No one saw that.
今日、明日、800、今日、今日、
That's why they put it in there.
今日、
Yo.
900、 明
明
日、
日。
600、 700、
700.
600、 600、700、400。今日、5分。6、6、700、今日、900、600、時間、600、600、600、
Okay.
200、
今
今
日、明
日、
日、600、
800、今日、600、 700、今日、明日、900、600、
I've done goofs.
600、400、5分、700、今日。
Alright, 15 minutes are up. Let's go. Personalized practice. Okay. I was thinking of using the keyboard. Nah, not now. Not right now.
どんなホテル
Donna hotel. Donna hotel を探しましょうか。
を探しましょうか
公園でバーベキューをします。
公園
フィリピン人。フィリピン人です。フィリピン人です。
フィリピン人
フィリピン人です。
です。
彼女とピクニックを楽しみです。Oops. 彼女とピクニックを楽しみです。
彼女
It could be better. 夏はよくバーベキューをします。バーベキューをします。バーベキューをします。北口でタクシーを呼びます。
で、
something. Place to relax. ゆっくりします。そのレストランでゆっくりします。
明日はバーベキューをします。今日はスーパーに行きましょう。そして肉と野菜を買いましょう。
They're gonna buy groceries for the barbecue
あの動
tomorrow.
物と遊びませんか
あの動物と遊びませんか Let's hang out. We should hang out. Or we should play with it, I guess. True. We should play with it. 動物。
どんなホテルを探しましょうか。
どんなホテルを探しましょうか Should we look for or what kind of hotel should we look for?
猫と遊びませんか
Neko to asobimasen ka? Would you like to play with kitty cat? With cats. With the cats.
フィリピン人です。
Okay. Moving right along.
この後ゆっくりします。
Okay. I'm... Okay.
山を楽しみます。
山を楽しみます。Oh. Did I know this? 楽しみます. Yeah, I did know this.
近くの出口でタクシーを呼びます。
近くの出口でタクシーを呼びます。Okay. Oh. At the nearby exit. Whoops.
近くの出口でタクシーを呼びます。
Yes.1年生。
1年生。1年生。
え
?1 年。
会います。8。1日。雨。5月。
1日。1日。100。9月。
9月。Oops。5月。1日。大きい。2
日。3日。7。高い。
水曜日。2日。Oh, this is the exercise where it's all kanji and kana, and I love it. And then they're like matching and stuff.
5つ。
Yeah, 5つ。
5つ。
And like flashcards and panels. I really like this personalized set.
1000。
Then 話します。1年生。2年生。何年生。
雨。
4人。
4人。
2人。月曜日。食べます。5つ。
5月。
5月。
5月。1年生。
4年生。2年生。3年生。何年生。
3年生。3年。
書きます。5月。休みます。
買います。
1日。Alright. Play with the hamster. ハムスターと遊びませんか ?No, 遊びましょうか
ハムスタ
ハムスターと
ー。遊びましょ
うか They really like this one. 餃子は美味しいですね。餃子は
美味しいですね。
Wi-Fi のパスワードは何ですか？
パスワード。
明日はケンさんの誕生日です。プレゼントを買いましょう。何を買いましょうか？
They're talking about Ken's birthday present. What are they gonna buy, right?
飲み物を飲みませんか？
飲み物の飲み物の飲み物を飲みませんか？What do you want to drink? そこで水を買いましょう。We should buy water over there? Sure.
その犬の耳は長いですね。とても可愛いです。何歳ですか？
Is interested?
その犬の耳は長いですね。とても可愛いです。何歳ですか？
Yeah, they're just asking how old the dog is, and it's very cute.
どこで乗りますか？
どこで乗りますか? Where do we get off? Um, この駅で乗りましょう. We should get off at the station, sure.
ツアーの切符はいつも駅のインフォメーションで買います。
Station?
ツアーの切符はいつも駅のインフォメーションで買います。
Yeah, they're asking about the tour at the information center.
ツアーの切符はいつも駅のインフォメーションで買います。
Yep. This person gets tickets at the station, right? They're talking about the tour tickets at the information center.
このカフェにいろいろな動物がいます。
このカフェにいろいろな動物がいます。Alright, there are all sorts of aminals. In this cafe? Yeah, sure.
猫は何匹いますか？
何匹いますか? Oh, hey, I forgot about 何匹. How many cats are there with a question mark?
彼女はどんな腕時計が好きですか？
I wasn't paying attention.
彼女はどんな腕時計が好きですか？
どんな Wait. 彼女はどんな腕時計 Oh,腕時計 Dude. I'm like, what are we talking about? What kind of watch does your girlfriend like? Like, udedoke? What the heck is udedoke? Alright. 15 minutes of kanji, let's go. Okay. What do we have?
夜1夜
I don't have this one. I didn't have Yoru. Oh, well, at least I know it's Yoru alone.
今夜夜今夜
No, I don't have Yoru
Konya.
alone, but that's fine.
今夜
夜
夜
夜
The more you know.
夜
600よ
600
え
700今
よ
日600
600
時間900 600 600
えよ
600 6明
明
日
日
200
200
800
今
今日
日
600
600
今日明日明日今日明日明
明
日
日
900
900
600 今
今
日
日
700
700
600 600 400
Oops.
405分今日7
Oh, hey. Okay. Konya and Soto.
今夜
Oh, I forgot. I answered another person's comment yesterday as well. There was another person's comment.
今夜10
They asked me if it's working. If this is working.
来週
Nice shoe.
外
Soto.
先月
Sengetsu.
今夜今夜
Soto.
今夜今夜明日
明日
外先月今夜水外そ今夜先月山来週外今夜明日外今夜4千
1万
1
Sure.
1万
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 1万1万
1万
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 Come on, Duo, don't do this.
So-
The cursed. Whoops.
外
外
外
外
外
外
Whoops.
外
Okay.
1万
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 Oh,
Ichiman.
stroke order, formal protest.
Get more
No. Formal protest.
安い
安い
I think we might have to pull the trigger on
Yasui.
2 weeks.
安い
On 2 weeks super.
安い
安い
安い安い
安い
I want to use like the flashcard feature. Oh, stroke order. What the heck is that?
名前
Namae? I mean, I definitely didn't have that either. Namae. Oh. That makes so much sense. Ah. Oh,
名前
I don't want to talk about it.
名前
Okay.
名前
名前
What's up with all these ones that I don't have?
名前
Yeah, name before. Yeah.
名前
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 Yeah, or first name, yeah. It's also
Namae.
related to namaiwa, right? As well, which is a phrase that I've been introduced to. We didn't get it yet, but that works. Yeah, onamaiwa. Yep, onamaiwa. That is a phrase introduced
Soto.
already, but we only used it in that
Soto.
context.
外
Right.
外
And now I know it
外
because it's just O, the honorable
Soto.
O with namae wa, right?
外
Which is kind of cool.
外
Unintentional though. Unintentional. Because
安い
maybe it's in the next unit or something.
安い
Right, the last time this
Yasui.
last time this happened,
安い
like for sensei, it's immediately the
Yasui.
next unit.
安い
So
安い
we'll see.
安い
安い
Oh wait, I didn't check if my time is up. What was Konya's one? Yoru for the standalone. I don't know what that is. Night? Maybe as a standalone. I don't know what Yoru is as a standalone, but they introduced it here. When it's not Konya, is Yoru.
今夜
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 今夜今夜
今夜
Yesterday I took a look at the nuances between Kaidu and Modoru, which was kind of neat.
今日
Kind of neat.
今夜何曜日日曜日東京今日今夜
今日
Oh, that sucked.
今日
今夜
日曜日火曜日 今夜、
Konya.
今日、
Yo.
2日、
They always want to throw in a hutsuka.
今日
今日、
今日
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 今日今日
今日
Did you hear, Indy? Lotus has been cheating on me with a Japanese
Get more
speaking
with-
Minecraft player. Feels so bad. I'm gonna get him back for it. I'm gonna start playing Minecraft. No, I'm just kidding.
Ma-
I don't know. Minecraft might be interesting. Like in Minecraft.
前、 10、
Jew.
前、
Ji.
5、
Go.
万、
On.
前、
Indy, you might be interested. I don't know if Lotus is still here. He's probably busy hanging out with his new friend, his new parasocial friend. But apparently, Lotus got hooked on this guy who speaks very understandable Japanese while playing Minecraft. You might be interested. Sounds interesting, actually. I don't know how old the person is. I don't know.
前、前、
He ghosted me already, so
万、
can't
前、
really ask him more about the this Minecraft player.
前、万、
Man.
前、
Hi.
ひ、100、 水、
Mizu.
万、万、
There is a chance he's not talking because maybe he was... No, he's not at work anymore. You've been watching Valorant streamers? Have you learned a lot of toxic phrases? I'm just kidding. That's a terrible stereotype. Never mind.
万、前、
My...
7、5、
Go
分
on. Sorry, that was a slight jab. It's kind of funny though.
前、
It's so true.
雨、
Ame.
8、半、前、万、
What is it like listening to a Japanese Valorant streamer? What'd you pick up?
前、
Anything interesting that stuck with you? Any
前
speech patterns?
前、
前前
前
前
前
前
前
Lots of casual speak when it comes to instructing people on location. Oh, that's interesting. How does that sound? Like, do they go like, oh man, that must be so rapid too. Oh, that's a great point.
今、
That's a good idea. Listening to a Japanese person play a positional game. Or position. How they express position. I like it. I'll have to consider that. Actually.
今夜
今夜今夜
今夜
I'm gonna start soon. I'm gonna soon start watching like Japanese people play like
今夜、
voice
今
acting
夜
related Japanese people who like
Konya.
read like narrate and stuff in video games, like storytelling video games, because I want to like
今夜
get inspired for my future things I want to do. I'm starting to look for people who are seiyu, right? Seiyu, but they're multinational seiyu. Like they are maybe some people who voice video games that are both English and Japanese. There are a lot of seiyu that do English and Japanese. So you can see them kind of like naturally bounce back and forth. So I would love to see if there are any out there who play other video games and then like read the video game and stuff. There are a lot of like English speakers who do that, and I personally find myself enjoying that, doing that myself for posterity. I absolutely love reading text out loud and trying to like impart my own imagination onto it. I'm looking to see what Japanese is like. Let me know if you find someone like that. I would love to see someone play like a really involved game. Heck, even like Baldur's Gate. Like, ooh. If there was a Japanese person who played like Baldur's Gate 3, that would be interesting. I would totally be on that. Yeah. If you find someone that reads like video game dialogue, that'd be awesome. I know Baldur's Gate isn't translatable to Japanese. I know. Yeah. But it's something like that, something like epic, or maybe even a visual novel game. I wouldn't mind a visual novel game, but oftentimes the visual novel games are already voiced, if you know what I mean. So really looking for that person who likes games that aren't voiced. They're like text heavy, so they like spend time reading it, and that's kind of cool because you can kind of see how they're reading it, and then you're reading along, right? You're constantly reading, trying your best to read along with them out loud. So it's kind of like a really nice organic way of practicing. And that's how I used to practice speeches and like giving seminars and practice. I used to hear people give seminars and then try to do it myself. Over time, you kind of get natural at giving presentations and whatnot. So it'd be really cool to find someone who's like a Japanese narrator. I don't know how big audiobooks are, like I know grade readers have audio and stuff, but it'd be really cool. I really enjoy grade readers quite a lot. So now I want to see something too. I want a medium that allows me to see as well. See like a picture or something. I mean, as much as books go, animation is kind of another dimension. And then when you see the person actually doing it, it's really interesting too. All right, 15 minutes are up. Right now I'm loving vlogging. I'm enjoying vlogging so much more now, where like the interviews are getting there are a lot of vloggers who they tell you in advance what their interview is going to be about. So then you're kind of like ready for it. So then you're looking for, oh yeah, okay. So they're telling me that they're going to interview people, and they tell you what the topic is. They're going to ask people what they do on the weekend, right? So then you're ready. So if you're learning Japanese, you get like, all right, now I'm going to collect all my like anything I can possibly think of, like about weekends and stuff, and you're kind of like primed. So when they start asking, you can pick up a lot more things. You're kind of like ready for it. It's kind of like how I prepare for Duolingo things. Like I'm ready for it, so I'm actively trying to engage as much as I can, come in with a plan and whatnot. I really enjoyed those types of formats of podcasts. You do this in English all the time. Like when you click on a video, right? Since you're so used to English, when you read a title, you've already automatically determined and prime yourself for certain expectations and stuff, and you're geared towards that, right? If you're actively interested in whatever video you're picking up. So in Japanese, there are a bunch of people who do that as well, which is really nice. There was this interview about this guy was interviewing just that, what they do on the weekends. Right? What do people do on the weekends? So immediately when the guy comes in, all I saw was a backdrop of Dotonbori, which is Osaka. it's the tourist location of Osaka. So, the guy like introduced like, I'm here in, you know, the place. It's Dotonbori, Osaka, and the first thing he always asks is, you know, they do the standard greeting, thank you, nice to meet you, right? And then he asks, so where are you from? And I'm like, yep. Where are you from? And almost all of them are Osaka natives, except for one person who's from Tokyo. And they were two friends. Like one was coming to hang out, and the first one was a lovely couple, and they were talking about long distance relationships. So I learned a bit of vocabulary regarding long distance relationships. And then they talk about what they would do. They talk about cycling, which I couldn't pick it up, but it sounded like bicycling, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, all right. The second one was like this older gentleman who's like a social media platform guy. He kept mentioning like his TikTok, his channels, like what he does, and then he walks around doing blogs or TikTok and whatnot. Okay. And then the third one was really cute. It was two good friends, and they were meeting up to hang out, and one was like a little skittish and shy about the idea that she likes anime, so she talked about anime, and she kept saying Arabian Night as the setting. Like it just comes out Arabian Night. Like I guess that expression is adopted, right? So they were describing not romance but fight action anime, right? It was kind of cool. You learn a lot from the natural arrangement of the words. Man, every time Sushin comes up, I'm like, dude. Duolingo drills Sushin into your face. If it's not in your face, it's in your hands and in your legs. Like, you live, Sushin. Okay.
今夜
Okay. 今夜。
今夜
今夜。Sushinはどこですか？Oh yeah, the grass. The grass. The laughing grass. You and your heckin' laughing grass. Sushin wa doko desu ka? He literally said that 4 times in a row, man. Okay. Oh, what the heck?
東口
Higashiguchi. That's got to be a name of city, right? Higashiguchi. Oh no, it's not. It's east exit. Higashiguchi. Yeah, it's east exit. Oh, that makes sense. East and a big door. East mouth. This is more like capital. Like this is shared with Tokyo, right? This is the left kanji of Tokyo, and then kuchi. I don't know what it means alone. Doesn't this what does it mean alone? The left kanji. And then everything else is familiar. So interesting. Higashikuchi.
今日
Whoops. We're looking for
今夜
Sonya.
このバンドは本当に人気です。この
バン
バンド
ド
は
は人気本当に人気です。That works. このバンドは本当に人気です。
このバンドは本当に人気です。
本当に人気です。This band is very popular. Oh, or really popular.
今夜
山田
円
火曜日ゼロ
このバンドに会いたいですか？こ
こ
の
の
バン
バンド
ドに
に This band is truly popular. How you say truly? I imagine that's complicated because there's truly as in it's real versus truly as in it's very. Are you truly popular? Indy, are you truly popular? That sounded a little weird. Sorry. That sounded like you don't know, TBH? Then why would you be saying something you don't know? You can't be doing that. Indy, you gotta help me out here. Someone said extremely popular, and I already forgotten what the word extremely is. It sounded extreme though. このバンドに
このバンドに会いたいですか？
会いたいですか？会いたいですか？
会いたいです。3。
3。会いたい3か。
3。
このバンドに会いたいですか？ You know? Okay, Indy, real talk. Real talk. Have you watched anyone else do long sessions of Duolingo? And do they have super? And also, do they make errors? Because I kind of feel like Duolingo has this spot where the only reason you make errors is because you are goofing off like I did. I can't reasonably... I don't have the perspective of expecting people to make errors in Duolingo. I don't actually know. I don't, you know, there's not a lot of people who actually... I'm going to be real here. It's very difficult to find someone who is... I can resonate with the level of engagement that they're trying to do. Like, I understand that there are people who know the right answers, but I'm talking about like people who are engaging in a sense that they can be distracted. And how often do they make errors? Like, is this even relevant? This like heart thing, right? This heart system. It's hard for me to appreciate since I don't know if people actually makes errors in these. It's kind of more like a comfy thing at this point. Like, errors are self-created. Couldn't be me, Kappa. Like, I make the errors. Not because I don't, like, not because Duolingo is forcing the errors. I'm making the errors. As in, these are unforced errors. It's kind of like watching an athlete, right? And it's a standard shot, it's business as usual, and then suddenly it's an unforced error. The athlete like had a random slip and just shanked whatever it is they did. Right. That's how I feel about Duolingo errors. Ever since the beginning. I mean, like, okay, maybe not the first like week when I was learning Hirakana and Katakana. That was a little bit rough, I think. But beyond that, this doesn't ever feel like they're forcing errors on me. So that's why I kind of like grade readers to balance me out. Grade readers and vlogging. So grade readers and Japanese vlogs, there's things I don't understand. Like it moves on and I have to get over it, and you have to make sure you get over it, right? And then come back next time or something. But I don't see I can't imagine other people having significantly different experience than myself, considering how long I take. Hello there. I'm sorry I can't read that, but I like to think it's hello. Oh.
このバンドに会いたいですか？
会いたいですか？このバンドは本当に人気です。We just went over this.
このバンドは人気
Oops.
本当にです。
I can't read that either.
私もこのバンドに会いたいです。
What? Did you say 私も
私もこのバンドに会いたいです。
この
バ
バンド
ンドに
に会いたいです。
会いたいです。
Sure.
私もこのバンドに会いたいです。
私もこのバンドに会いたいです。I want to meet the band or this band. Or this band. I like this artist's music. 音楽。
この
このアーティストの音楽が好きです。Where's
アンドリュー
that's
アンド
not
リュー
it.
アーティスト
I totally get why they put Anduryu there. Just because I would only read the first kana.
の音楽
音楽
が
が好
好きです。
きです。有名な
有名な
有名な有名なアーティストに会いたいです。I want to meet a famous actor or artist. Sorry, artist. Looking forward. What was the looking forward? Forward. Oh, hey. Here's another one for you guys, for you English chaps. Sorry, not British English chaps. Actually, I'm not sure of English. Oh, this is a Brit versus USA thing. How you pronounce this? Because we're dropping this. Ooh, these words are great. I still say forward, but just now I was making light of you're still saying forward. Yeah, so forward, not forward. So forward is the new trending. Forward is trending. So the no more R's. So forward. This R still stays because it's A and D, but like hard. But forward is the new trend. Instead of forward, I still say forward for the most part. Forward march, not forward march. Good times. Forward. That's what I caught myself. I just said it and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember why now. So now I sometimes say forward and sometimes I say forward. Soon I'm gonna be dropping all my G's. Right? No more G's. I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to, I don't know, tonight. No, tonight hasn't changed. And concert hasn't changed. Oh, wait, concert. We dropped the T. Concert. I'm looking forward to tonight's concert. I emphasize the T. I'm looking forward. I can't even say it. I'm looking forward to tonight's concert. Articulation. But hey, if they're not there, then you don't have to articulate anything, right? Tanoshimi. It's tanoshimimasu. Yes, tanoshimimasu. Or tanoshimi desu. You know what? Oh, enjoy. Tanoshimimasu is enjoy. I'm looking for it. Tanoshimi desu. It's a state. A state of being. Excitable. Was that Indy that told me about the state of being and being excitable? Being a state of excitement? I think it might have been Indy. We were talking about Tanoshimi desu. Okay,
今夜
今夜のコンサート
が楽しみです。
楽しみです。Okay. 先月このアーティストのコンサートに Oh, it's 先月行きました。
行きました。
I went to this artist's concert last month. 来月このアーティストに会いたいです。
会いたいです。
I want to meet this artist next month. Nice.
今夜このアーティストのコンサートに行きたいです。
Okay. すみません。どんなアーティストですか? And what kind of artist is the person? 昨日ウエンチに行きました。
行きたいです。
行
きました。
行きました。今日はコンサートに行きたいです。
行きたいです。
I want to go to a concert today. Yesterday we went to a theme park. Yesterday I went to a theme park, or we went to a theme park. Tomorrow, or today, I want to go to a concert. I should probably know this, but I really don't. I'll ask anyways. If you know, for Kanto, is the written language the same as for Mandarin, like grammar-wise? I know Kanto often uses traditional characters too. I think they use the same characters and the same grammar structure. I don't know if there are unique characters between them. Is probably what I'll say. And I think they both... Oh, that's a good question. I don't know if Kanto has a simplified... If they're simplified just as simplified as the national Mandarin simplified. There's a dialectic difference between the two. There's a dialectic difference between the two. So like the written one, they could literally be using different dialectic choices. So kind of like it's kind of like Kansai and Kanto, where there's a phrase that just isn't the same kana. Like the kana is not the same, right? So in Cantonese, at least I know a few examples. In Cantonese, to express it in writing would be a character that is used that can exist in both languages, but they're not used in those phrases. Like let me see. What? Like this phrase, right?
你是做什么的？
你是做什么的？ And I think the Kanto version is not those characters. But the problem is there's no example. Wait, hold up. Maybe I could find them? Because Google Translate doesn't do that. This is a common I'm choosing this phrase because there's a common Cantonese phrase that I hear all the time. Wait, let me see if I can even find them. Oh, actually, hold up. This might be loud. Sorry. Headphone warning.
廁所喺邊?
Oh, 廁所喺邊? Yeah, 廁所喺邊? Let me see what this is in yeah, 廁所喺邊? Where's the bathroom? Where's the bathroom? Let me see. Where is that? Because that's correct. Or at least that's what I remember Cantonese looking like and sounding like. Oh no.
厕所在哪里？
Yeah, 厕所
厕所在哪里？
厕所在哪里？在哪里？在哪里？
厕所在哪里？
在哪里？在哪里？Yeah, they're not the same. Well, actually, I lied. They are similar, but they're not the same. No, they're not the same. So they're not the same. I don't know if the characters are the same though. So that's a great question. I don't know if the characters are the same. As in, say like you take the yoru, like the yoru kanji, right? And they decide to move it somewhere else to get a different sound. So that's such a great question. I have never thought about that. And the reason why I always think about that is because Fujonese, I don't know either. I can't even say that either. I watched a YouTube video where it had characters on the screen, and I looked to the Mandarin side of things, and they're different characters. So I have no idea. Yeah. Yeah. So Fujonese, the characters are different too. So, Chaisung, Chisol got dinner. Chisol got dinner instead of,
廁所喺邊？
Chisol 喺邊? Chaisung got dinner. Chisol, oh, actually, you can probably say the same thing, actually. Chisol got dinner. Yeah. Chaisung.
廁所喺邊？
Chisol 喺邊? It's really close. Actually, Chisol is the same.
厕所在哪里？
Chisol. Why did they went with Chisol? 在哪里? Wow, Cantonese is actually really close to Fujonese now that I think about it. Uh,
對唔住，
Doimchi. Yeah, Doimchi is pretty common. How does, and then, oh no,
对不起，
Doibuchi versus
對唔住，
Doimchi. And actually there's really no common expression. No really common expression for Fujonese. I had to ask my parents how to say I'm sorry. But it's more like, instead of saying I'm sorry, it's more common to say I'm incorrect or I'm mistaken. So, 我當 你冇啦，not 我當 I'm wrong, as opposed to saying I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Right? So it's very uncommon to use the expression I'm sorry. You learn this is I hope we learn this way in the future, Sub-Zero. I love this stuff. I love comparing languages. It's like it's my passion. I love comparing and contrasting languages. I don't like learning languages in isolation. Personally, this is what makes learning so much fun, where you leverage all your existing knowledge. I think this is my favorite way. The older I get, the more this is far more interesting than like trying to immerse, I guess. I don't like the word immersion. Immersion is too nebulous. This is how I immerse. Oh, I forgot.
唔該，
Oh, 唔該. Yeah, 唔該. 唔該 is please. And I don't actually know how to say please in Mandarin.
请
Qing? Oh, Qing. Whoa. Okay, I can assure you, ngoi is spot on. Ngoi, but ching, I haven't ever said please in Mandarin. So qing, which makes sense because oftentimes when someone enters the room and then you're like speaking and then you're welcoming the person in, you also say qing. I've heard this before in like older dramas, like please come in, like on your way. But I'm not sure if it's please as well as in like please do this or something like that. Mgoi is also please. And of course, I've already mentioned the Fujonese. It's kirang, which is using both. Kirang could be please as in please do this, or please as in please thank you. Right? So like sumimasen. Like sumimasen. Interesting. Oh man. And you have to look for alternative like resource for Cantonese as well, which is pretty cool. If it wasn't for simplified being more common, I would definitely learn traditional instead. Yeah, dude, I looked at the traditional stuff. It's pretty cool, but also at the same time, like, you're only gonna have time for Chinese. If you know what I mean. Like, I get it. It would be cool to dabble in it, but man, if you really invest yourself into traditional, you're gonna leave zero room for everything else, I suppose. Kind of feels like how people treat Japanese. Like, how do you get... I think Dogen made a clip about this. Like, how do you get good in Japanese? Forget that you know English. It's not exactly those words, but that's kind of the joke. Like, how do you become a native Japanese speaker? Forget you have other languages. You might think it's funny, but it's funny because there's an ounce of truth to how people, their perspectives on if their goal is to become native. They're willing to give up their other languages. I mean, Indy basically said that. Sub-Zero, weren't you the one that asked me hypothetically if I were to give up a language? Like, if I gave up English, what would I trade it for? And then freaking Indy betrayed me and said like, yes, for sure, I just give up English. I would give up English for Japanese and Korean. I'm like, come on. Yeah, I know, right? Hoping that will kind of come more naturally after I've already somewhat learned simplified. Yeah, that's a good... I feel like that's a healthy way of thinking about it. Picking up patterns and such, right? Have you ever listened to like blogs of other people describing their it moment? You know, that moment when a language clicks. And that moment is unpredictable to nearly everyone. Regardless of how hard you worked, it's not like you can predict when that moment happens. And that's kind of the impression I get. So oftentimes people look at the closest goal, continue to proceed to the closest goal, and one day that moment happens. It's very difficult to foresee in hindsight when that moment happens. Oftentimes I kind of like the idea of what you're saying here. Do what you are able to do, continue to do what you are able to do and want to do, and you have no idea. Instead of worrying about when that moment happens, even the most experienced people, like if you talk to the people who are multi-fluent, right, like they will describe this moment that it happens, right? When they recall the moment that it happens, it's more like a moment of surprise, a sudden realization that I can do it now. I don't think I've ever come across, in my opinion so far, it might be a biased confirmation bias. Maybe I should try to more rigorously look for someone who anticipated and knew they were naturally acquiring it, as in they completely planned it out and then they suddenly finish all the things they planned, and they suddenly, like, they were predictably becoming fluent, right? Or having acquisition. I don't think I've ever heard that type of experience statistically, if not really rare. I would say at least 9 out of 10 people will describe the moment as something sudden or surprising. It's not anticipated. Like, oh yeah, I did really hard. I practiced all these things. I know all these things. And right about today is the day when suddenly the switch comes on, right? I don't think that's a very common expectation. So doing what you're able to do, what motivates you, and allow it to happen is pretty much the word of naturally catching on. For sure, some people have said that the breaking point is usually when they naturally catch themselves thinking in a different language. Yeah. Or dreaming in a different language. Yeah. I have nightmares about that. I think that I'm on my way when I have nightmares. You know, the one day when someone speaks to me in English, and in my dream I'm like, I'm only speaking Japanese. It's like, where did my English go? Just kidding. But I have had a few dreams like that, actually. I don't remember what my breaking point for English was, sadly. That's a good question. I know what my breaking point was for Spanish. Ooh. The breaking point was we had to do a project. And it had to be a Spanish skit. We had to do a skit, right? And the night before, like, you know, you spend like a week planning it out and all that stuff, and you're always practicing the lines, right? You're constantly practicing the lines. You're like, ah, man, like you're basically memorizing the lines, as opposed to doing what I typically do right now, where I'm improvising all my English, right? Like, I don't rehearse this. I'm not reading from a teleprompter or something. But when you're learning a language in class, it almost feels like you're trying to memorize the thing, and you're doing skits. So then you're having, like, you have to act, right? You're doing a skit, so there's like some playfulness, like, but during that time, just also subtle, when it was my time to appear in the room, like I was supposed to knock on the door at the classroom door, and I was supposed to enter and then give something. It was a cute skit because I had flowers for the teacher. I know, but what happened was, the moment I spoke, I went off script. That was probably one of the earliest moments for Spanish. I went off script. So like, I'm like, wait a minute, that's not the lines. Those aren't the lines. Wait, but that works. It's fine. But I can tell you though, you can still lose that feeling. You can definitely still lose the feeling. So I'm not saying that once you acquire it, you don't lose it. You can actually lose it. I don't have that feeling anymore. I feel apprehensive and all that. You can definitely lose that feeling. This is when I was learning Spanish, like back-to-back years, like straight 3 years plus. So the moment that happens, that was my moment where I'm like, okay, well, the Spanish still works, so it's not like I need to worry about it. It's like, who cares about remembering what my skit is? I said the lines in a different way, but the way was proper, like, was good enough. I'm like, yeah. That's kind of what I'm hoping for in Japanese. Like, instead of it's gonna be the little things, like someone starts talking, it's like, oh, so desu ka? You know, nani o shimasu ka? Right? Oh, so, anime ga hoshii desu. Anime mo hoshii desu, right? Something like that, where like suddenly it was more like I am talking, but I'm also not planning to do that. I no longer have to plan for it because I was searching for phrases I could say, as opposed to just saying it. So I'm waiting for that moment. Sometimes it happens occasionally, but not intentionally. Things like I do Spanish sometimes. Spanish happens. Like occasionally the first thing I say when I'm like I get excited and I watch someone is like "cállate," like just silent. Like when my mom is really like loud and I'm trying to listen to something, I like yell to myself "cállate," sometimes, which means shut up or like quiet, very very aggressively, right? Or rápido, right? Like hurry up. Hurry up. From time to time, still happens. Like "que lástima" shows up a lot in my head. It's like, what a shame. It's a disappointment. Instead of saying disappointing, I would say "que lástima" sometimes. Or in Fujonese, it happens a lot. When I'm trying to think of a phrase and I'm like, oh, actually, ine. Yeah, yeah. So instead of saying I sometimes I forget if I'm thinking in Fujonese, I would react in Fujonese. And so as opposed to properly switching back and forth, like okay, I don't know how to say yeah, yeah. And I'm really actually telling myself the same thing I'm saying in English. So like if you self-talk a lot, you get a lot of indications sometimes if you're getting it. As in, for me, if no one's talking, like if I'm talking to no one and I'm just making comment with myself, I'm like, is it this or is it that? I think I know this one. And then when you shift and you do that yourself, I think that's a fairly nice indicator of how comfortable you are. So I say this in Fujonese all the time. I say the same things like, yeah, you, Somang Udan, yeah, Manon, Megayo. Ding na bai. So I'm basically saying the same thing, like, I can't remember. It's kind of coming to me, but maybe later I'll know. That's basically what I said in Fujonese, but there's no equivalence. Like I wasn't thinking about the equivalence in English at all. I haven't gotten there yet. Only the occasional she. Oh, instead of yes. Oh, su. Yeah, su and shi are words I think of naturally. I really hate those words because I'm terrible at them. Like the sh, the she, like she, su, sh, sh. Like I'm really terrible at those, and it's largely because of English. And just so you know, in Fujonese there's less showing. It's more like you get some Vietnamese phrases. I randomly think you get Vietnamese phrases. I don't know any Vietnamese phrases. Yeah, I don't know any Vietnamese phrases. Can you tell me one? I only know Vietnamese foods. It always comes back to food. That's all you need to know, really. Know how to order, like, you know. I'm actually kind of curious what does this translate to? What does bami translate to? It's probably like sandwich. Bami. Oh, it means bread. Banh mi. Bread. That's all I got. I got pan. Pan is all I got in Vietnamese. I was practicing Viet one time and only remembered a few. Okay, let me type that in. I actually want to hear what this. Oi Nhi Hang Viet. Okay. Oh, I speak a little Vietnamese?
I say.
Oops, sorry.
Tôi nói.
Toi noi. Toi noi. Toi noi. Oh, English. Oh, English. Wait. Oh, Vietnamese. Oh, I speak Vietnamese. Oh, that's how you say it. Okay.
Tôi nói tiếng Việt.
Tôi nói tiếng Việt. Wow. Tôi nói tiếng Việt.
Tôi nói tiếng Việt.
That's so weird sounding. Yeah, tôi nói tiếng Việt. I speak language Vietnamese. I see. Interesting. That's not a very useful phrase for someone who's just learning Vietnamese, though. I'm just kidding. Sorry. Why did you learn I speak English? Wait, how do people say I speak English? How does Vietnamese say I speak English? What's the we're done with this, but we're not gonna go too far deep. We're having too much fun here. This is just too much fun.
今夜このバンドのコンサートに行きたいです。
Toi noi tien, and then insert language. That's pretty cool. Honestly, now I really want to know, how do you yeah. Okay. I gotta put this in. Hold up. Okay.
Xin chào.
Xin chào. Xin chào.
Xin chào.
Xin chào. Xin chào. Hello?
Xin chào.
Xin chào. That's actually pretty cool.
Xin chào.
Xin chào. Xin chào.
Xin chào.
Xin chào.
Xin chào.
Wow, that sounds so different. Good luck. Good luck. Do you have an interest in Vietnamese, actually? I mean, I'm a little biased because of television and stuff, but I actually resonate a lot more in terms of like Cantonese and Mandarin. I resonate a lot more with Cantonese than I resonate with Mandarin. Oftentimes when I think I'm listening to Mandarin, I'm actually listening to Cantonese. Donna bando desu ka? Yeah, what kind of band are they?
このバンドはとても人気です。
I know, they're very popular. Alright, this band is very popular. Alright, move along.
Kai-san.
Kai-san. Kai-san. Konya 今夜何をしますか? 何をしますか? Not really. I've always wanted to learn Mandarin instead. Tried it for a bit though, cause it'd be fun since your girlfriends speak Viet. Oh, why don't you learn Viet? Your girlfriend is having a significant other speak. That's so cute. You could be a content creator. I kid you not. Right now, since I started Japanese, I'm like listening to like 9 different interracial couples. Like it's incredible. And I don't know like 8 of the couples' languages. The only common denominator is English. But they're using English sometimes. A lot of the couples are using English as a common language, as in it's used because they create content and they speak to other people in English. But their content that they make is in their mother tongue, in the tongue that they speak at home with their parents. So honestly, I haven't found a Norwegian one. I think the cutest part so far, and this is by pure coincidence, it's because of Magnus. I'm sure since you're Norwegian, you're probably familiar with Magnus. And then Magnus recently hung out with PewDiePie, right? So Norwegian and Sweden, right? And then they like went back and forth, and they kind of like let slip a bit of their rivalry, so to speak. I know, right? It'd be really cool. It would be really hard to learn alongside Mandarin. And I mean, her family still speaks Norwegian, so it's not like there's a language. You have a girlfriend that speaks Vietnamese and Norwegian? That's pretty sweet, actually. I haven't ever met a person that speaks both Norwegian and Vietnamese. So sweet. My son, you have to know that when you're playing video games online, right, it's really dominated by American English. Oh, she understands, but oh, okay, she's the immersion baby. She's a immersion baby. Yeah, I can. You did mention that. Yeah, you did mention that your girlfriend is an immersion baby. I don't know what other term I could use, but immersion baby is what I'm sticking with. A lot of times multicultural people are immersion babies. They have the thing where, like, if I sit down and watch a Cantonese, yeah, immersion babies, you know, product, basically, like, you sit there and you're like, yup, I know, but guess what? I'm gonna speak to you in a different language. So it's kind of like where like if my parents could understand English, they could talk to me in Mandarin and I'll respond to them in English with no problem. Or they can say whatever they want in Mandarin, but they need to understand the English in order to continue speaking to me in Mandarin. I have no ability to produce the sounds or like the sounds at will. It's like it immediately transforms into an English response because I have no sound production. The heckin' immersion baby. Like, I don't know how to say this, but I feel ya, man. I just feel the language. It's like you're angry at me, I know, and that's it. It's like you can't even explain it. Like what I mean is it's different. It's different saying like for example, if I say this line, right? Kai, what are you going to do tonight? I am able to explain what are we going, the different parts, the different words, the nuances, right? But if I'm listening to Mandarin and Cantonese, you know, they will talk for like an hour, and I'm like, I know what to say back. You see what I mean? Like, they could tell me a lot of things and I wouldn't know the exact words and all that stuff, but because of the sound and the combination of sounds, I know exactly how to respond, but not in their language, in the language that I'm using to bridge. So when my mother is talking, when my mother is talking to someone else, I know they're probably talking about how I don't have a girlfriend. Not like exactly the words about that. They're talking about my relationship status. And then I will respond in English like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm sitting right here. So it's one of those things like, I need to bring structure to it. It's structureless feelings. So you don't, I don't explain to myself how I know what they're talking about. I explain to myself how I can respond to them. So when someone says, oh yeah, they're probably gossiping about you, and I would listen a little bit, it's like, no, they're not gossiping about you. They're talking about like the weather right now. That kind of thing. And it would be instantaneous. It would be like, I won't spend time thinking about it. It's like, yeah, well, they're not talking about you. That I know for sure. So I know what to listen for. Not for comprehension, but what to listen for. Right? So when or kind of for comprehension. Like if someone says like, what are they trying to say? What are they trying to say to me? Oh, they're basically asking you if you want to try this out. Even though they could have said like, oh, you know, she might not like this, she might, but it's basically they're asking if you want to try this out. So like cut to the chase. It's kind of like the filter you use when you're listening to English, for example. I use myself as an example. The joke is like, you know, you'll sit here, I'll talk for like 4 hours, and then when I ask you, what did I just say in the last 4 hours? You could summarize it in 2 sentences. And it would be useful. Like it'd probably be effective, right? And that's kind of what I mean by immersion, baby. So, you could watch a whole program, but you would still be satisfied about capturing the meaning of it because you can summarize it in your own words. But you can't explain all the exact words and all the sentences that happened in those words. You're not detailed like that. What you can do is describe what is happening in that scene in your own words. But you don't use the native language because you can't output it anymore. That's kind of the idea. Fujianese I can still output. However, I can't output Mandarin. It's like, oh yeah, well, thank you. Immediately. Like someone, it's like, oh yeah, you know, something like I heard, oh, this person thinks I'm impressive and my mother is talking me up, and it's like, oh yeah, thank you. That's really nice. I know exactly how to respond to them, as though I know how all the details they're saying, but I clearly don't. I clearly don't know all the details. I know enough. Sounds like extremely accurate. I hear her on the phone with her mom talking for hours, and my girlfriend's like, yeah, mm-hmm, yep, uh-huh, yeah, yep, arai, okay, 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 alright, abayo, okay, bye. Sometimes I say bye, but usually it just clicks off. And when I go ask what they talked about for 2 hours, she summarized in like 2 seconds. Yeah, exactly. That is immersion baby 101. Like you get on the phone, the thing you just described is pretty much whenever someone hears me on a phone, like my friends hear me on the phone with my parents by happenstance, or my sister, how they my sister's friends describe, it's very similar. It's like, yeah, okay, abayo, okay, abayo, ding na, abayo, okay, bye. Like, no, it just stops at okay, and it just hangs up. And it's like, oh, so who was that? Oh, it's my parents. Oh, what did they ask? They just asked if I ate. Like, well, they just, you know, they asked if I was if I was taking, like, eating well, and they just wanted to check up. Yep, that's it. You spent 2 hours. It's like an hour just saying, yeah. They basically spent the whole time asking me, like, am I taking care of myself? Am I going out? Do I hang out with friends? Am I eating? It's like, it all sums up to, yeah, they're asking me how I'm doing. That's it. Like, if you want detail, just ask how I'm doing. That's all you need to know.
何
Nani,
します
you don't talk to your parents like that? Sub-Zero? It might also be a cultural thing as well. But you don't do you ever summarize? Do you ever get a call from your folks and then your girlfriend asks you, like, oh, so what you guys talk about? It's like, you know, we caught up. It's like, oh, caught up with what? You know, we described everything. Basically, we're all caught up. Like, okay, can you give me more details? Like, school, work, stuff. We're caught up. Kai-san, nani o shimasu ka? Right? Yes. Wait. What are we going to do?
今夜
Yeah, we're good. Oh.
今夜
Kai-san, 今夜何をしますか? I want to go to this artist's concert.
引っ越し
Don't
たい
worry. When I get to Mandarin, we're going to have way more of these discussions. And you're gonna be the coach, so I'm holding you to it. You're gonna have like a 3-month half start, okay? So no slacking. I'm holding you to it, okay? It kinda used to be like that as a kid maybe, but now it is definitely not. If I say too many then my parents will catch on and be like, well, screw you too then. Like, don't know I don't want to do that. Oh yeah, that's definitely a cultural difference. Yeah, it's a very big stereotype, or what I mean is it's a funny stereotype that I think is transferable to a lot of Asian cultures. Generally, the younger person is assumed to have, the older person is assumed, in my opinion, this is just my personal opinion here, by experience, it's assumed that the older person has all the leeway in attention. So there's a unconditional trust there. So if you're on a phone with your parents assumes that they have your attention, because it's a social norm to expect that, and that unconditional trust is often not betrayed. So saying yeah, even when my sister and I, for example, were like American raised, right? Even then my parents would be like, yeah, you have to, that's the assumption, like they're gonna backhand you if you don't, like, kind of thing. My girlfriend will sometimes get pretty angry and tonal with her mom if she speaks too long, but it's like her mom doesn't catch on to it and keeps going. Yes, exactly. You can't stop the Asian parents. Especially my mother. It's funny that you mentioned her mother. My mother does the same thing. It's for everything, even for like the mother. It's a motherly love thing that is stereotyped in Asian cultures a lot. Like, even for the cute things, is the same. Where like, I get up and I'm about to go out, right? I always check the weather. I always make sure that I'm wearing appropriate clothing to do what I need to do to run. But whenever I get up, if my mother feels like it's cold, she will say like, you know, it's cold outside, you should put something on. It's like, I'm okay, I know how cold it is. Well, I think it's cold, you should put something. I'm like, I'm okay. Like, no, like I actually think you'll feel cold outside. It's like, I'm okay. And I do the little yeah, okay. And then I would like, as I'm walking out the door, and then when I come back, it's like, see, it's cold outside, isn't it? And I'm like, meanwhile, I'm like perspiring and like concluding my, it's like, okay, all right, I'm going to wash up now. Like, yeah, okay, all right, okay, all right. It won't stop. I would rather freeze. Every day, because my parents sit in the living room, so every day when I go out and I strap up, it has something. There's gonna be a comment. Like, it's really hot out, and I'm like wearing a shorts and short sleeve, right? Most of the time, and they're like, it's really hot out, isn't it? And I'm like, oh, I sound like Japanese just now. And I'm like, yeah, I know, because I'm going to run. It's like, well, are you gonna do something different? It's like, I do this every day. It's been 560 days plus. Ma, please. It's like, well, it's hot out. I'm like, I know it's hot out. Like, okay, well, just be careful, it's hot out. I'm like, okay, I know. Step out. So I come back and it's like, see, I told you it's hot out. It's like, all right, I'm going to wash up. And then my father would come back home and my mother would say like, you see, it's hot out. Even your son said it was hot out. I'm like, I didn't say anything. I get out after washing and come down and they're still talking about how hot it is. And then she just looks at me and is like, don't you agree? I'm like, huh? Yup. And I just keep walking. And I come down here and I'm streaming and you can hear the outside. It's like, yeah, it's so hot out, isn't it? Everyone thinks it's so hot out. I'm like, oh my goodness, please. That's... And then just transfer it to a phone call. And that's pretty much, it's very persistent. It works the other way too. Like when you're eating, like you finish eating, right? Just make sure you eat very slowly if you don't want to eat more. Because if you eat more, my mother will say like, oh, you must be really hungry, do you want more? Like, no, I'm full. It's like, it sounds like you want more. It's like, I'll go make more. It's like, no, I don't really need any more, I'm really full. Like, okay, well, I'll just go make a little bit more. I'm like, oh, okay, but just a little bit more. And then you eat it, right? You eat it and you're like, okay, I'm really full, I'm gonna go now. It's like, wait, but do you want some more? I'm like, do you want some more for later? What happens if you get hungry later? I'm like, I'm fine, okay? It's like, I'll just go and make something just in case. Oh, it was like that when my girlfriend's mom made food for us too. That's almost universal. Like, it's so stereotypical, but it happens all the time between like a East meets West kind of thing. It's such a common skit. It's so relatable if you are either in a East meets West relationship, or you have East meets West friendship and companionship. These types of stories are immediately recognizable all the time, right? And yes, sure, I understand that if you go to Italy and other places, it does happen to that extent, but it happens to an extent where there's no, like, no matter what you say, no one is responding to you. That's kind of the essence that kind of differentiates a little bit between, yeah, if you go to an Italian place, right, an Italian family, yeah, it's about food, it's about being full and stuff, but it's not in the extent that I'm describing, where the person who's older doesn't listen to you at all. And that's just how they show. It's one of the things that, instead of, that's not disrespectful, it's over compassionate. It's over compassionism, right? Like that's their way of expression, right? Meanwhile, in the West, while you know you always get food given to you and lots of food culture still exists, there's still an element of respect by like actively listening to each other. And when you don't argue with the mother. Well, you can't even argue with them, because they'll just say, they'll just like keep going on their business, like, oh yeah, I they don't even acknowledge that they hear you. Like, it just go with it. Like, don't even question. Don't question it. Well, so it works both ways. And if you're like, if you've done something wrong, you're not gonna hear the rest. You're not gonna hear the end of it. Not for like the next 3 days. It's one of those things, you know you're never gonna hear the end of it, so you fear ever making that mistake again. Like they will hold it against you. It's so like all the passive aggressiveness, like all the sorts of a passive aggressiveness. Like there's so much passive aggressiveness. There's definitely a cultural difference, but I actually didn't see it coming because my girlfriend herself is so similar to you. Yeah, because she's also Norwegian inclined, right? Love her fam though, and in one way I'm kind of jealous because everyone in her family seems so close. There was just a little bit more, a little tiny thing. Many of the times when my multi-American friends always constantly there's this thing at the intersection of this a lot of times when they talk about being close, right? The close oftentimes is, there's close in like direct closeness, and then there's, in my opinion, the Eastern version, the closeness in indirectness. So like when there, so for example, there's like this explicitness that comes with displays of affection, right? But the display is often indirect in versus direct. It's not to say that neither is ideal or like which one is better or which not, but the closeness often is hyper aware to the form that you don't see too often. So I'm doing a perspective shift. So your sense of ability to pick up on the nuances of her family dynamics is due to, in my opinion, due to the cultural differences, the cultural dissonance, right? Like the unexpectedness of things. So it's very nice to pick up on them, and they're very hypersensitive to that. Meanwhile, your girlfriend probably could say similar things about your family dynamics if she's around your family dynamics. So a lot of times the thing that very much appeals to my American friends are the idea of things like oh hey, your family hangs out all the time, like hangs out, talks all the time. And my closeness is my parents show up, they pick up all my stuff, they feed me, and we move on. Right? There's no element of like we need to remind each other we love each other. Right? It's one of those things like I don't know. I flip the car. I call my parents and they're there. That's it. Like, they're not gonna even ask anything. They're just like, all right, I'm here. Let's take care of this. Let's go. It's kind of like the indirectness of things. Like parents fill a role. Parents fill a role and they must fill it. and you as the child fill a role, and you must fill it as well, right? As a child, right? You hold yourself to a standard. So if you got into trouble, your parents probably assume that you've done your best, and it was an unavoidable trouble. And then when you ask your parents to do something, if they can't obligate to do it, but they're trying their best regardless. In contrast, the amount of time you spend explaining these things and possibly excusing these things and then reaching a compromise and stuff, that's how togetherness is felt, in my opinion. And when I look at my westernized friends, I like that too. It tells me that your families are really close together. Well, core family-wise, we are pretty similar, but very close to each other's families. I was mainly surprised at how close the whole family tree is. Oh, okay, that type of family dynamic. That's fair. Yeah, for Vietnamese. Oh, you're talking about like family contacts. Ooh, I can't really, I'm an oddball out on that one. Statistically, extended families stay together. Especially for like Asian families, transplanted Asian families. However, my family is an oddball, so we're like a statistical oddity where my immediate family sit together, but we're not that far away. My family is you're in trouble when you have to count your family members, right? I think my one cousin removed, like one remove as in my father's siblings, right? For example, my father's siblings and my mother's siblings, right? My mother's siblings, they're the immigration generation, the immigrant generation, right? We're looking at 30 plus members of the family. Yeah, we have 30 plus members. So, however, my sister and I are American born. So, we're an immediate family of 4. As opposed to like my father, who is one of 5 across 30 years. Maybe almost 30 years. A family of 5 across approximately 30 years. Times were different. But you are still right in the assumption though, because I've told my girlfriend about it and she doesn't feel that way herself. She herself feels like the relationships are fake. Yeah. And at its core, she feels as if we are on equal footing, if that makes sense. Yeah. So, I know the novelty of things, right? Like I know that the novelty of things make us really, really romanticize things that we don't have. It's kind of the whole grass is greener perspective. You become incredibly, the human condition dictates that the things we are very familiar with, we become very complacent, right? And I remind myself every day to be grateful to what I have with my parents. Because the longer you live, the more it becomes less and less significant or fake as you feel. It feels numbed out. So I keep trying to remind myself how grateful and different my parents express their love while participating. In order to gain that appreciation is to participate in other people's culture. So I love being around my friends' families because they share a relationship that is so contrastingly different, and you can't quite put your finger on it, what it is. And then when you come back to your family dynamics, you can compare and contrast all those things, and you can really pick out some stuff. one of the most things is my parents don't explicitly express anything. We don't say like love you, hug, we don't touch, like, and I know that's kind of gonna be like, what the heck is that? Like, you weren't raised with like hugs and kisses and stuff? It's like, no, not particularly, but it's very different. So when you meet someone like your girlfriend, for example, or you meet a significant other from a different culture, it's so great to introduce yourself to each other's families, because they'll point out all the interesting things about it. And that's why I kind of like language learning too, if you know what I mean. It's a reflexive of language learning. You're pointing out and comparing and contrasting and being able to reappreciate and appreciate other cultures, and it brings new light and perspective on your own cultures. I'm sure your girlfriend's family are filled with lots of unconditional love, but that unconditional love is not explicitly the same way that your family demonstrates their love. But that's kind of the idea of the human condition, right? It's, you get too used to the things you're always surrounded with, but you are hyper attentive and interested in the things you aren't surrounded with, and then it makes everything kind of easy in a sense. But it kind of seems like, I don't think it's equal foot. I wouldn't say the word equal footing, but different footing. And that's kind of what it's so precious about, in my opinion, it's so precious about multicultural families. I'm biased, obviously, right? I'm particularly biased. Although my household technically is one thing. Both my parents are Fujianese. So I'm like the oddball out. Me and my sister are the counterweights to my parents. We talk about, you know, Americans do this, and then Chinese people do this, back and forth all the time. It helps us appreciate what is and what isn't. You hear the phrase like, whoa, Chinese people don't do this. Like, okay, fair enough. And I'm like, but American people don't do that, you know, like that kind of thing. I do it with a smile, honestly. It can be frustrating at times, but it's totally worth talking about the things. So maybe it's just my outside goggles blinding you. I think that's endearing. I think that's incredibly endearing. It only shows kind of how much you're invested in your girlfriend's life, in my opinion. That's a wonderful green flag, if I've ever seen one.
この
You should be all up in that goggles, you know? Blinders are great, as long as it doesn't stop you from helping her sometimes. I don't want to go into a dark place. I like the sentiment we ended on, but yeah, when it comes to like helping someone, blinders might not be as great. However, when everything's all sunshine and rainbows and working well, you can goggle blind yourself all you want. That's kind of incredibly endearing. One thing that shocked me is how quickly they kind of adapted to having me there. Not even 1 hour after greeting her parents, they sent ride their ATV with her little brother to watch over him because he's not allowed. Yeah. They sent me to ride their ATV with her little brother to watch. Oh yeah. Instant trust. That's great. That means they accepted you. You know, that's cool, right? That's really adorable, by the way.
No.
Like, I remember the first time when I had, my parents don't host very much, but when it, your enthusiasm reminds me of my sister's best friend, who's also my best friend. She, like, whenever she has the opportunity to like enter our household, she would be enamored, and she would get like all worked up and really hype. But the moment she walks through the door, my parents basically treat her as like anybody else. Basically, like, do you want to eat? And say, oh, that's so fantastic and normal. It's like, this is normal. Like, it's one of those things, like, the irony here is my parents isn't doing anything special. And if they're not doing anything special, that means you're accepted, right? When in Asian, in my opinion, if an Asian household is bending over backwards to trying to accommodate you, then they still see you as a stranger, as in like your occasional visitor. But if they suddenly just like treat you like anyone else in the household, you're part of the family immediately. Where their little brother drove like crazy. Yeah. Like one of the things that immediately is very apparent is like what you know, a person would ask, like, what do I do now? Like, we're done eating. Do I sit down? Do I hang out in the living room? And then everyone's like just sprawled out on the floor or looking at the kitchen, like sitting down and looking at the TV. And it's like, no, just lie down or something. You want to go to bed? Just here's some blankets and here's a mattress. You can go to sleep if you want. Like that's it. Welcome to the family. Right? Welcome to the family. You're no longer, in a way, the way to show that everyone trusts you is they don't have to worry about you anymore. So you just chill and do whatever. Like, do you want to go to the backyard? And it's one of those things. Does your family ever look at someone weird when they suddenly just go to someone's refrigerator and pick out whatever and just eat? I think, to me, both Eastern and Western, if you can do that in someone else's house, I think you're a part of the family, in my opinion. I think that's one of the funny coinciding things. The moment you're just gonna take a nap and you wake up in someone else's house, right? Like, you're the guest, you just open their refrigerator and you pick out whatever and you just eat, and then you just close it, and it's like, yeah, nothing weird happened. That would be strange for sure. They wouldn't look at my girlfriend strangely for it though. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's kind of the fun East meets West thing. If you're the refrigerator test, I don't know if there's a skit out there. If someone like did a skit out there for like multicultural testing, but I feel this is something both would be constitute as a little weird in both lots of Eastern cultures and Western cultures. But if you can pull it off, that means you're basically a member of the family. You walk in, you open up the fridge, and you're like, oh, hey, some cheese, yoink, and then you close it, and everyone's like continuing to like watch their TV or whatever they're doing. It's like, yep, that's normal. That's the mi casa su casa, right? Mi casa es su casa. That's it. And I've done that a couple of times. It's to the point where I've been literally told that. Like, for example, when someone comes up to you and say like, hey, if you want something to drink, just go to the fridge and go get it. Like, yeah, like, welcome to the family. Like, you know, if you need any snacks or something, you know where to go. Like, our pantry has some stuff, you know, just go and raid the pantry and whatnot. And food, it centers around food is what I'm saying. If you have free access to food without the guidance of anything, I think that is a wonderful place where I would say universally, even if you're in a Western household or an Eastern household, the moment someone just says, hey, you know, I put some food in the fridge for you, so if you're hungry, just go to the fridge, grab whatever you want, and eat. And I think that, to me, summarizes a multicultural interaction in the United States, at least. Whether the house is Asian or the house is Western, the moment someone says, yeah, you know, I'm gonna go to bed now, but we have a lot of food and stuff and leftovers and whatnot. So if you have like the munchies or something, just go and get it. Like that's it. I had a friend back in primary school who was visiting one time. I remember he had the nerve to open out our fridge and ask me, "What do you want?" Like, oh, he kind of jumped the gun a little bit. I used to be really shy. Like, I would ask, I'm kind of thirsty, but I don't want to bother them. So I would sit there and I would be like, I'm really thirsty. Like, I'm really thirsty. And the whole time, my friend's family was like, why didn't you go get it? Like, if you're thirsty, why didn't you just go and get the drink? I'm like, I don't know. If you know what I mean. So like it was things like, oh man, I'm so thirsty. And the reason why they didn't ask is because they just assume you've been here so many times, you know where the water is, you know where the soda is. Why didn't you go and get it? So it took me a while to read between the lines, but generally speaking, I would say universally, the moment even a tiger mom, like a Asian tiger mom, would say, we have to go to bed to go to work tomorrow, but we left like a 6-course meal in the refrigerator. So if you want to stay up till like 4 a.m. and stuff, you can always pop the things in the microwave and yeah, go eat. You were the same way? You ever visit a friend and go, ma'am, I'm getting pretty hungry. Then he goes over to his mom and say, you're hungry? Like, what? Yeah. For me, whenever I have guests, I need to make that, I make that transition as quickly as possible. So what I mean is, if I'm hosting, I would go out of my way to make sure that the food is available in plain sight. So then the moment the person gets, I think this is a universal thing, in my opinion. After spending so much time interacting between like Asian cultures and US culture, like American cultures, Americanized cultures and whatnot, to me, I would bring out a folding table and I would deliberately go and shop for snacks, and I place those snacks there, like in plain sight. And the idea is that you can completely break down the bridge and make someone feel at home when you have food and drinks accessible, right? And that's kind of, at least that's where, from my experience, I felt really great afterwards, obviously. I was that guy that would sit there and like, yo, man, I could really go for a bubble tea right now, or like eat 3 things. It's like, should I eat more? Like, it didn't make a lot. Should I eat more? I used to be a hungry kid. I was like a 6 or 7 serving kind of kid. So, but largely I would refrain because there wasn't this understanding. I didn't have a level of awareness. And when you get initiated to someone's refrigerator or a family's refrigerator, that's when you know you're part of the family. It's so core to the human condition to have access to food, right? To sustenance. When you're hungry, you can get it where you are. That's home, in my opinion, in both any culture. When you're in a space that feels like home, it protects you from the weather, it protects you from the elements, and you have a source of nourishment at any time. That is home. That's a home away from home, and a new home or an extra home, that kind of thing. And I think that actually bridges cultural lines, regardless of what type of culture you're from. The moment you feel safe, have a source of nutrients, a place to sleep, right? There were times where I would literally be sleeping, like dude, are you tired? Just go chill on the couch. Like, go to bed. Here, I'll grab you like a blanket and a pillow. Like, it's okay if you're not awake while you're here. That's fine. I remember there were times when I was so tired, I basically just fell asleep sitting up on the on like a sofa seat or something, and then no one like bothered me for like an hour, and then they were just playing outside, and I get back up and say, all right, I'm good, let's go over to the refrigerator, you know, hydrate a little bit, and then join the rest. Don't even need to be there. Yeah, it's basically your home, right? It's your second home. It's crazy. I love that feeling. It's the rite of passage. You just know where to crash. You fall asleep, someone put a blanket on you, and you wake up with a blanket on you. That's it. That's that wholesomeness. Like, no one asks. Like, they're not gonna move you or anything. It's like you basically decided you're a cat. Oh, it's kind of like a cat and a dog, right? Like your dog, you know, you have a meet and greet with your pets, right? And your pets like each other, and suddenly all of a sudden they're asleep on your floor. They feel safe, right? They feel safe, not threatened, comfortable, and then you put out some food for them. That's how. I know I just compared human relations with pets, but that's kind of like the purity of it. The idea that you can fall asleep in someone else's house is also an indicator to at least the host that they also feel safe. So it's like a mutual understanding. It's so implicit. It's like, in my opinion, is almost essential for human interaction. It bridges cultural lines. It removes the intellectual component and make it so core to the human condition. If you come to my house and you ate something and you're so comfortable that you could go to sleep without feeling insecure, then you're treating the place as a home, right? And I have also succeeded in making the person feel comfortable. So it's often a win-win, right? People don't choose to sleep really well or eat really well in a place that they're not welcomed, or they don't feel welcome or belonging to. And I think every culture strives to at least be that when they are welcoming a new member to the family, right? So that's kind of the stuff that anime captures a lot, actually. There are quite a lot of anime where there's a stranger, and then the first thing they discover is they feel at home. What do? They take a nap. Sleeping is scary. I mean, you can look at animals all the time, but humans are still very primal. So in this nature, you don't sleep well in a place you feel unwelcomed, or you don't even sleep well when you're not well fed and sleep. Like the whole expression sleeping in a stranger's house. If you can sleep, it's no longer a stranger's house, right? Because humans are easily most vulnerable when they're asleep. Outside of, like, you know, going to the bathroom and stuff. We're not going to talk about bathroom things. Bathroom things is like a even higher level of trust. When you just suddenly be like, I'm just going to go to the bathroom now. Couldn't help but think of a homeless Maku on the street when you said going to the street, then going to sleep, then waking up with a blanket on you. Dude, I'm very grateful that I haven't been homeless. I have slept outside in a weird way before, but that's not due to homelessness. So I do feel pretty privileged in my life that I didn't have to be homeless. On a serious note. But yeah, all these things I'm talking about is because when I was a kid, I was very socially awkward. So I spent most of my time observing the stuff. It's difficult to know what is etiquette and what is like implicit, what is explicit. It's often a lot easier if it's explicit. However, you have to get really used to like nonverbal communication, right? And then passive aggressiveness and all that stuff. So constantly living between different situations, you kind of spend most of your time really scared. And oftentimes while you're scared, you're spending most of your time observing these things. And I absolutely love it when things just click. I think the biggest compliment a host can have is when their guests find it okay to sleep. Like, feel less imposing or not apprehensive in saying, hey, you know, we can hang out longer. That is one of the highest compliments, in my opinion. That's personal though. That's personally my preference. Sometimes other hosts may feel of inconvenience, right? So I'm only speaking for myself in that very end comment. I wouldn't host if I'm incapable of housing the people. There's a darker reason for this. Usually when you hosting, there's also libations in the Western culture, right? There people drink, right? And the last thing I really want to do is put them out on the street being unable to drink and partake in social activities if I'm hosting and I can't even accommodate them to stay, right? That's not my jam. It's not pragmatic in a manner to speak. I don't like the idea of people driving home after feeling great in the evening. So if I'm hosting, you're staying. That's the idea anyways. Okay. What is that like in Norway? I don't imagine going out at night in Norway is pleasant, right? Or are you guys just built differently and it's like, nah, it's brisk. It's brisk at night. Just a casual thing. Going on or sleeping over at someone. Sleeping over. Like when you're hosting and hosting family, do you often go with the expectation of the family staying over? Or like, and by family I mean any type of person that you treat like family, right? How does that work in Norway for you? Kono, and then I'll try to finish this lesson. このアーティストのコンサートに行きたいです。
行きたいです。
行きたいです。行きたいです。Okay.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Yes. Oh, I'm really behind.
真ん中の席を予約しましょう。
真ん中の席を
真ん中の席を予約しましょう。
予約しましょう。
予約しましょう。
We should reserve a middle seat. Okay, sure. What time do you want to go out?
何時に
出かけたいですか? If it's anything involving drinks where people don't drive, then it's pretty normal for people to sleep over. If I host for a few people, I'll happily allow my 3 to 4 closest to crash on the couch or something. I see. Any Japanese YouTube channel that I would recommend watching? Oh. I can tell you channels that I am watching. I really like this guy. This guy earlier on, right now, is my jam right now. It's a much smaller channel, but I kind of like it because, so generally when I recommend things is whatever I have on board. So let me grab this guy. And small time dude, like this guy. Right now, I'm spending most of my time watching this guy. What's his name? A Japanese was Shun. Someone introduced me to this guy. You might like this guy if you like this type of content. There's another guy who's been doing it for a lot longer, and someone recommended this person to me. The person's a little outside my range, my competence range, but I like to think at some point I will be able to understand this guy a little bit better. Let me see. Apparently this guy is very influential in podcasting and has a Spotify thing, but you can view most of the stuff on his YouTube channel. He even had like an introduction where he said, "This is my new podcast YouTube channel thing." So that guy. Although they're both very similar, only the guy in the beginning, by coincidence, I encountered that guy, and he's newer to the scene. Hopefully those are kind of interesting. I like I don't know too much about Yuyu at Nihongo Podcast, but Shun is a really vibrant kind of person, and he was one of the videos I saw originally was when he was in Osaka interviewing other people on what they do on the weekends. So I felt it was around N5, N4 to me personally, and I'm an N5, N4 person. But if you want to review something or native stuff, that's kind of what I'm watching right now. They're like doing like nearly kind of out of my reach. Sometimes it feels like N3. But that's what I'm watching right now. Yeah, so Shun focuses a lot on trying to make talk about random things and like vlogging at an N5, N4 level. So I enjoy it quite a bit for now. And Yuyu is higher. Someone else who knows Japanese a lot better than I do stopped by yesterday and suggested that. So I scoped it out. They have like huge read-along segments of their podcast. So there's some complex topics in there. I haven't explored all of it because I only had one evening, but I listened to the person's casual podcast talk, and they talked about like moving and living in a different place kind of topics. I rarely ever drink myself anymore though, so if it's me who's going over, then I usually always drive home. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, you're welcome, Vither-san. I don't know what your what is your Japanese comprehension at, Vither-san? I'm still, I would argue when it comes to like speaking and listening to stuff, I'm still around N4, N5 and N4. Like I'm only getting 70 to 80% of stuff, and it will be way much longer while before I even feel confident to say I'm like N4 plus. Like I'm somewhere between N5 and N. So most of the stuff that, if you're gonna ask me what I'm doing right now, they're probably N5 and N. The other stuff is, if you're familiar with Todaku, Tadoku. I use this site as well. The stuff that I enjoy, I use this if I'm not. I can't really tell, but it's really beginning phrase. Okay. For this, Tadoku is a free book source. It's grade reading. So it's the other type of kind of like popular way of, if you don't want to listen too often, Tadoku grade readers, you can choose to listen. There's an audio track at the same time. There's also pictorial things in the books, And they also have the words printed out. And the whole idea is you have to pick a book that is slightly out of your reach so that you can listen along. You can even read along if you want, however flexible you want, and it's free source. Tadoku is the other one, which is recommended by another person that I know who's like cheating on me with listening to a Japanese Minecraft streamer. I'm still waiting for Lotus to suddenly come back and say, nah. Yeah, those are the two things I do at night. So after I stop trying to learn some new vocabulary from Duolingo, I find the lowest thing. I think shun to me, by coincidence, I know there's probably plenty of other people. Shun is the first person I encountered that is probably at the lowest level, and I do feel like I like to start at the lowest level. So you can probably pick up a lot of vocabulary and stuff. There's like pop-ups with text and stuff. So hopefully that helps. So you always drive home, huh, Sub-Zero? But yeah, the reason is that transportation can be pretty limited at night. So some people literally rely on crashing over at someone or else they can't come. Yeah. For me, if I had to host, I don't want people driving home at night. It's like the worst feeling ever. If you know what I mean. I know you just said if you take it upon yourself, I can understand that. But I'd probably insist you stay anyways. Because I like the idea of someone getting up to drive somewhere. As in, like, you're wired and you're more inclined to reach the day with energy. That drive home at evening, it can be very bittersweet. It's like you're not rested, but you want to rest, that kind of thing. And I often love the idea that it saves me a lot of worry and concern, because if you're coming to my house, I'm already probably fairly close to you to some extent, and putting you out in the cold, so to speak, not in a bad way, but putting you out in the cold, I mean, I'm sure a Norwegian would understand about putting you out in the cold. I would insist the person stay. If not, some kind of accommodation. But that's because I would accept hosting if I am able to do, as opposed to winging it, right? Instead of winging it. No one drives home in the evening. Come on, Sub-Zero. No one put you out. I'm just kidding. Of course. I've done that drive before. I have done the evening drive, and I don't usually drink as well. I like partaking in the social activity of drinking, but generally I'm the designated driver. I tend to be the designated driver. So because I don't like people driving home in the evening when they're tired or they've spent most of their energy, I'm usually the person who stays alert, try to keep myself up energy wise, and then I am the person to drive the rest of the people home. So at least that. What do you mean? Listening to sad songs during the drive home is part of the event? I think starting a new day by leaving somewhere is a bit more approachable than wanting to stay and consolidating before, you know. It's kind of like an RPG, right? When you're playing a video game, it's nice to set out first thing in the morning as opposed to set out at night. And farewells at night are not are a little bit universally not as nice, in my opinion, right? It's a little bit more bittersweet. So send them off in the morning along with more food, you know, like, hey, yeah, you're going, I know you're about to go and eat breakfast at a local diner, but here's some more food. We can't keep this in our fridge. Like, you need to take this food. So you slam some food in their faces and then you send them along their way. That's how you do it. If my mother asks you, like, do you want some food to go? and you're like, nah, we're gonna go eat later. It's like, you want some food? Like, okay, I'll go make some food. Like, here, and then, or like, I'll go pack some food, and then you're given the impression that my mother is going to pack some food, as in like the leftovers. Then you suddenly just hear the oven turn on, or like the gas range turn on. It's like, wait a minute, I thought you were. And then you stand there for like 30 minutes at the door. It's like, wait, I thought she was just gonna give us. No, sometimes it turns out that they're going to make more food. You know, like, but we gotta go soon. It's like, wait, just wait for 30 minutes. Like, we're working on packing some leftovers. Immediately, like, some new food appears, and then they're on their way, and then you send them on their way. Sometimes it's like the person's about to leave, but then 30 minutes later they're back at the table eating again before they leave. You know, it's like, okay, just one more meal. Let's just eat one more time. Let's go back to the table and eat one more time before we leave. We're okay. We were gonna run 30 minutes early anyways. Sounds like your mom's trait has changed. Well, it's certainly a cultural thing, right? It's tough. One of the difficulties a lot of times though with this approach is when people are on tight schedules. I think to me, I wish that everyone has the flexibility to just say, okay, that's fine, I don't need to be on time. Like, the problem with that is there are people who need to be on time, so you have to at least be compromising. My parents might not be as compromising. They're like, what's the big deal? Like, what if you are 15 minutes? It's like, it's important to them, Mom. Like that's important. Like, we're not, you know, it's not the decorum, right? This is a lot of times you get that whole stereotype about the Americanized way of schedule, right? Scheduling, lots of time management. So it may not translate all the time, and I can understand that. I would definitely try as best as I can. I feel like it's not only a cultural thing, but a generational thing too, right? My parents aren't as bad when it comes to it, but my grandparents were definitely like that. 3 plates of food was never enough. Yeah. People, I earnestly feel like, this is a deep cut here. I earnestly feel that, I don't know if it's societal pressures, whatever country you're in, whatever country I'm in, but the internet has often perpetuated this urgency to do everything, right? And as someone who is almost 40 years old, I naturally think that the current generation I'm looking at, like Gen Z and the Gen Alpha, they've gotten so much urgency, and I don't know where that I have suspicions of where that urgency is coming from. I talk about the internet hustle culture a lot, but I'm kind of a bleeding heart when it comes to seeing someone who's having such a great time, and then you see their faces like, oh, I really want to, but the only thing that was keeping them is, I gotta keep up, like I got a lot of things to do. I'm like, that's too bad. Like, sometimes I guess life don't wait for you, but man, there are people you see in the younger generation, in my opinion, there are people I see that if there was a way I could get them to say, just take a little bit longer, and then like maybe they'll smile more or something like that, you know, like be a little less stressed out. The pace is really fast these days, and I even annoy people by how slowly I go about doing things. And I think I'm only getting slower as I'm getting older. Be a little stressed out, Kappa. Yeah, I've slowed down a lot. I think that's probably one thing that if you're 20 and if you're still constantly trying to hold up maximizing your time, it's not gonna hold up into your older age. It's not a time to be so stressed out about time. And sometimes you'd be really surprised at how much happier you are when you can slow down and take a deep breath, right? Breathe sometimes. And if anything, if you're a person that can host something, honestly, I would buy a house. I don't own a house, by the way. I would buy a house just for the sole purpose of maybe like, if I meet someone like that, invite them over for one day and say, hey, can you give me 2 days? Plan for 2 days, but we're only gonna chill for 1 day. Come over, slow down, right? Chill, do less, have a great meal, and my attempt would be to try to make you temporarily forget about something, right? Temporarily just relax out of that thing, because nowadays you're always reminded of what you need to do, at least what you feel like you need to do. And that's kind of it's overrepresented in someone's schedule, in my opinion. Balance. So I'm here to balance that, I suppose. A good conversation is worth having.
4時頃出かけたいです。
Meanwhile, someone's like basically triggered like, dude, you haven't completed your lessons today. Get with it.
4時頃出かけたいです。
Yeah, nothing beats having some friends over and just zoning out from life for a bit. Yeah. Actually, one might say that's something that you need in your life, right? Like, my thought of it is, I don't know if this happens in Norway or not. This is kind of a Americana vision a lot of times where I live, but slightly cold outside. We're not gonna say like whatever is slightly cold for you. Being around a bonfire, and you're just chilling and staring at the fire. You know, relaxing, like maybe your favorite beverage, and then someone is like, hey, you want some, I don't know, something that maybe like cheese or some meat, and then you just sit there, watch the day go down, the sun sets. I'm sorry if that's not something that's very relatable, but sun sets, you see the slow passage of time, but then you see your company. You're around your company, and you just have this very mellow moment, knowing that you can exist in the present with other people. Yeah, outdoor movie night. Oh yeah, outdoor movie night. I haven't done that in a while. Since COVID, really. COVID kind of really wrecked that whole scenery. And I think people are still coming out of that funk, in my opinion. Not I call it a funk, but calling it more of an isolation. Going out. I can't wait. Every year I volunteer at an anime convention, and that's where I get my kicks. Just sitting there watching these people, like, they have not a care in the world for the next 3 days, other than shenanigans and anime. And anything unapologetically otaku. Just saying, a convention is pretty electric.
4時頃出かけたいです。4時
4時頃出かけたいです。
出かけたいです。
Kind of miss COVID, not the harm from it though, of course. Kind of miss, but it was so peaceful outside, especially compared to usual. Oh, okay, fair enough. Oh, you live in the city? I used to live in a city too, and it's nice to take a break from the city a lot. The hustle bustle of the city can weigh someone down. It's nice to have both. You know, when you're feeling a little sluggish, hit the city, get that electric energy, exhaust yourself, come back to a more chilled environment. Obviously, I'm speaking from a very privileged position. I wish ideally that people have both those states. A time when to be busy, a time when to relax. And I naturally lost one of my jobs too because it was COVID protection. Oh. Oh, you live in the capital of Norway. Is that Oslo? I don't want to mess this up. I almost said Helsinki, but that's your neighbor. It's Oslo, isn't it? Let me double check. Wait, which one's is oh yeah, Helsinki is Finland. Oh no, it's not even your neighbor. I was thinking of Finland at first. Yeah, Oslo. The only reason I know is because Magnus. You ever watch Magnus Meatball? The rock climber? He's pretty much your de facto representative. Sorry. He's a great guy, by the way. He's practically the Norwegian the climber. Yeah, but I never heard of him until recently. Oh, okay. He's a great representative, in my opinion, in a content creation space. He's incredibly charming, at least within frame. It's wonderful to have content creators that have a very desirable charisma, right? And less sensational but humble charisma to them. Can't really say that for the United States. It's a mixed bag. But I think Magnus makes a great case for a de facto representative of Norway, in my opinion. I think PewDiePie does well for Sweden. I don't remember. What is that Dave guy, the bass guy? I don't know where he's from. Denmark? I'm not sure if it's Denmark. Am I into rock climbing myself? No. That terrifies me to no end. I've climbed things before. I like bouldering. So I don't mind the gym thing, which is what he does a lot. But rock climbing itself, like the act of rock climbing, that's exceptionally terrifying. However, I do like the idea of bouldering and the gym type of thing. I don't have a facility nearby though for that kind of thing.
4時頃出かけたいです。
Are you into rock climbing? You are Norwegian, so isn't that just like in your blood? I'm just kidding, obviously. Just kidding. But you were born a rock climber, weren't you? You're more stay on the land type of guy? Sub-Zero, are you even Norwegian? I'm just kidding. Obviously I'm just kidding. Here's one that I typically do all the time. I'm not that great at math. You know? I know, gasp. An Asian not really great at math. Who would have thought? No sir. Oh, and I don't do gymnastics, and I definitely cannot dive. I'm a terrible diver. I don't actually like the water that much. Just to like balance out the stereotypes, right? In terms of the whole perception. Although I do have to admit, speaking of the Japanese culture, recently Magnus had an opportunity to hang out with the top Japanese rock climbers, and apparently the Japanese scene, they're one of the highest performing teams in rock climbing, like almost undisputably one of the highest. So it was kind of interesting to see Magnus interacting with a Japanese person. And guess what? The Japanese they spoke, I could understand it. He had a translator. He had an interpreter along the way, but they were very humble. They spoke some English. You can clearly hear their English, but the Japanese, when they were talking, like they were a couple, they were like a super couple. It was very cute, like a husband wife, like superstar team, and they were chatting between, and they were using like Japanese to talk about Magnus, and then Magnus got the interpreter to, and it was, they were keeping it low, right? So it was very casual, low level Japanese, and it was pretty good. Pretty good, pretty cool. I didn't expect to do that. I mean, I didn't expect that to happen. I just happened to watch, like, oh yeah, they're gonna go talk to Japanese rock climbers. I'm curious if they use Japanese in it, and that was pretty sweet. Yeah, I've only rock climbed a few times. Skiing and soccer are like the most popular activities that I can think of at the top of my... Oh. Skiing, I can imagine. Soccer? Are you saying soccer because I'm American? I resent that. I'm just kidding. But really, did you say soccer because I'm American? If you did, that's pretty cool. Like, you automatically did soccer. I personally appreciate it. Obviously, I know the difference between football and... I actually say football more often than I say soccer. I'm not a soccer player. Or I'm not into soccer. So, most of the time I refer to it by as international activity. Although that's funny I say that, right? Funny I say soccer. And in Duolingo, soccer in Japanese is introduced as saka. There is a Japanese word for soccer, though. Someone told me. It's... Kaikyu? No. Oh my gosh, there's also football. Football next to saka. Oh, saka is the most it's the most commonly used. Oh, interesting. Oh, I might be talking about volleyball. Volleyball, well, yeah, volleyball probably has more common one. There's no... I could have sworn there was a... Huh. Weird. No, you usually always say soccer regardless because there's no confusion for Brits or Americans, even though it might take some while. Interesting. Okay, alright, Sub-Zero. This is going to be a very, very carefully worded statement, but do you think that's representative of the vast majority of Norwegian? When they choose to accommodate the confusion between British and American, like British and Americans with the rest of the world, or is that something that you consciously choose? I'm always curious how societal pressures affect people I'm talking to, because I definitely choose certain words. In the United States, obviously, it's practically a meme now. The consideration of using specific words in the United States, it's so hyper-focused. So naturally, I'm also hyper-focused and interested how other people choose their English words. Much like Japanese, much like learning Japanese.
4時頃出かけたいです。
出かけたいです。出かけたいです。I don't really like saying dekake tai desu. It's kind of hard. It's always been weird too. I think most people don't think about it, and they might use both. Same way I'll write color and no, I'm just kidding. In fact, I don't even know which one is which. Oh, really? Which one do you think is which? Low key, I actually write it with a U, but I don't think that helps you explain which one is which. Am I making you think one way or the other when I tell you that I actually write it with a U? Did you reacted to color? Then I'm assuming color is American. Oh, that sucks. You got me. You got me. I also write armor. I also write armor with a U. Yeah, so this is how you spell armor as well. Although you're talking to an American that says status. Status. Status is American. Instead of a status. Right. I don't even know how to represent it, so that's the best I got. I say status a lot. I don't say garage though. Heck, garages. Do you have a garage? You live in the city. I'm not even sure if that's a luxury. Like I feel like if you live in the city, why have a garage? Because you can get everywhere. You know? At least I think. Kipu? Where the heck is Kipu? Oh, wait. Oh.
チケット
They want chiketo. Chiketo or the middle seat. Okay, so like
真ん中
Manaka
の
no seki
席
no
の
chiketo. Chiketo
は
wa
高
takai
いです
You found another kanji that is talkative? Oh my gosh. Let me copy pasta this. Okay. Oh, can you wait, can I copy pasta this? How do you I don't even know how to do it in wait, did that work? Oh yeah, I got it. Okay. Whoa, wait, I need image. Oh, interesting. So it's like two dragons. That's still the same dragon, right? Two dragons on top of I recognize the bottom kanji. In the kanji on the bottom in my context is to say, or like ite. Someone introduced ite. Oh, you introduced ite. You used ite the other day, and then I recognize it as imas. So that one, or the left radical of many things. Left radical of many things, like hanashi, right? The left radical of hanashi. So it looks like two dragons on top of speaking. Some sort of speaking. That's pretty neat. I don't even know what accent I have, to be honest. I was talking to this one Scottish dude, and naturally I picked up his accent while speaking to him, and it almost seems like I was imitating him. Dude, I do that all the time. It's actually kind of fun. I don't know if it ever irritates anyone, like if I'm like being patronizing or not, but I actually like picking up accents. So there was this one time when I watched a lot of Sherlock, like the BBC Sherlock, right? And I was kind of engrossed into the whole portrayal of that British thing. At some point I didn't realize that I was still listening to British English, so at some point immediately I started talking to someone else, and I realized that I don't sound like the person I'm talking to, because I was assimilating the British television too much. There are times that I forget that I'm watching British television. Like, wait a minute. Oh yeah, this is British accent. It happened recently. What movie did I watch recently? Hold up. Oh. It's not really British accent, but it's British-like. So there was a movie that takes place in New England. New England is the Bostonian accent, which is a very close. It's the closest thing. It's arguably one of the closest things that is spoken in accent that is most prevalent in the United States, like appreciably prevalent, that is close to the British accent. So I was watching this movie and I'm like, wait a minute, where are we right now? The main character is speaking an American accent, but a lot of the people sound like somewhat British. It's like, where are we? And then eventually, like 15 minutes into the movie, it was revealed that it's New England, which is the northeast of the United States. And it has the Bostonian accent, which is very close to, it has elements of British accent in it. But for the longest time, I didn't even know that they were speaking a different accent, which happens a lot. Relatable. And then you start sounding like them. That's kind of how I feel about Japanese right now. I need to find like someone I resonate with, right? Eventually. And then I will probably naturally try to assimilate their accent over time because I watch them so often. I sound like a lot of people. Earnestly. The people I watch, the diction and the English that I use are very reminiscent of them, to the point where you can probably pull out 15 or 16 eccentric or maybe unique word choices, and they actually frequently come up because it's the pattern that's indicative of those people that I watch. Using words like indicative, you know, peculiar, a lot of times, or even filler words like interesting. In the way that I use interesting, not interesting in the way that other people use it. Most of these people tend to use the same filler words, which aren't necessarily considered filler words to other people. Like instead of using the word like all the time as the filler word, I use interesting. I assume two dragons speaking, I guess roaring, which would mean very talkative. Yeah, Gabriel. Still those dragons though. Still those dragons. Mm-hmm.
何時に出かけたいですか? 何時に?
何時に blank?
何時に出かけたいですか?
Oh. 出かけたいですか?
出かけたいですか?
I'm gonna probably in the evening just sit here and
出かけたいです
say
出かけたいです
出かけたいです 出かけたいです I have notoriously have problems with 出かけたいです Okay. How about the middle seats? I don't know. How about it? 真ん中の席はどうですか? By the way, you mentioned having some anime nights, but what are your favorite animes? I don't think I know. How dare you ask me such a broad question? How dare you? My favorite animes are the ones I most recently watched. Do you think writing a sentence 1,000 times in Japanese will make you recognize it? That's a good question. I haven't done that in a long time. I think of repetition, like output repetition. I think output repetition, say like if you're saying without comprehension, right? Without comprehension. So say you're outputting, right? You're outputting without comprehension is what I'm. If you do this, I think it looks like this. So there's a threshold, in my opinion. This is like not really, I'm just brainstorming. My likelihood is there's going to be some X for the user that they will have a great combination of not being complacent. So this is complacency. Complacency. And this here is novelty. So there's going to be a point when the repetition hits where you become alert and constantly engaged in looking at the thing, looking at the subject, and then finding it. But after a certain threshold of repetition, you'll enter a phase where you become complacent, and you'll notice it less and less. However, when you're saying, does it make you recognize it? Sometimes it can become intuitive, right? It meets intuition. But without comprehension, I think the development of intuition is less likely. If you manage to establish comprehension, like encoding with like associated memory, like if you added associated memory or meaning, if you attach meaning and other things, then there's a chance that intuition goes up. And at that point, certainly you will become complacent, but it would taper off like here with comprehension. So that's kind of how I would pictorially say it. So 1,000 times for me, I would say where I am is, we're gonna say we're gonna say like 7 times per exposure. So usually exposure, I'm gonna say per day, is probably almost excess. However, my attempt is to constantly bolster this by using engagement. So most of the time I try to add new meaning. I try to develop new meaning on it so that then the act of repetition is associated with new meaning. So then you can recognize it more. There are many different ways you can recognize the context. So then say like if you're trying to recognize mannaka, there are many ways to get to mannaka as opposed to just completely dependent on the one action of writing it. If that helps. And this is how I approach Duolingo, by the way. Duolingo relies on raw input, and that input is static most of the time. I know there's some dynamics and choices and all that stuff, but it's largely, in my opinion, static from prompt to prompt. So what I can do is to try to change my approach over time. So it's better if I use days. So how many days before I enter a phase of complacency is how I would say this. So for me, is usually at a month's time. So a month's time is when I have to add something to it. I have to add to the method or change the method. You can change the method temporarily. So instead of like writing the same sentence for another 30 days, sorry, not 30 months, but 30 days, I would try to change the method and then I could come back to the original method. But the idea is I must starve my complacency. I have to keep staying alert and not being complacent. To be complacent is when you relax. So if you want to know where complacency is useful is when you're relaxing and meditating. So I use methods like Neverwinter, like playing live service games, to deliberately and intentionally allow me to be complacent so that I can relax and meditate. However, in terms of active learning, I must constantly change the repetition so that I can not end up being in a state of complacency or retention, is what I would usually focus on. So every 30 days, it's actually 25 days for Duolingo, I would summarize and then try to do something new to the workflow. What do you mean by static? The thing Gabriel is referring to is if you write a sentence, 1,000 times, as in the sentence itself is static, as in you're literally writing, like, would I sit there and write the kanji for for example, 1,000 times? Would it help me recognize it? And I'm drawing this graph is because there's going to be a point in which it not only doesn't help you, it can make you notice it even less because you become complacent. Without comprehension and meaning, there won't be a lot of things that will make you notice. When you walk outside, right? If you walk and make the trip to your favorite coffee shop 1,000 times, you will notice less and less about that action. You have to swap it up. You have to create new things in order to see it again. Yeah, so then you stop yourself from becoming complacent. And that's how I'm using it to retain 90 to 95% of Duolingo. These lessons are incredibly repetitious. And in order to not become complacent and like finding the right answer and doing the same thing, because you're getting less and less comprehension and you're noticing less and less, you're making error. It will probably increase your frequency of error as well. And just because you might be able to build intuition over time, complacency and intuition does go hand in hand. Solidifying complacency into intuition means that you're taking less in. So like if you rely on complacency to develop intuition, by the time it becomes intuition, it'll have less value, in my opinion. It'll be less comprehensive. So instead, I'd like to perpetually be in a state of dynamic input, or some people call it comprehensive input, like changing up the comprehensiveness while hoping that it becomes intuitive, right, over time. So the intuition comes from the building block of as many things as I can. So in kanji, when I'm thinking about Gabriel, right, when you're introducing to me verbose and the other verbose, the first thing I notice is you mentioned 4 dragons. I want a story about 4 dragons that I'll say for later. That makes that meaning stronger. And then when you say there's another verbose on top of another kanji that I know, that kanji, knowing that bottom kanji and saying it to myself helps me remember the 2 dragons above the kanji that I know. So all these like holistic ways are helping me retain things. Remembering verbose with the 4 dragons is a different encoding context than remembering the 2 dragons over the speak radical, right? Even though if it's not accurate or not, what happens is it increases your recall. At least that's in my opinion, and the recognizing of it. So you should study kanji that you already know the meaning of to better know it in different contexts, or should you try and recognize characters that you don't know in one context? That's a great question, actually. They're very different, and my answer would be both, but I obviously can't do them simultaneously. I think when you know something is novel, you can rely on repetition. So in this case, it's 2 situations, right? If it's a new kanji, I do exactly what Duolingo does. I repetitiously use it. So I use the kanji section right now. I use the kanji section every lesson set complete. I use that 15 minutes of bonus XP to repeat the kanji that was introduced. And then I do that after each lesson. So usually that means 8 repetitions. and as many times as I can in 15 minutes, right? So that's where I developed the repetitious nature. But now, after that, it's usually climbing up here. So the next time I enter the kanji phase and repeat, usually I already went through another bout of novelty. So then when I repeat this is no longer as familiar. So for example, like I stagger my kanji. So if I learn new kanji, I'll repeat this. Then Duolingo introduces new kanji, then I repeat this and this. Or the previous one, sorry. The previous one. And then a new one is introduced, right? Then I repeat these two. Because when I know new kanji, it can help me reflect on old kanji. And Duolingo kind of does this on its own, where Duolingo would introduce repeated kanji while introducing new kanji, and they separate it. It's about 1-to-1 now, where 1-to-1, where if there's an old kanji being reused, there's also new kanji. And that's kind of the pattern that Duolingo is using. So I'm using this pattern as well. So it naturally works to my advantage. When it comes to the kanji section, I actually think the way Duolingo introduces kanji is fantastic. The downside is it's the pace. I think most people will find the pace not to their liking. Oftentimes, Anki is faster because you determine the pace, right? You have to go through lesson sets in order to continue this thing. So the driver here for me is I go through lessons in order to unlock kanji. And then hopefully some grammar points. This is independent. We're not talking about grammar points at this point. Grammar points is an intellectual thing that is a little complicated than simply writing and recognizing something. So that's what I do. I go through this almost with every type of strategy, every type of skill that I work with. I set out to understand my metrics. So how do I measure my output? Determine what time frame it is before I enter a place of complacency. Right? When do I become complacent? I start somewhere, hypothetically. And then I find that period of optimal learning. And usually even the wind up, it's a little steeper. It's more like this. Right? Depending on how well you learn. Right? Depending on how well you learn. But when you initiate on novelty right in the beginning is pretty low because it's difficult, as in you don't know what's going on, right? But generally novelty spikes your recall and like what you're noticing because you have a lot of things you can notice. It's a new system. And then at some point you have to understand, when is it going to get old? When the knowledge gets old. You hear comments like, I already know this. I already know this content. Why do I need to practice? Why do I need to practice, right? Well, for me, I don't ask what I already know. I ask what I don't know yet. So as in, when something starts to feel old, I start asking, what else don't I know about this? How can I make this new again? Instead of telling myself, I already know this, so I can move on. That's probably the perspective. These are probably the perspective that most people come into trap. As in, at some point, they're going to become impatient. They don't slow down to review old foundations. They don't, eventually you become complacent. And what is the element of complacency? You overlook foundations. So some people might say, oh yeah, it's not that big a deal. You can get away with being high level all the time. That is fair. there's a skill that's invaluable when you're always practicing foundations. It teaches how you can be happy with patience. Like, it forces you to understand, to explore, how can you become patient? How can you practice self-motivation? What happens when things are diminished return? As in, like, when you plateau and stuff, diminished returns. All these skills only occur when you are challenged to do so. So you could be the superstar and just keep moving to new things. And you're never complacent, right? When you learn Japanese, you're done. You drop it. You might forget a lot of your Japanese, you move on to the next language. Then Japanese falls by the wayside for the next new brand thing. That can be very great. I think there are plenty of successful people who are able to combat complacency by constantly relying on novelty. And that's excellent. As in, the world is filled with so many wonderful things. The moment you can barely finish learning Japanese before you're moving on to the next thing, that is very healthy. That is absolutely very healthy, because you'll be happy, you'll always constantly be engaged. For me, I call myself an endurance person. So most of the time, I spin and reinvent the wheel most of the time for myself, not for other people, right? I'm not telling people like, oh, this is the way you need to use Duolingo or something. I'm reinventing the wheel for myself to keep complacency down. The more complacent you become in your techniques, the less and less you take in. And that's the deep cut here. After a certain amount of repetition, you actually get worse, in my opinion. I would argue that you actually slow down and you start taking in less. Because now you're doing what humans do so well. It's actually a good thing. It's actually a good thing, but not in this specific case, where you're so good at pattern recognition. I've already demonstrated this to myself. I know the answers. I can know the answers without ever looking at the prompt, without even listening to the prompt. All I need are the available answers, and I'll get the answer. That is repetition. You can learn to pick up the answers so well that it might as well be intuition. That's, in my opinion, why Duolingo, quote unquote, is terrible, right? It's not because it sucks at what it does. It's actually really good at what it does. And what does it do? It creates habits, like providing motivation. It makes things effortless, because you need a lot of motivation if things are very hard or motivated. So what happens is, when you establish habits, you become complacent. So one of the dualities, this is called, in my opinion, this is a duality of this type of gamification. And that's why I love Neverwinter, by the way. That's why I play Neverwinter. Gamification creates habits. And the habits, you stop doing less. You stop engaging in them. It's supposed to help you feel comfortable and relax. What is the major criticism of Duolingo? People eventually, after an extended period of time, think that they're learning, right? They're learning, but it no longer works. They're no longer learning. And to me, it's because they've reached a level of complacency. Duolingo can't provide any more novelty. It's not engaging you anymore. You're doing it as though it's a habit. It's a sustainable habit. Keep your streak alive. You're not learning anything anymore. The most engaging periods is when you stay non-complacent. So for most people, they don't develop the habit of negating complacency. They're not reinventing what Duolingo isn't reinventing. So Duolingo, the people at Duolingo, has this job. Their job is to constantly rotate like a game, like live service games. When do live service games die? Is when they stop rotating their content. If their content stops being novel, the engagement is gone. That doesn't mean those players aren't going to stop playing the game. They're going to be less and less engaged with the game. The people who are stuck and dependent on that habit for catharsis, like meditative, they'll continue to play the game. I continue to play Neverwinter because I know that it's a comfortable thing. I can talk, think of wild philosophy and stuff while playing the game because it requires nothing. It's effectively what people call brain rotting, right? But brain rotting is only if you're trying to be productive and you can't. I deliberately set time aside so I can do tasks like what most people actually do at Duolingo after a year. And sometimes it's earlier. I'm going to give people, I would say statistically, like myself, after 30 days, they're probably going to enter the complacency phase, which is when you're doing it as a habit as opposed to a learning input. So you'll retain less and less over time. You actually recognize less and less. You can always get the answer. You're so good and you become Duolingo fluent. That was the joke, but it's very true. I agree with most people. You become Duolingo fluent as in you understand the game. You understand the system, the pattern, because humans are so good at pattern recognition even when you don't think you are. That bypasses comprehension though. So my job here for myself is to stop that from ever happening. So why do I spend so much, in my opinion, for me, why do I spend so much time digressing and adding more things to it and talk about these things? Is it keeps it fresh. Like, I'm trying to use Duolingo as an inspiration, not a habit forming tool. I haven't actually formed the habit with Duolingo yet. Like, all my streams, day to day, I tell myself, oh, I have the schedule, I have these ideas, I should do this. But most of the stuff that are there is I total recall. That is so different. Every single new stream, the total recall is different. My discussions are constantly always different, right? It's for me to stop doing the same thing. If you become too complacent, you stop noticing things. And it's for better or for worse, but usually to me it's for worse because people stop caring about the things they used to love, right? When you treat the things you love, like language learning, as a min-max process, you purify it. You purify what you're looking for, but then you lose all the adulteration of everything else. And that is the problem with efficiency-based mindsets. If you have the personality, I would say if you have the personality, all the power to you to stay efficient. For most people, in my opinion, regardless of how committed they are, a little of adulteration in any way is, if it will trump efficiency because you have consistency, right? If you're consistent for only 30 days, being less consistent and being able to maintain it over a longer period of time, or skill like language learning, will more consistently be successful. But regardless, I personally work on things like mental health, right? Mental health management. You don't min-max, you do not min-max mental health. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So the philosophy that I'm bringing to language learning is language is like 6+ years. Like, if you do truly believe that language takes like 30 days or like 6 months, then perhaps efficiency is what is appropriate for you. But know that it is very, very challenging. And if you make it successful, that's why you get celebrated. It's very challenging. I usually don't take the route of highest challenge. I'm not here to flex on anyone. I'm a journey person. So why make it hard on myself by focusing on efficiency and pounding my complacency with brute force, than enjoying the ride by being consistent in the sense of having it very colorful, right? You sacrifice efficiency per time, but you become more consistent over time, like over a longer period of time. Yeah, I noticed that the faster you try lessons in Duolingo, I don't retain things, but when I slow down for some reason, I just retain things. Yeah. And it's even better if you can resonate with someone. So as long as you can establish more meaning and like other levels of complacency is like the worst thing in the human condition. Complacency is so you have, like, in my opinion, a lesson on the human condition, on how this works, and allow yourself to determine when you know, like, what are the, I can't tell anyone what the answers are to these things. You have to be able to be aware enough to know, yeah, I'm getting bored. So what do I do now? That type of thing deserves self-exploration. But you must also be able to tell when you're complacent. And all the things I'm doing now, why it takes so long, is because I don't care how slow I'm getting new vocabulary. In the long run, I have to repeat less. And I get to say more about anything. Like Gabriel, like, I won't forget verbose. Because we have dragons, 4 dragons, 2 dragons, right? 2 dragons and I'm going to call it a pedestal, right? And a pedestal. I can't draw those dragons yet. But these words mean so much more than someone who says, oh yeah, I need to remember that it's, guess what? 64 strokes, right? So I'm remembering these details. I slow down. I remember these details. And these details are what makes the unaccountable difference, in my opinion, in the value I spend my time with. Like, yes, I'm not getting to more vocabulary. Yes, I just spent like the last 2 minutes talking about the wholesome cultural differences between East and West when it comes to food culture. I'm sharing experiences with Sub-Zero, and that it's absolutely priceless, in my opinion, compared to trying to rush your way through. It makes it very colorless, is what I'm saying. And if you're a person that finds yourself feeling like you don't have joy anymore, like no joy, but you started with joy in language learning, I think what I'm saying might be helpful. It can be potentially be helpful. If you're still blitzing and you're like a polyglot and you're like acquiring 6 languages, this is not helpful to you. Like, slowing down, you don't need to slow down. But for me, I've been on the like high speed lane, and I have no fond memories because it was execution. As in, the only thing that was important to me is what I was focused on, as opposed to sitting back, doing something and seeing what happens. You rarely ever see more than you want to see if you're really focused on efficiency. I love this. I will forever, when I maybe learn pitch accent one day, I won't forget Jiao, right? I won't forget Jiao. I still remember Kurai, Gurai, Gurai, and Kurai, right? So that's kind of the thing. So that's kind of my element of, I'm not using Duolingo just because Duolingo does one of this stuff. I know my capacities. I've learned in so many ways. Graduate school, college, high school, they all went through different phases. I've learned self-study. I've had teachers. I've had mentors. I have parents. I have siblings. I have all of you, all the collective knowledge. If you can synthesize that information, memorizing things like another language is trivial, in my opinion. And I know that sounds very harsh and direct, but if you can understand yourself and how to maximize making yourself, like, motivate yourself to do anything, it's rarely a concern what you choose to learn. You'll make it work. So in my opinion, why am I using Duolingo? Well, oftentimes if someone tells me that a method is bad, it might be interesting to try to make it work. Because to me, it helps me practice the things for the important things in my life, right? How to keep someone happy, how to help someone when they're depressed, how to provide motivation when they don't have a source of motivation. Those are the important, in my opinion, personally, those are the more important problems to solve. Learning, being fluent in Japanese and being a native like speaker in Japanese, that's extra. So if I can encourage people to learn out of sheer spite that I'm learning Japanese with Duolingo and they can do better with other tools, so be it. I will sit here and I'll gladly congratulate them on demonstrating that because I exist, they decided to prove me wrong. Good for them. Am I any less happy knowing that they got the goal, get to the whatever their goal is faster? No. Because any happier or any sadder? It's because we don't have the same goals. My goal is to learn something using Duolingo. Did I learn something using Duolingo? The answer is yes. So no matter what someone says about how you don't learn anything in Duolingo, that is factually incorrect. Even if they wanted to be objective about it, it's actually incorrect. So I don't need their affirmation. However, if it motivates them to like improve Duolingo, or even pushes them to show that other tools are better, that's what competition does. Right? If it's not for their pride, for their arrogance, if they want to prove me wrong, let them do it. Because it also means that whoever follows them also gets another method that works for them. For me, I just make anything work, honestly. Like, if you can't make something, this is going to sound a little condescending. If you can't make something like Duolingo work for you, I think we need to talk about how reliant you are on tools first. Instead of arguing what is a better tool. Because if I'm talking to someone who's relying on tools, how can you advise someone who doesn't rely on tools? You have to meet the person. Like, you have to understand my perspective. I don't care what tools I use. Tell me all your tools. I'll try to make time for them. It's going to be any combination of tools. I'm a lot more resourceful when it comes to these things. I don't like idealism. Idealism doesn't make you resourceful. At least that's in my opinion. Fun question. I really like that question. For that observation. I don't think it's a lifestyle for everyone though, obviously. I'm sharing some of the things that I do, and in order to show that, this is how I show it. It's nearly impossible, in my opinion, to show someone like, oh, then you do this, then you do that, and you do this, you do that. You actually have to show it and have someone intuit that for themselves. Like, do you do what I do? Maybe not, maybe, but it's very difficult to summarize this in like a book or something. I know there are a lot of people out there that do a wonderful job. I'm not one of them. I don't have aspirations to become someone that writes a 300-page book that tries to summarize the philosophy of this stuff, right? It's not giving you any answers. And people like to buy answers. I don't have answers, unfortunately. I'm not a person that expounds upon answers. I'm a person who asks questions and trust that the person I'm talking to is incredibly competent, and then they can find the answers themselves. I am a big fan of Socrates in this regards. I do not underestimate the person that I'm talking to. If that person is initially closed-minded, well, they have all the capacity to be open-minded. Perfectly all right. But for me, the well-being of the person I'm talking to far exceeds whoever's right or wrong. I think, in my opinion, it's pretty petty if you value being right and wrong over the welfare of the person you're talking to. My 2 cents. That might sound a little self-righteous, I suppose. But usually that's pretty resonating. People can resonate with that. They often offer advice because they believe they're in the right. So, if being in the right means stomping on someone's ability to appreciate something, are you really self-righteous? That's kind of like rhetoric to talk about, right? It's tough. It's philosophy. But for me, I keep complacency at bay. I think the one thing I do focus on a lot, that is at the source of everything that I learn, is the moment you tell yourself, oh, it just feels like I'm doing the same thing again. Stop, breathe, reinvent. Wow, that sounded like some sort of, I think that should be the title. that if I were to ever write a book, that should be the title of the book. Like, stop, breathe, reinvent. Because when life starts looking like that, or the things you do, like if you're spending like 60% of your time learning a language, and you're telling yourself, if you have any inkling that you feel like you're doing the same thing, really do stop, breathe, take a nap, go for a walk for a week or something. Gather some ideas, bring them back. Even that break will break your complacency, right? The urgency to come back will only reinforce the monotony and the complacency you already have. Humans, it's not like a special thing. There's no like cultural explainer for this. This is a part of the human condition. It's actually an evolution, in my opinion. It's an advantage in many cases, right? Developing complacency early can be helpful for things like, I don't know, walking, right? Walking, breathing, swimming. There are lots of things that are part of life skills that you want to acquire very, very fast, and also notice very, very little and place very, very less effort into it. Like eating. Good Lord, if eating was like the mechanics of eating was something that you had to keep engaged, or else you forget how to eat, that would be very, very ridiculous, right? So I'm not saying like being complacent has no place. Meditation. If you ever wonder why meditation is tough for people, in my opinion, is generally the people who are hyperactive, like very high functioning, are the people I'm describing. I would consider myself as a very high functioning person. So that means I don't focus on things quite a lot, and I don't become complacent. But also that's exhausting, manic inducing, is hard to control. So most of the time, all the strategies that I think about is how to manage that. And meditation is one of them. How do you do meditation if you're the opposite side of the coin, just to provide some context, because there's also balance for that. If you're really high functioning, you find ways of doing the same thing over and over again consistently so that it's very comforting. Things like writing a straight line 1,000 times, that's very comforting. A fidget spinner, constantly fidgeting with a fidget spinner, all those things, if you're on the opposite end, you have to try to calm down. And to me, the people who are at the other end are the ones that are so inclined to do the same thing that they forget that they stopped learning. And on my end, I usually, someone asked me this earlier today. They asked me, like, what do I do in Neverwinter? Like, what's the point? And then they asked me, do I get bored playing a game for like over 10 years? Well, the thing is, my answer to this is I actually do this to meditate. Because most of the time I'm doing this. Duolingo. The thing I just described on how I do with Duolingo, that's every day. And what I'm trying to illustrate here is most of the people I talk to don't do that. They study, for example, studying is kind of like a task, right? You're mostly not studying, so you like to be in a state of not studying, as in not being engaged. You like to passively chill. That to me is the major state of people, like 80%. So if you're like typical, like normative, sometimes they use word like neurotypical. You're on a spectrum somewhere, right? Like say 80% of the time, you like to be relying on habits, good habits, like bootstrapping through Anki is your thing. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to get my 30 minutes in Anki for like the 100th day in a row. And you haven't swapped up how to do Anki at all. Maybe the content might change, but your mechanics and all that stuff, it hasn't really evolved or changed or in any way. You do get diminished return over time on that. And then when you're actively studying, it's like a task you set yourself up for. So for me, it's the other way around. 20% of the time, I'm passively trying to relax because I need to relax. 80% of the time, I'm studying. So when I'm on Duolingo, I'm doing that 80% of the time. When you become complacent, you are no longer doing that. You are mechanically doing something. It becomes mechanic. It becomes passive. And you no longer take things in, right? It's time to switch. Guess what people do? They spend Duolingo, maybe like 3 months on Duolingo. Then they move on to more dynamic tools. More customizable tools. Because Duolingo is not. It is structured. It is super structured. They can't change anything. You have literally no agency in the design of Duolingo. No agency. It took you 20 days? Okay, 20 days. We'll say 20 days. Right? Then you move on. Now, what I'm saying doesn't end at Duolingo. I'm just saying I'm using Duolingo for an extended amount of time. But when you get to like something like Anki, it will still be 20 days if you stick with one set, right? So then naturally these people will learn to, hey, let's every 20 days, let's add more things to Anki. So you end up customizing it at your own pace to remove complacency. So that's kind of the idea. So if I were to use Anki, it will still look like Duolingo. And what I mean by that is Anki itself doesn't literally look like Duolingo. If someone asks me, oh yeah, they want to see what it's like if I used Anki for studying, like if I did an Anki stream, it will still be this. It will be me having a digression for 2 to 3 hours, talking about things when an Anki prompt shows up, not really doing what the card is supposed to do. It's still going to be very, very similar. My approach is the same. Like it's very similar because it's already very dynamic to begin with. It was pure chance that you found the app I've used ever since. That's fair. My dislike for Duolingo was already sort of established before the 20-day tenure. And how did you get the dislike? So how did you establish it? Did you characterize it in 20 days? And then what is it, how does it differentiate between your pure serendipity nature of finding an app that you've used ever since following Duolingo, I guess? Just through other people who've used it, YouTube, okay. So you echo chambered yourself, okay. Fair enough. That makes sense. I was outside the echo chamber. So, I might have seen an ad, maybe? I might have seen an ad, possibly, before this. Yeah, story of your life. What do you use currently? What is working really well? Because it would be very informative to you to like at least keep hold of what didn't work. Denshu, 2 years. Not bad, not bad. That's pretty nice. Yeah. Denshu, keep at it. Oh, you bought a lifetime a year ago? Dude, that's commitment. Also, that's also there's another psychological thing in play here. When you have rebound because you contextualize your bottom line. When you contextualize your bottom line, anything following the bottom line is better. This is a psychology thing too, but and also you bought a life the way paywalls provide another form of commitment. So there's always all that too. Your situation with learning Japanese isn't like other people's though? So you say? So how long have you known me? That's pretty interesting. That's pretty bold. Interesting. What do you think my situation is? Oh, you're saying your situation. What do you think other people's situations are like? I'm actually kind of curious. Sorry, your situation. My bad. I misread. Your situation. What are other situations? I'm kind of curious. Is it... I hear a lot, so I use Duolingo a lot. So naturally, I've heard a lot of variances. You can't shorthand everything. I slack on as getting PDA'd, although that's probably the case. As getting PDA'd. What does PDA'd mean? Does it make sense to anyone who doesn't know what PDA is? Fair enough. You've already superseded me, so what is PDA? I don't know I don't know what I don't know, so I'm more than open to hearing what that means, or at least make my honest attempt at it. I always wondered, should you translate the language you are studying to English in your mind or leave it with no translation? I have always translated in many ways, Gabriel, but that is me personally. So if I were to offer my thoughts, I've always started with translating. However, that's largely because of my exposure to my parents. I have a lifelong position as an interpreter. I translate all the time. TLDR, subset of autism characterized by demand avoidance. Fair enough. Not very well known compared to other notable things on the spectrum. Yes, unless you're talking to someone who has a special investment in spectrum behavior. But yeah, that's fair. So Renshu somehow alleviated your avoidance. Interesting. I see. Huh. Well, it's excellent. I'm not gonna begin to know how PDA is experienced. However, it seems that you and I are probably as far different as we can possibly be, while still having some relatability to spectrum behavior. But it is pretty interesting. You are the fourth person who shared a particular, I'm gonna say, mental obstacle. I met another person who said they have aphantasia, and then another person who has reading disorder, and another person who's kind of convinced that they have tonal problems. You excel as it if I study. I see. That's fair. I'm glad Renshu works. It would be great, in my opinion, to explore with you a little bit about how it alleviates your PDA, because that is exceptional. Like if Renshu is able to alleviate the demands, right? Demand avoidance, that's pretty powerful stuff. That would be something I would recommend to people who have demand avoidance. Not saying like PDA levels. I'm talking about like if you profile someone, right? Like if you ask someone 30 or 40 questions and avoidance, efforts, commitments, things like that comes up rapidly, I will send them your way. Perhaps you have something. Oh, it doesn't? So how does it work? You say it affects your learning, right? But somehow Renshu bypasses that learning problem, right? At least that's the impression you're giving me. You study when your brain lets you study? Oh, okay. Interesting. And you can't control this, right? It's compulsory. As in, like, it comes and goes whenever you feel like it. Okay. That's understandable. What's the frequency like? So are we talking about, like, if you were taking your frequency, right? Frequency over time, are we talking about like a 20%, 80% split? Like maybe on average you have 20% openness to input, and then the 80% I don't actually know what you do, the other 80%. And is it sporadic? Is it the length? Is it consistently as length? There's so many questions, but it is a rabbit hole. I'm sorry, lots of rapid things. Things are inconsistent for sure. I see.
No, 席はどうですか?
Your 90% input, perhaps more? That means you're able to, your brain functions, you're able to learn things most of the time. Sorry, I might have not made myself fairly clear. Input means you can take in information, like you're ready to take in information. So are you saying like 90% of the time you're taking in information? Or is it debilitating? It's like preventing you from taking in information. Oh, yeah, then Duolingo is awful for you. If you're like hyper 90% input, man, Duolingo, you'll get bored in like 5 days. I'm surprised you didn't even get bored in the first 2 days. If you're saying you're 90%, you're like high functioning. So you're incredibly high functioning. If that's the case, right? If you're saying you're 90% input and you're incredibly high functioning, I'm surprised you didn't drop Duolingo in 1 day. You realize this is too slow, not enough input within your sporadic time. Yeah. So, yeah, agreed. That's what you mean by PDA. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, my assessment of Duolingo, you would not, this is incredibly inappropriate. Incredibly inappropriate. I don't. I read a little bit about the other one, but Bushu is not like Renshu, right? In 2 words, all-inclusive Anki. Oh yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's good enough. So you get all their volume stimulation. Yeah. That's fair. The people, okay, here's my two, I want to talk about sample size. Sampling. When you say that there are other people that resonate with you, I actually agree with you. But they are actually the vocal minority. And to me, my observations so far, this is cursory, it's anecdotal. Like I can't sample like 8 billion people all the time and whatnot. But it's a vocal minority, and most of these people are incredibly high functioning. So when they're talking about Duolingo, right? When they're talking about Duolingo, it's terrible. It's terrible for high functioning people. Like I kid you not. Like the design language of Duolingo is for moderated individuals who I described as the 80-20, where 80% is relaxation, as in like it's a form of complacency. It tends to be a nice place, and then 20% is devoted to input and learning. And these people are very happy and probably quite successful in their lives. You can maintain this. However, if you are flipped, like me, for example, you know all too well Duolingo's deficiencies. However, what I just spent the last 3 hours talking about is that since I have to do a task, and my task is to understand why Duolingo is popular, but also garner divisiveness among a vocal minority, which happens to be very high functioning people, what is it that it doesn't do? And I usually come up with strategies that are not dependent on the tool. So whether Duolingo works or not, I will compensate by finding input while using Duolingo that satisfies my input needs. That's kind of the idea. That's the challenge. The challenge for me is to engage myself in something that doesn't cater to me. And then the idea of that commentary is to help people know that if you're high functioning, this is terrible. Like if you're relying on the tool to provide the input, like the stimuli you need, like the hyper stimuli, like, oh yeah, if my brain is on, I need 100. It's on a lot. This stuff is gonna bore you to death. Like, I've literally had someone come up to me and say, yeah, I used it for 30 minutes and it got boring. Off to ChatGPT I go. Right? So, yes, that person would be probably very high functioning. There's a huge demand, right? Demand for input. So, yes, I agree. Absolutely. So, my engagement is these conversations. Like, I would stop doing Duolingo if I haven't been challenged by so many people. Absolutely agree. That's good on you. Renshu, huh? Renshu. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. It's a very good... Even you can get bored if you're studying for a prolonged period of time. That's fair. I'm gonna keep that in mind. So you're saying it's kind of like Anki, but without limits. Okay, so I will keep that in mind in the future. That I can also suggest Denshu as maybe even as a step up. So if someone's getting like feeling like it's restrictive, if Anki is restrictive, perhaps I will consider them suggesting a Denshu. Any more than around 30 minutes, I will check it out myself. However, monetary paywalls, I don't typically focus on accessibility when they're behind monetary paywalls. And I also can't stream Renshu probably because it's paid content. So the reason why I'm streaming Duolingo is we have to remember that I'm also a streamer. It's an amazing, you can use it for free, but can you stream it? For commercial purposes. So the legalities are that Duolingo is fine with that. The pro actually has, so the thing is we have to concern the legalities of things. I'm very professionally inclined in the sense that, oh, I can ask the person? Yeah, you know what? Yeah. He runs the show alone? Okay, I'll have to ask them. If I get the green light, then yeah, I am more than happy to try it. You make an excellent case. I like it. I like your snappy responses too. You have all the information that I need, so that's excellent. I'll have to think about it. Like I'll have to do it in my off time. But I really appreciate your share. Hello there, Tora. Tora the hunter. Tora. Should I buy language learning? You don't necessarily have to buy language. I'm here to find the most accessible and the most pragmatic accessible thing and then turn it into something useful. And Denshu has 1 year free. I guess I could try it for 1 year. I just need a go ahead. Do I know what Tora means in Japanese? No, I don't. Sounds like an animal. Denshu closed to 20 years old as a forum bot, gradually expanded its general learning app and grew its user base rapidly within the past 3 years by itself. Impressive. Very impressive. Very impressive. How does Bushu relate to... a lot of times I hear Renshu in the same conversation as Bushu. Do their devs have some... Are they colleagues? Do they know each other in terms of the language space? Like the developers of both? Like the main people who maintain those? Do they know each other? Yeah, Bushu. I've seen a ton of people use it, but it's not at all related. Like, do the developers know each other? I'm not asking if they're like technologically related or something. More like I'm sure developers of like Japanese learning apps might be aware of each other. They might have contacts, but I wouldn't be sure. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Tora. Tora. It sounds like an animal. Tora the hunter. It sounds like an animal. Perhaps it's an animal. I don't know. Dobutsu. Dobutsu. Yeah, Dobutsu. Okay. Stagey. Stagey no. It means tiger? Oh, there you go. Nice. I only know Ryon. Ryon is the only thing that Duo has introduced that's remotely close to a tiger. Ryon. And Zo. Zo, Neko, Inu, Hamster, Chameleon, that's about it actually. Did I already touch on it? The fact that Renchu is independent and the owner is active on Discord is a huge reason why you like the app. That's excellent. Yeah, indie dev. Not bad, not bad. Sounds like a labor of love situation. Oh, you don't speak any Japanese though? Oh, okay. That's fair. Are you interested in speaking any Japanese in the future? Yeah. That's very admirable. It's quite endearing. How do I discern your name? It has like AXD. Oh, Axt. 9. Dake hanasemasu. Dake hanasemasu. Hanashimasu. Hanashimasu. Oh, you go by I9? Oh, okay. Dake. Nope. Something about talking. Something about speaking. Something about speaking. Nah, you pick up another language to learn. Okay, you pick up other languages to learn. I actually have no interest to learn Japanese. Fair enough. So what brings you over here? What are your interests? If I didn't misspell it, then dake is the adverb only. Oh, okay, only. That looks so familiar, but I don't know what it is anymore. That looks so familiar, but I have no idea what that is anymore. I recognize that kanji, but this might not be the same context. It's an adjective though. It kind of looks like an adjective. Kind of smells like an adjective. Okay, we're gonna sit in front. We should sit in front of the stage. Moving right along. I do have to complete these. We'll slowly move along here. Doko ni suwaritai desu ka? Suwaritai desu ka? Mannaka no seki wa dou desu ka?
No.
How about this middle seat? Okay. You picked up Italian and almost no one learns it on Twitch. Yeah. Actually, to be honest, most people don't learn. Most people don't stream language learning on Twitch. Like statistically, like relatively speaking. I would be very surprised if you have a collection of any things, really, around the clock. Yeah, it's very understandable. Italian, huh? Nice. I don't know what that says, I9. I know hanashi seimasu is a conjugation of to see or speak, and little, not much. Oh. So you speak a little or not much. Only a little. You speak only a little. Or do you speak only a little? Perhaps. Oh, this is probably potential form. You're using the potential form of anashiru. So, you're asking, do you happen to speak a little bit? Only a little bit. Yes, got it. Just so you know, I haven't reached to a point where I started using potential form. So, no potential form yet. No potential form. I know it by grammar. I know potential form by grammar, but not by use, not by output. And your phrase date, date is unknown to me, as well as I don't actually know the kana for the other word. Something she. This thing. Which is you said little, not my. Oh, skoshi. Actually, I do know shikoshi. Shikoshi. I don't know the kanji. This is skoshi. Yeah. So a little bit. Yeah, skoshi. That's where I've seen it before. Other people use this kanji already, but I don't have the kanji for skoshi. You got so used to using the Italian keyboard layout that it's a pain on my normal one to write? Whoa. That's pretty interesting. That's a pretty interesting problem. I must admit I haven't picked up that kanji on Renshu yet. Not on the list of terms my account knows, but I do know it. Very nice. Yes, shikoshi. Skoshi. I'm familiar with the kana though. So if you typed skoshi, skoshi date. Oh, I see. Skoshi date anashi semasu. Anashi semasu. Fair enough. Progress is tracked in terms over here. Ah, okay. You've been doing this for 2 years, so I'm nowhere near. The problem mostly is just Z and Y being switched. The Italian switches Z and Y. Where is that on the... Oh my gosh. Those are some funny keys to being switched. A term is one of anything, one object, one kanji, one word, one sentence, or one grammar function. All added up into one total. I see. Oh, your German layout does. So you're a German who is interested in Italian. And you also clearly understand English. Impressive. Onsato. I have to slowly work on this lesson. I am falling behind a bit.
Tanoshimi?
Tanoshimi desu. Works. Hayaku. Hayaku de... Hayaku... Dekaketaimasu. Yeah. I have to head out. I have to head out quickly. So, stage no mae ni suwaritaimasu. You know how to say Japan in Japanese and Italian? How do Italians say Japan in Japanese.
の2、
田中さん、ステージの近くに座りませんか？
田中さん、ステージの近くに座りませんか？ What do you have? What do you have about? 私は入り口の近くに座りたいです。Okay. I want to sit next to the exit. Fair enough. Near the exit. ステージは大きいですね。
は、
The stage is big, isn't it? どの席に座りたいですか？座りたいですか？Giappone. I don't know if you pronounce. I can't pronounce Italian, so I'm gonna say Giappone and Japanese. Japonesi? Yes. I don't know if they pronounce the E at the end. Maybe Japon and Japones. Japones? Japon and Japones? I don't actually know how G's work in Italian now. Use Google Translate? That's a fair point. Okay.
Giappone.
Oh, Giappone. Fair enough. Japanese.
Giapponese.
Giapponese. Giapponese.
Giapponese.
Japanese. Okay. Fair enough. The G sounds is changed because of you. Because I, aka you, don't pronounce the E. The I. Okay. Kanji are ahead even though I feel like they're not. The G is changed because of the I, aka you, don't pronounce the I. I don't actually know what that comment is, but just so you know, I do pronounce the I. If you're talking about me, it's a different I vowel sound. So it's a little different between not pronouncing and actually pronouncing, but with a different sound. If you're talking about me, Jia is G-I-E. Like, I guess you're not familiar with Japanese, but that's still an I. But hey, I get it. I heard the Google Translate. Is that close enough though? ステージの近くに座りませんか？私は真ん中の席に座りたいです。座りたいです。
真ん中の席はどうですか？
真ん中の席はどうですか？ How about the middle seat?
花さん、入り口の近くに座りませんか？
花さん、入り口の近くに座りませんか？ 私はステージの近くに座りたいです。I want to sit next to the stage. Or near the stage. I want to go out at 1.
1時
Yep.
1時
午後1時に出かけたいです。Something's missing. Oh,
私
sure. I guess.
私は
Trying to be more specific, I suppose. In the Italian, the G and C sounds changes where there's either an A, E, or I, or any other letter after G or C. Fair enough. That sounds like Italian nuance. Yep. I see. How long have you been learning Italian, Koda? 私は午後1時に出かけたいです。I want to go out around 4 o'clock. 4時頃出かけたいです。出かけたいです。Keep saying 出かけたいです。When there's no E or I after it's a K sound, alright. Sounds very involved. 外
早くお手洗いに行きましょう。早く
お手洗い
に
行きましょ
行きましょう。
We should go to the bathroom quickly.
早くお手洗いに行きましょう。
早くお手洗いに行きましょう。5 months. Oh, that's dedication. Do you plan on visiting Italy? What are you learning? What interests you about Italian? Koda? Outside the building. So. Soto. No, wait. No. 建物の外。
新しいアルバムの歌が聴きたいです。
新しいアルバム
の
Oh, actually.
アルバム
の
歌
が
欲しいです。新しいアルバムの歌が聴きたいです。
聞きたいです。Of course.
聴きたいです。
You love Italy, but the language has never interested you? Dang, you guys are at an impasse. I've been there upwards of 5 times. Dang.
新しいアルバムの歌が聴きたいです。
新しいアルバムの歌聞きたいです。Sure. Oh, I missed a particle. が聞きたいです。I want to hear my favorite song. Sure. Do they really want that?
私
Sure. 私の
好きな
歌が聞きたいです。
が聞きたいです。
Sure.
何が飲みたいですか？
何が Wait.
何が飲みたいですか？飲みたいでか。
Oh, okay. 何が飲みたいですか？ Oh, that's interesting. Can you actually... Yeah, that's okay. 何が飲みたいですか？新しいアルバムの歌が 行きたいです。
聞きたいです。
日本語を That looks like something するのを頑張って勉強するのを頑張って Keep up the good work studying Spanish. It's Japanese. Nice. Yep. I only know the kanji for actually I know none of those kanji. However, I know all those kanji because other people have used them in chat. But I have not formally learned any of those kanji. However, it's there. So, thank you. Yeah. 日本語を勉強するのを頑張って。Thanks. Thank you very much, Katie. Yeah. Felt like I knew what the last word was without knowing the kanji. Like, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, time, Katie, time. There's a lot of stories I can tell you about benkyo and ganbatte. Ganbatte. Oh, actually, that person didn't show up today. Yeah, someone always said ganbatte me all the time, so I told them that I will especially remember it for their purpose. Yeah, the normalization. Yep. Yeah. No as normalization. Yeah. 人今夜私何回外で飲み物を買いましょう。
飲み物
Funny how I'm literally on Renju's grammar lesson on no normalization right now, but haven't found a page directly on that. What a coinky dink. バンドの新しい歌が聞きたいです。早く席に戻りましょう。戻りましょう。戻りましょう。Return. We must return to our seat quickly.
早く席に戻りましょう。
早く席に戻りましょう。すみません。外でコーラが飲みたいです。飲みたいです。You're currently tackling Mandarin as your second language after Japanese. I'm right behind you. Japanese got me way too interested in kanji. I look forward to hearing your journey about Mandarin. I am following in your footsteps. Japanese Mandarin is after Japanese. After that is Spanish, but I've explained that a couple more times. I'll have to explain that a couple more times later. Why those in that particular order? Mizu, how is the Mandarin going, by the way? JD. Mizu ga nomitai desu. Soto ni ikimashou. Fair enough.
がに
エリカさん、早く席に戻りましょう。
It's gonna be a while though before I start Mandarin. Although I'm going from something that is most alien to me, that's still present in my life, to something that is most present in my life and least alien to me. So Japanese, Mandarin, Spanish in that order. If you had the balls, you'll jump into Cantonese. Why not? Go talk with your friend and learn some Cantonese. So far, Mandarin has been really cool. Some of the simplification of the kanji have thrown me for a loop. For example, oh, because you're doing simplification. Yeah. I've heard about that. That's a very unique problem, depending on how deep you've gone into Japanese. Yeah, because of the simplified Chinese, in order to, as a starting place for learning. Yeah, before you go into, if you want to go into traditional Chinese or traditional Mandarin, right? Yeah, understood. Made, wait, what do you say? Danielu-san, 早く席に戻りましょう。まで、あと、外でコーラ、yeah. I want to drink outside. I want to...
私の好きな歌が聞きたいです。
私の好きな歌が聞きたいです。Okay, sure. I want to hear my favorite song.
席に戻りますか？
席に戻りますか？ Okay. Oh. We are returning to the seats. That's phrasing. Oh yeah, no worries. I'm illiterate in Mandarin. Yeah, I'm illiterate in Mandarin, so you can go and educate me if you feel like every once in a while. You can always suggest a word you're listening to. I will hear it. I could like Google Translate it, and I can probably say something about it. I started using this phrase. I'm probably gonna get flack for this, but I'm an immersion baby when it comes to Mandarin or things related to Mandarin and Cantonese. Immersion baby. Purely illiterate. Whoops. Oh, I forgot. It's RU.
席に戻りましょうか。
席に戻りましょうか。Should we return to the seats too? No. Should we return? Should I return to the seats too? Wait, what? Oh, sorry, not to. Should I return to seats? Can I use? Oh man, you can use both. Actually, but this is more reasonable. Both, yeah, using a method called Mandarin Blueprint to learn, and it's really creative. Quite expensive, but it's been worth it. I see. I think if I had to try Mandarin earlier in my Japanese studies, I would have messed up both languages quite a bit. That's an interesting thought. I'll most definitely tell you how that feels.
新しいアルバムの歌が聴きたいです。
At some point soon.
新しいアルバムの歌が聴きたいです。
How did it make you feel when you at the katakana mapo tofu and then heard mapo tofu in Mandarin, in Chinese? That's still lingering in my brain because Duolingo. It's one of the food items that they introduced. I'm like, mabo tofu. I can't. It's hard for me to do it instead of mapo tofu. My partner is Japanese, so we can speak. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cute. Oh, it's one of your favorite meals? That's my go-to meal when I have to host. If I have to host, I would go out, buy some nice ingredients, and make a fancy mapo tofu. In English, I would say mapo tofu instead. Right. Or mapo dao. Mapo dao would be what I would say to my parents, because I speak Fujianese. So hearing the Mandarin out the Japanese is really strange. I thought it was Japanese thing before he told me it was a Chinese dish. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Speaking of one, here's one that I catch myself saying a lot. Ramen. Ramen. See, I just said it. I just did it again. I have a habit of saying ramen, not ramen. Ramen is ramen, right? Ramen. But mian is Mandarin. Mian is noodles. So from time to time, I would catch myself saying ramen. You know, like chow mian and no mian, that kind of thing. Mian or mian. Mian would be Fujianese. Mian. No mian. Chow mian. Lots of mians. All your nudes. All your nudes. Yeah, the Chinese pronunciation is much more like the Korean. Yeah. What is it? Namyan? Namyan? Yeah, it has like an extra, it has an extra syllable in it. It has like an extra syllable, like a more pronounced syllable. They're both technically two syllables, but it's a little bit more pronounced. Japanese get lazy with stuff. It varies. Yeah. Yeah, Namyan. Yep. Or whatever would be the, yeah. Yep.
新しいアルバムの歌が聞きたいです。
新しいアルバムの新しい wait 新しい
アルバムの歌が聞きたいです。
Okay, oh yeah, I messed this up. Right?
聞きたいです。
聞きたいです。Sure.
あ、席に戻りますか?
What I screwed up here? Oh. Oh. Are we returning to the seats? Are you? Dude. 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 I formally object. I formally object. Okay.
あ、席に戻りますか?
Introducing the Duolingo.
Yes. Yes, indeed. The dualism. Japanese people who abbreviate everything instantly, I noticed. We started going to Trader Joe's and it immediately becomes Torejo. 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 I love it. I default to you for questions and I if not a question. I collectively refer to, I use we's and us when we're asking about doing things. Like, should we? Are we going to do things? So I typically refer to the collective as opposed to myself. I don't individualize myself too much when I'm making decisions. So like in that situation, the thing that they're talking about usually is, should we or are we returning to our seats? Because it would be a collective. I don't usually do things alone in those situations.
あ、すみません。ペンはありますか?
すみません。
すみません。
ペンは something.
は
ありますか?
ありか.
Sure, that works. I want his autograph. Signが欲しいです。
さが欲しいです。
Fair enough.
ケンさん、どこに並びますか？
I love Torejo. I like that. Torejo is so good. Also, shout out to YouTube for recommending your channel. Came over here from there since you were live. It's got to know me quite well. Oh, nice. Yeah, I love learning Mandarin, like from other people for the time being, or like connecting all my languages together. So definitely feel free to tell me some interesting things between Japanese and Mandarin. I can probably say something about Fujianese in the process. It enriches the process, right? Although I am running really late today, so as much as I can keep on going, I do have to get to the end of this. But yeah, definitely. Also, Ken is your partner's name, and Duolingo just made me double take. Ken. Oh yeah, because Ken is the default name. Ken is one of the first 3 names. Ken, Naomi, and Hana are the Ken Tanaka, Naomi Nakayama, and Hana Nakayama, and then Naomi Yamaguchi is probably the 3 standards. So Ken Tanaka, your partner's name doesn't happen to be Tanaka, so that would be really sus. They pick like English names that are very common too, although not the most common English names actually. They went with like Danieru, like Smitsu for a surname, and like Erika, and Andorio. Oh, it isn't? Okay, fair enough. So how do you feel about 電話 and 電話? How I would say was 電話, but how do you feel about that? I feel like there's so many things I want to ask you, but I'm probably gonna have the same experiences when I start learning Mandarin. All the same, very similar experiences, but there's so many like fun little tiny overlaps that I already notice as I'm learning Japanese because of my Chinese background.
ケンさん、どこに並びますか？
Ken-san, naru? Wait. Oh.
並びます。並びます。
Wait.
ケンさん、どこに並びますか？
どこ
ケンさん、どこに並びますか？並びます。
並びます。並びます。並びますか？
か。
Where do we line up? 並びますか? And I missed something. Did I miss ni? Alright, now I gotta get more hearts because I've been being too laxed. Alright, I do gotta finish this. For me, it's interesting since it's like, oh, this is Japanese with spice when it comes to the pronunciation. The other way is like, oh, this is watered down Chinese.
Hamster.
Fair enough.
先生はとても優しいです。
That's pretty funny. So your partner is Japanese, and are you something different? Because it makes it sound like it's something different. But Mandarin grammar has been so much easier than Japanese since it's much closer to English. Oh, that's interesting. You're a super white American? Oh, you're like one of those couple. I watch a lot of couples. Oh, you're British? I watch a lot of interracial couples. And it's usually like English is the bridging language. So I absolutely find it incredibly endearing. I find it incredibly endearing because I can, the common language is helpful to me. At the same time, I get a chance to kind of take in the context of the other language in the with English as a facilitator. Oh, that's awesome. Dude, having exclusive rights to a Japanese speaking partner, that's incredibly adorable. You went to Japan for work in 2019 and met him then. Then here we are, 4.5 years married and living. Oh, that's so cute. I have so many questions for your partner. Because your partner is a transplant. So I have so many questions for your partner. I am I'm in ABC. So since you are given away that you're in the United States, I'm in ABC. So I'm an American-born Chinese. And both my parents are from Fujian. And I9, it's if you're British, are you currently in the UK? I9, are you getting enough sleep? Or are you like reverse schedule, like really late over there? I mean, it's late over here too now, but that's honestly. Sadly, you don't like it there? And you called me out on it? Oh, no. You mentioned you were British, you know? The thing about is you shared that you're high functioning. I9. Often when on sleep. Often when I think about high functioning people, it's actually a tall order and a monumental task to trying to find proper sleep schedules. So yeah, I'm kind of curious. Why do you say UK sadly? Is UK not stimulating enough for you? Or do you desire to be somewhere else? As long as it's not too personal of a question, right? Sue, wait, where we are? Sue, wait. Supe. Oh, Spain go. Oh my gosh, it can Spain go. Oh, I need to get hearts back. Okay, Spain go no sensei. Okay. Spanish teacher, the Spanish teacher, Spanish language teacher. Spain go no sensei wa totemo yasashii desu. Okay. It's very, very nice. Sure. Okay, sure. Napkin.
Menu.
Menu.
Napkin.
No one saw that.
ビールを3つと餃子を7つください。
Okay.
ビールを3つと餃子を7つください。
What we got? Three beers, seven dumplings. Short fried dumplings. Yeah, you rather move to okay. You rather move to Japan? I see. Is that something you can do? Is something you can work towards?
スペイン語の授業はどうですか？
スペイン語の授業はどうですか? How is the Spain class? この something napkin はカレーです。Sure, color.
本屋はどこですか?
I heard
本屋はどこですか?
Not for a long time. You're trying to think of your next trip outside of a return? Outside of a return to Japan? Maybe Taiwan or something like that? Ooh. Are you gonna learn Taiwanese too? You can kind of get away with cross association, but that's kind of a really tough ask. If you could, you might go for the proposed nomad visa in the future. Oh yeah, I heard about the nomad feature. Do you have a way so you have remote work available to you, I9? Japan is great, though can be quite isolating and sad if you can't speak the language. As a tourist, it's fine, but living there definitely adds a bit more of you, at least in your opinion. It's a very reasonable opinion. Are frequency lists even helpful to learn things? Are frequency lists even helpful to... Oh, interesting. I haven't tackled frequency lists, Gabriel. I have thought about it on using frequency lists. In fact, I even think G-Show prioritizes based on frequency whenever you look up stuff, right? That's an interesting question. For myself, in terms of language learning, frequency lists will help me resonate with a statistical average. However, if you're someone that is incredibly identified by personality or like free-flowing learning, it can become incredibly restrictive and prescription based, so it can suck the life out of your personality when you're approaching it from a frequency list thing. It's kind of like a hyper min-maxing efficiency tool. So in my opinion, possibly if your goal is to resonate with a statistical average, perhaps. I think ultimately, though, it might end up being superfluous for the sake of a long journey, a person who's seeking to use the target language as a life skill. Meant to delete that, but yeah, would have to augment Mandarin a bit, I think. Yeah, frequency lists is a generic way, in my opinion, are not useful. Frequency lists related to your interests and what you actually do with that language will be more useful. Yes, you are more statistically likely to establish an emotional tether and sentimentalism, which is an incredible practical field for acquisition, really, and learning. So using a frequency list, if you're someone who has predicated on using a distilled method like that, oftentimes is someone that's not necessarily reliant on things like interest and sentimentalism and emotional things to leverage learning. So I could kind of see it in a very specific case. However, I would say neurotypically, I would probably stray away from frequency. Right? It's kind of like the hyper-objectivity of language learning in general. What is the fastest way to learn language? The way you can most consistently find learning language engaging. As opposed to, what is the fastest way and best way to learn language? Cite 100 people who convergently rely on specific tools and use those tools, as opposed to evaluating those tools based on your own preferences. Right? However, if you're someone who's inexperienced, like say a child, like someone who has not engaged in the act of self-identity or identifying social needs, problem-solving, critical skills like self-awareness and whatnot, you haven't established that, perhaps frequency list and some sort of prescribed structure is a great starting place to establish that. Also, acquiring a language just takes the time and investment into a consistency. Yep, fair enough. Yep. the underlying case, although that would be probably making it a little oversimplified. Oversimplified in terms of, but what leads to consistency is the GOAT, in my opinion. And taking a psychological and holistic approach to it, be it if you're an adult, to establish an accurate self-awareness profile in order to establish that consistency, versus if you're younger, maybe these things are helpful as a starting point. But honestly, I think most of us here are probably aged and fairly well self-aware of things and sentimentalisms, things that are important to you, things that motivate you. So oftentimes gravitating towards things that promote consistency is my mantra. I tend to reinforce that. Unfortunately, what that looks like is much like the answer to frequency lists, variable based on the person's self-awareness. So that's my take on frequency, I suppose. And I largely agree with what Shady is saying, right? Without trying to oversimplify it too much. Oh, and at the beginning, pick a resource and stick to it, or else you'll chase resource forever and never learn, in your opinion. That's a fair point that only you have brought up, that I have not had an opportunity to talk about in these last 82 days. Interesting. Any source gets you started, gets you progressing more, and you try to find a perfect or faster method. That is excellent. Yes. That is a point that I cannot digress on today because I have already spent 5 hours of my time doing something else. But thank you, Shady. And I will save that discussion for tomorrow. I will save that discussion for tomorrow. That is fantastic. The endless min-maxing. The endless min-maxing without being able to start. Right? And hampering and ultimately ending up in a situation that's probably self-defeatist or nihilistic in general. But yes, that's an excellent point. Wow. It's so well said. Any resource that lets you get started, you're progressing more than trying to find the perfect or fastest method. Indeed. Indeed. Very well said. That deserves a star, but I'm not like some... I don't know. I'll give you a virtual high five. Shady. That's really well said. Actually, may I ask... what do you do for a professional background? Shady. That was very articulate. Well articulated. I have a smile on my face, and that's good. Oh, okay. Well, that's what I'm here for, right? I want to put a smile on people's faces. Even when you're doing something. You're a programmer? Excellent. I like your sound logic. I really appreciate your sound logic. Very well said. By the way, the things I'm reading, I'm also interacting with someone on YouTube at the same time. So we've been talking about bouncing back between like philosophy, rhetoric, and then the cross between pragmatism and psychology, right? So that kind of thing comes up a lot. And I use that time to do this. So it might sideline the whole acquisition of Japanese, but really it's the intersect of learning something is the purpose of me sharing my experience. Otherwise, you know, I wouldn't stream it at all, right? I know that sounds a little like counterintuitive, but due to the hustle culture nature of the current present generation, they typically think you're here to spectate, but not interact, right? I know the vast majority of Twitch spectators, a bigger majority, would prefer to watch someone perform something that they can reference and whatnot. And this is my performance, at least in my opinion. My performance is to engage in discussions and be encouraging and offering counterexamples and some slight deep discussions here and there when time permits, while trying to educate myself in another language, I suppose. in terms of relating to your programming thing, historically, I'm trained in Python. But largely due to use for bioinformatics back in my day when I was still working, or when I was still working as a scientist. So my only experience is probably Python. However, since then I've encountered some people where we kind of, if a person has problems, like some personal friends, I occasionally splash in like JavaScript and C+ with them to like see what the problem is, but usually it's Python background. A lot of the stuff I'm interested in learning fascinates me, and so any intellectual discussion on the topic or even distinctly related topic is right up your alley. The way you're speaking, right? Simply your word choices, and also, by the way, it's a very telltale sign when you still use punctuations, capitalizations, and you do kind of end certain clauses on prepositional phrases. I like the casualness or prepositions, but the way you type is very indicative of someone who is of a certain mindset. Python is a great language. You use JavaScript and TypeScript primarily to your day-to-day. I see. Recently I've become acquainted, a good friend of a younger person who is also seeking a degree in computer science, and they were talking about they were choosing between like C++, or like going in from C to C++ or JavaScript. So they're currently enrolled in a class for JavaScript at the moment, and I introduced them to Python as a way of a primer, just as an exercise, because I believe Python is very useful in the sense that, much like Duolingo, it'd be an interesting primer that I could use, that I have some experience in. And then we both like kind of tackled JavaScript together as a form of encouragement. Now he's far more competent, obviously. Your spacebar is the enter key. What is your enter button? What does your enter key do? I9. I don't. Oh, you don't mean physically. Oh, okay. I see. You don't happen to mentor or instruct anyone, JD, do you? Are you in a position of mentorship, or? Because the way you talk about learning and your interest in learning, are you in a position in which you offer advice or consultation for those who, are you in a position to offer advice a lot of times? I'm always curious. I like meeting professionals who have a position in which they're constantly engaged in being able to disseminate information and educate others, let alone learn also as well. I feel like one of the gold standards of learning is being able to eventually instruct or teach afterwards, right? Much like engaging in intellectual discussions. Oh no, sorry, I sound like I'm gonna have to apologize in advance. I use two different types of voices, and this one, when I meet someone who is also as intellectually like a lot of things, I tend to switch voices to match the occasion. You are currently a lead at your project. Oh, I see. So you help teach classes. Okay, you help teach classes when you were in college. I found that teaching my friends what I was learning was the best way to ensure that I really understood what I had learned. Exceptionally well said. That is. So I wasn't trying to be too presumptuous, but largely that's where I'm aiming at. If you can teach, it's a gold standard in my opinion for self-checking, self-evaluation, and the comprehension level of your own you know, your own education and your own knowledge. Excellent. You really sound like, I don't know if this is a compliment or not, but you really do sound like a person who's in a teaching position, like an educating position. I didn't want to presume, so I prefer to ask most of the time. Yeah, that is definitely a perspective that I can relate to. It's awesome that I had this opportunity. I love teaching forward people. And everyone else. It's just I resonate a lot with people who are teaching forward. However, other people are very extraordinary. It's just I don't have the same feelings. But I can tell you now, though, worrying about teaching something does have its trade-offs. Well, that's a discussion for another time, I suppose. You make compromises. So what am I doing? Kono, I clicked on Geimu. Kono Geimu wa totemo musukashii desu. Yeah, that works.
ラーメンを2つと餃子を7つください。
Okay.
メニュー、ラーメン
Ramen, how much did you want?
お、2つ
2, that works. Gyoza, と Gyoza 7つ? Yeah, sure. Wait, did I hear gyoza?
餃子
Gyoza
7つ7つを
no 7つ
ください。ラーメンを2つと餃子を7つください。
Sure. With that note, it's probably late for you now, Shady, right? It's definitely late for I9, and I hope you're sleeping well. If I can find enough time, I want to do free courses and such online to teach people programming and system design. I would like to lower the barriers for others achieving their goal. That requires a lot more time to put together than it seems at first glance, though. I can assure you, you are preaching to the choir here, Shady. Yeah, it's 6:30 a.m. That's what I figured, taking account the... Oh, you're in Nevada. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Pacific Standard Time. Yeah, I can assure you, you took the words right out of my mouth. So I thought about that. Unfortunately, like you, probably, I don't have a day job, so that's a disclaimer. I don't have a day job presently. However, the only way I can really demonstrate how the learning process is, I'm doing this thing here deliberately as a platform in order to demonstrate that sometimes when you can find a method and you can tweak the method, as long as you have enough ingenuity and creativity, you may be able to problem solve and discover things about your own learning process while using a tool, instead of having the tool define and, capstone what you're able to do in the learning process. So in order to do that, I figure why not make it a fun social experiment to use myself as an example of how I would approach using Duolingo to remain engaged in language learning. So it was a fun social experiment to work up against the echo chamber of naysaying and like emotionally driven sentiments, I suppose. Not necessarily particularly objective in the sense of how people approach offering advice in language learning. So this is me 82 days in. Perhaps one day I'll do something else, but for now it's a kind of a fun social experiment that I'm doing with myself. In fact, I haven't learned this way in any capacity beforehand, so in itself it's a novelty to me. I don't actually typically use this type of approach even when I was younger. I would say maybe the earliest days of my life, from the ages of 5 to 9, perhaps this is the type of strategy that I'm used to. but that is long since been in the past. So I use this as a way to maybe suggest or evaluate what there isn't in Duolingo in order to use other strategies to complement Duolingo, so that even if you choose a subpar method, you can optimize, you can use it in a productive way that can educate yourself in what to look for in the future or what to stick with, whatnot, things like that. This is excellent. One random thought I had was something like YouTube or Twitch, but strictly for studying and learning. Indeed. I tend to watch a lot of content of other people learning scratches and itch I have in your brain. I see. I thought it'd be cool to turn some random channel on and just watch someone learn something new. That's personally what I do a lot. I do gravitate towards these streams as well, primarily on Twitch. Interesting. So originally, Shady and I9, we're gonna postpone completing this lesson because I really love this discussion. Originally, I tried to use video games as a platform because video games have one of the highest influences on the selective bias of the younger generation, right? So in order to, if I am able to integrate some of the learning capacities, like transcribe a lot of the things that make gamification and or video games to help for the learning process, if I can transcribe that and change the perspective and utilize that to acquire other skills like life skills that I feel are a bit underdeveloped in youth, like younger adults, perhaps that would be a great way to instill learning and studying habits where the younger adult can see that learning other skills can leverage their passion for video game and hobbies. That didn't go so well. So overall, the social experiment was kind of like, yeah, it's very hard to connect even with the level required. So like I used to play video games basically, and then I spent a lot of extra time showing how a video game can run parallels to maybe not so trivial things like creating a fitness program for yourself or troubleshooting communication skills between your friends and things like that. And it didn't really quite work. But recently though, doing this, it's a step closer to a stronger gated pre-selection for people who are already in the mindset of studying and learning, right? So the gates have been quite lowered and it attracts less of a closed off audience. I tried a lot with video games actually. And naturally Duolingo caught my attention because it is a platform that attempted to show up on Twitch, right? Use it as a platform to bridge the gap between the gamification, the popular influence of gamification, and something like language learning. So here I am, 82 days into this journey. Meanwhile, I still juggle a little bit of gaming, but usually the gaming is used to spark interest, not so much a mechanical thing, right? Perhaps one day. Yeah, I tried. I usually talk about people's mental health. Like, I'm a mental health person. I run towards people who have non-sustainable lifestyles all the time. Not so much a teacher anymore. It was nice to be able to see flourishing college students and helping college students that are just starting their journey. However, nowadays, a bigger audience like YouTube and Twitch, when you're able to have spare time to do certain things like offer increase the accessibility of what like Shady is referring to, that's awesome. And I always appreciate when I encounter other individuals who have some sort of aspiration for that, and or individuals who participate in doing that already, which is to lower the barrier. I like your use of the word barrier. Yes. Improve the accessibility. Honestly, engaging in a learning experience can affect a lot of other things that you would learn about, right? Especially about yourself. So you'd be surprised how much trying to encourage oneself to continue learning can set yourself up for a mindset that makes you almost bulletproof to all the potential unforeseen circumstances and skills that are required in someone's life. The difficulty there makes sense. People who come in to watch someone on Duolingo are already of a specific mindset, as you alluded to. Whereas with games, it's really hard to attract a specific audience. Yeah. That being said, some genre games will lend themselves better to filtering out certain predispositions. Absolutely. So usually most of my games deal with heavily cultured, driven, creative process, not mechanically forward focused, where you talk about like skills, competitive things, right? Especially mechanically focused things. So a lot of times I use things like creative games, visual novel games, storytelling games, things that deal with cultural dissonance, cultural diversity, and also deck builders. I'm a fan of puzzle games and deck builders and circuit logic. So there are plenty of platforms of indie games that are incredibly, how you say, niche, self-sustaining niche-like, especially puzzle games with an aspect of narration that deals with particular topics that can be illustrated or presented as a video game concept, like management and stuff. You're all about mechanics. That's understandable. I9. You're high-functioning people tend to require a lot of stimulation, and a lot of stimulation can be offered in high complex mechanical situations. Less like pretty much lots of high mechanical stuff. Alternatively, you can also do like one of your favorite games of all time is The Witness. I'm familiar with Witness. Have you played Talos Principle? JD, if you're a fan of The Witness, Talos Principle. Exceptional. A more lower casual aspect of Witness, probably Portal. I imagine Portal 1 and 2 is on the list. But Talos Principle 2 recently came out. Witness is also, there's abduction, right? From a game design standpoint, I think it's absolutely brilliant, and a lot of its approaches can be applied to things outside of just video games. Absolutely. I actually think lots of puzzle games can do that too. Have you played a game called A Monster's Expedition? It's a Sokoban game, so a box pushing game. There's a indie group called Dreadneck and Friends, and they make the classic type of thing. Speaking of Japanese, right? Sokoban. Yeah, Sokoban, just box pushing. A Monster Expedition is the one that I spent many days on, and it's brilliant. It's such a cute little game. Maybe it's like $2 on a Steam sale. So that might be something like Cocoon. Cocoon recently. I have not played Cocoon yet. Cocoon is dealing with what is that term? When you recursion. It's a recursion game. Puzzle, a game that investigates recursion. Oh, and there's also the programming games, Zachtronics games. I don't know if you've ever played Zachtronics games. It's legitimately coding, but approachable from a intuitive standpoint. Anything made by Zachary something. Got his last name. But he's legitimately a programmer who makes it. Some of his games would include like TIS 100, Opus Magnum, or Magnus Opus, and then Roboto Factory, or not Factorial, but Senshin, Shenzhen IO. The trailer for Cocoon broke my mind when I first saw it. It's on my list. Oh, okay. Oh, and then you have played Shenzhen. Yeah, Shenzhen IO. Okay. We're already of the same like mind. No, enough said. Right? Enough said. We I can tell that there are too many coincidences, obviously. So, you are I can very much resonate with the many things that go on that interest you. Like, I already list so many of them, right? I like video games. It's kind of hard to get people to learn from video games, unfortunately. Perhaps you could be the one, Shady. I tried for a while. I tried for 4 years. Like 5-ish years at this point. Nothing really shout out that I could hang on to. So it's not without trying. But I would be totally interested in seeing what you come up for programming. I already dabble in a lot of people's any instructional content stuff. By the way, here's a really shot out the left field. Do you happen to listen to the Greens brothers? Like Hank Green and John Green? There's a YouTube channel for learning Japanese through games called Game Genko. Interesting. And I think he does a great job. It's not quite the same thing we were talking about, but he uses games as a brilliant vehicle to teach people the language. Oh yeah, I see. I've been perusing for people who I'm looking for someone who actively narrates. You're a huge fan of the Green Brothers? Okay. Shady, listen. We have too many converging interests, so naturally probably a lot of things I'm gonna say is probably you can probably guess some of the things that I do as well, because these are very converging topics. So like what I mean is the association between like these things, if you're on YouTube and you're on a platform, likely these are converging. Most of these things are converging. Yeah, I am a huge fan of the Green Brothers, especially when they talk about certain things. It's okay to disagree with my Fictitious, please. Fictitious. I'm meeting like someone from Nevada that is legitimately converging on so many behavioralisms. This is like deducing myself at this point. But Greens Brothers, that's a big one. Man. Game Genko, that is super interesting. I'm gonna have to check it out. I've been looking for someone, so in my next stage of Japanese, I was gonna look for how to approach narration, as in using a multilingual approach to using video game narration. So I like lots of story games, like Freebird games where they talk about like existential crises, closure, and grief. But at the same time, they are text-based games with no vocalization. But I typically do a lot of narration. So most of these games tend to be localized in multiple languages. So I was going to use my that as an opportunity, as a leaping point to practice other dynamics like vocal manipulation, voice acting, right, which can lead to vocal production in other languages, while also being able to read and engage in a Japanese language, while also re-engaging the medium of video games. So in the future, I plan, hopefully in another 90 days, I'm going to be play a game called Requiem again, and then their subsequent related game called Mr. Sato, made by Shikihara. Shikihara is like a music composer turned solo developer who is I think she's like possibly Japanese American, and she made these brilliant games that are story narrative driven. You have that like interaction, but most mechanics are represented in the story. How to present the story is the mechanics. Things like Undertale and whatnot, mechanical storytelling, right? And it offers a lot of opportunities to integrate the whole Japanese learning and video games. Visual novel games are kinda off the list because sometimes you could get in trouble with visual novel games. Like what I mean is like copyright kind of things, but there are particular games that are very free and fair use for language learning. So I've been looking around for someone who reads Japanese games and reads it along with you, kind of like grade readers, but not really. So this game Genko thing kind of sounds really interesting too, where the person is using it to teach language. Avoid everything from the Steins Gate characters. Yeah, I noticed. I'm a big fan of Steins Gate, so I am very well aware, even though I'm not competent in Japanese, right? By the way, my professional background is in science, so as much as I like science fiction and things that deal with heavy topics like that type of thing, sometimes you gotta know what not to do, which I don't think my Japanese competency will ever reach the level. I don't plan on it, by the way. I don't plan on aiming for something like that. But generally speaking, storytelling games tend to elicit emotional responses and very emotional stories, and not so much like, I know Steins Gate goes for that sometimes, but man, Steins Gate can be very wordy. Even when reading the English subtext, it's kind of wordy. I do love Steins Gate though. So we already like Steins Gate. Now I'm surprised. Have you watched Frien, by the way, Shady? Have you watched Frien recently? Talking about deep cuts into mentorship and understanding the value of the journey versus goal-oriented learning. One thing I like to do when learning another language, especially when it comes to getting used to the flow of language, is watching Let's Play in the language I'm studying. Indeed, it helped me out a lot with having natural Japanese reactions to certain stimulus. Oh, natural Japanese. I see. At the moment, I have not yet watched that one yet, but my friends have all told me I need to watch it. It is, I understand we just met, Shady, but if I had any anime that would illustrate and encapsulate why I like to stream and why I like to do things that people have maybe a potentially bad relationship with and stuff, Frien captures that spirit. It's an ultimate, it's one of the things that are underrepresented. in the climate, like the internet culture we have today. So I can't wait to hear your thoughts on that. In terms of the Japanese stimuli thing, right now, my interaction, my immersion outside of Duolingo, like, my other forms of input, I like watching vlogs in Japanese. How do you type out that anime? Oh, Frien? Let me... There you go. It's such a beautiful anime. But for the Let's Play thing, right now, I'm watching 2 or 3 people who vlog in Japanese. And they're deliberately vlogging in a format that is for people who are below N4. So this person like goes around and tells you like, oh hey, today I'm gonna go around Osaka and ask what they do on the weekends. So things like that. Or like, hey, we're gonna go to this hotel and show you what the hotel is like, but using the Japanese that's maybe like understanding to me, right? In like N5 and N4. So much of the Duolingo vocabulary comes into play. So is comprehensible Japanese one of the channels? I'm only recently done this, so these are smaller channels. But comprehensible Japanese, I'll take that. I will write that. Is that a thing I should be... Is that should be something that I should consider? Comprehensible Japanese. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's about this size too. It's a guy named Shun. He's a vlogger mostly, but I've been looking at Japanese vlogs towards casual people. It's a YouTube channel dedicated to... Oh, okay. I will keep this here. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's so quaint. It's so quaint. I'll keep this tab open. I'll look at it. I'll look at it after this. Someone else suggested Yu. I don't know if you're familiar with Yu. Apparently, quite a popular Spotify podcaster that speaks in Japanese. Their YouTube video is a little bit their YouTube channel is a little bit overwhelming for me at the moment. So maybe slightly beyond my comprehension. But I can see their attraction. It's a podcast lean towards Japanese listening, right? And then I use grade readers. Grade readers is the other thing. If I don't want to watch something, perhaps, or listen to something at the point. But yeah, vlogs are great for learning as well. Still trying to figure out the right way to search for Mandarin vlogs, but someday. That can be really tough, right? Because we also have to keep in mind there's like a cultural pre-selection for it's not the same for Japanese, I don't think, but speaking from experience, it's actually quite difficult to find those who vlog in Mandarin per se. There's another good podcast called Nihongo Kon Tepe. Tepe. That is good for it. Okay. Hold up. Let me write this down. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay. Thanks. Excellent. All right, not to overwhelm myself, I really appreciate the candor. I would be interested to know what you end up finding out about Mandarin vlogs. By the way, I'm Fujianese, and let's just say the internet has non-existent outside of like really deep Chinese hosted sites for exposure to a dialect of Mandarin. And even more so, I think Mandarin requires maybe you accessing things like Bilibili and stuff, as opposed to like using the accessible forums, like accessible platforms like YouTube and whatnot. You're probably more successful going to like Bilibili, but that also requires you to be able to read Mandarin, because those sites, well, you can still get away with English, like using the, I don't know if Google has transcribed all those things, like translate all those things. Anyways, that's how I felt when I'm looking for Chinese things, which is largely a side thing that I do a lot of times, is I'm not learning Japanese in a void. I don't tend to learn language in a void. I would love to know what type of Mandarin vlogs you end up, or Mandarin content you end up discovering. Which, by the way, why Mandarin? Like you did mention that your kanji, like your Japanese exploration, led you to interest, but is there anything else particularly about Mandarin? I don't imagine your partner is interested in Mandarin. There's a level that I reached where I could navigate websites and know how to search what I wanted in Japanese, and then unlocked a lot. I see. Fair enough. Yeah. That's understandable. You should get your partner to learn Mandarin with you. Sorry. I love the idea of a significant couples, right? Learning things together. It's an incredibly endearing and romantic image. You don't have a lot of that sometimes.
誰
は
その
俳優
ですか?
Oh, whoops. It's the other way around.
難しいゲーム?
Wait, wouldn't Japanese be considered a dialect of Mandarin? Well, I don't remember. Isn't there a linguist out there that quantifies what percentage requires to be a distinct language of its own? I imagine Japanese have components, enough percentage of components that aren't inherited. Someone said some percentages the other day, just to throw a ballpark. I was told that like 50% Chinese, and then there's like an impact of 10% of English, American English, right? At the same time, like 40% is a lot. Yeah, besides the borrowed stuff, right? Besides the borrowed stuff. Even when considering that, it's very difficult to, yeah. You can write Japanese in only Chinese characters? That is something. Yeah, outside of the writing system. Not really. I know it's technically the most spoken language in the world, and I feel like there's a lot of misconceptions between the American culture and China outside of Taiwan. Yeah, I ran, okay. Not really. I know it's the most spoken, what, Mandarin? Mandarin is not the most spoken language anymore. But interestingly enough, it is outside of the American culture. I feel like there's a lot of misconception between the American culture and China outside of Taiwan. Absolutely. And I think that's largely due to geopolitics, censorship, and cultural dissonance. But, you know, it's not entirely, it's one of those, like, you can't confirm nor deny what the accuracy and fidelity of information when it goes through two geopolitically dissonant governments, right? So that's always a tough thing. It's a very real thing, since my family is that, right? Japanese is entirely unrelated to Mandarin outside the borrowed words and taking the writing short, right? But Japanese is its own language family, the Altaic language family. Are there other Altaic language families, like members outside of Japanese? Or is this the case of like red pandas? Is this a red panda situation? Okay, it's a red panda situation. All right, fair enough. I don't know if you know. You might like red pandas. This is a bit of a stretch. If you like John Green and all the other stuff, it would be a pretty big leap if you like red pandas. But I like red pandas. So this is getting a little out of the question. But red panda is a thing where like, oh yeah, it's not a panda. It's not quite a like the other family that it looks like. It's its own family. So it's a red panda situation. Like classically, like we were doing like phenotypical, like genus species classification. So Japanese is grammatically similar to Korean and Turkish. Oh, interesting. But if you tell Japanese or Korean that their language are grammatically similar and infer that they may have common ancestors, they get upset. Yes, geopolitics, history, and lots of war. So, yes. Strange as it may be, the red panda is your favorite animal. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Well, talking about social behaviors, I really was not I was going for a Hail Mary pass. Yeah, I was going for a Hail Mary pass of saying that perhaps behavioralism is not so self-selected that even that would be a thing. I honestly was going for something that couldn't possibly be aligned between all the stuff we already mentioned. But all right, well, apparently clearly we know each other way more than I could have possibly imagined. But yes, these are sentimental gifts, and I really like the red panda, and honestly, symbolically what it stands for. In college, you had a red panda as my desktop wallpaper for 2 years. Dang. Wow. Yeah, these two red pandas are a gift. So I long story, I'll keep the story a little bit short. I have a best friend who used to be my sister's best friend, or who is my sister's best friend, who now are both of our best friends. She thought it was a great idea to donate to the local zoo. I don't remember which zoo it is. And when you donate to the zoo in someone's name, you can get red panda for it. Well, it was for Christmas. I'm pretty sure it was for either my birthday or Christmas. Now my memory is slipping. I think it's for Christmas. So, the one guy kind of got lost in a warehouse, or an inventory something. So I asked this friend, like, oh yeah, I didn't get it. So she went and called up customer support and stuff, and then did it again. And ultimately, the other one found its way into me somehow, like found its way to me somehow. So now I have two, and these are the two red pandas I keep as a sentimental gift. Actually, most of these things are sentimental gifts. I typically try to live a minimalistic lifestyle. I have this very poor, long story short, I have this very poor ability to manage materials, so I try to stay as minimalistic as I can, but I do keep knickknacks and sentimentalism that brightens my life a little bit, and all of these are products of that. I don't know, tell me you collect things and stuff, right? The first one was simply for a partner to be. Yes, it was meant to be. Waiting for a partner, indeed. So help me. If do you hoard things? I know this is gonna be a really big leap, and it's so weird direct, but do you collect things? Are you a hoarder? Like, do you have a tendency to, if you needed to start collecting something, would you be compulsory to collect things? You've collected some stuff, but mostly only kept sentimental things now. Yes, fair enough. Exactly. Your partner collects a lot of stuff though. Yeah. You see, I can imagine. I love other people who collect things, but for myself, I collect the sentimental things. However, if I started to collect things, it can get out of control. Yeah, okay. When you were young, you held on to way too many things. I stopped collecting things and stuff because I couldn't part with it. I actually have somewhere upstairs, I have like 30 pounds or like 30 to 50 pounds of textbooks that I couldn't part ways with. Like, I went to college, you know, you're supposed to a lot of people resell their textbooks and whatnot. I kept them. So after some point, I noticed that it's probably not the most healthy thing for myself. So it feels compulsory. So nowadays, I only keep sentimental gifts and try to cut down on the whole collecting thing. I do love how other people manages it though. So I was kind of curious. Oh man, I still can't believe you like red pandas. That's shocking. That's very shocking. There's no evidence that you would see a thumbnail or anything regarding red pandas. Sounds like your garage, a ton of books in there, and that I never look at. Indeed. I actually had this one course where they asked to buy the book. So I got the book, but then I ended up never using it. And I still kept the book. Like, I think the professor was excellent. Like, so excellent that they were meticulous on making sure you need to know. Like, I was engaged enough that I ended up not really using the book. But I didn't depart with the book either. It was like a keepsake for the marking that I don't know, taken that course or something. Which, by the way, what is your most recent movie you watched? I'm curious.
難しいゲーム？難しいゲーム？
Or book. You have a few books from college, but many of them I consider the graveyard of Japanese textbooks that I'll never use again. Chasing perfection rather than studying for way too long. Ooh, that's a deep cut. Chasing perfection rather than studying for way too long. Wow. That hits very different.
本屋に行きましょうか。
その俳優は誰ですか？その俳優は
Have I watched any films by Akira Kurosawa? Yes. 2. Nowadays, I consume more referential things to Akira Kurosawa. Done and oh, actually 3. Rashomon and Yojimbo. Oh, and 7 Samurai. Of course, 7 Samurai. Yo, the Hidden Fortress kind of looks interesting now that I'm looking at it. I was making sure that I didn't get Kurosawa mixed up with someone else. Your most recent movie. I haven't had much time. Oh, okay, with work. That's perfectly understandable. But you did watch a show, Three Body Problem. That sounds right. Oh, and you started on Shogun. I haven't started on Shogun yet. Yeah. That's fair enough. Shogun. I know you mentioned anime in some way, in some like indirect way. Have you watched Blue-Eyed Samurai? Of recent years, like last year, Blue-Eyed Samurai. Now that is a multi East meets West production right there. That I hope that Shogun also captures that. Yeah, Blue-Eyed Samurai was exceptional, and it's a wonderful. It's a really cute. I don't know if you looked into the writers of that. It's a wonderful blend. Like you can definitely see the collaborative nature between the wife and husband team behind Blue-Eyed Samurai. So excellent. You know. Yeah. Ooh, the reason why I brought up Blue-Eyed Samurai is because someone, Waylon, asked me if I watched an Akira Kurosawa film. Blue-Eyed Samurai it's one of those many times that it's a referential thing to Kurosawa. So, man, it was nice, especially that one episode that deliberately references Akira Kurosawa. Man, sorry.
その俳優は誰ですか?
Had to make mention that.
その俳優は誰ですか?
誰ですか?
誰ですか?
Fair enough.
Kono.
I don't think I'm ever gonna finish this. Sorry.
茶色。
この茶色の動物はハムスターですか?
ハムスター
ハムスターですか? Okay. Sure. Okay.
ここは
Wait.
ここは
Just kidding. Wait. Actually.
ここは
人気
猫
のカフェです?
カフェです。
Rep. Oh, let me guess. 人気の猫. Oh, yeah, fair enough. I kind of wanted 2 no's there, but it was only 1 no. Duolingo. That's fine. Common phrases. Neko kahe, I suppose. Wait.
そのは誰ですか俳優ここ人気は人気の猫カフェです。
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make one attempt at... Oh, wait. I have 2 hearts, okay. Alright, we'll focus. And get the sun.
南口の前に並びましょう。
Also, by the way, thanks guys. Thanks for chatting for so long and having conversations. I get derailed all the time. I can't even be as like this is fantastic.
南口の前に並びましょう。南口の前に
並びましょう。
南口の前に並びましょう。
Sure. 並びましょう。Okay. Okay. Higashiguchi.
Higashiguchi.
Oh, that's it? Oh, Higashiguchi. Sure.
東口の前に並びませんか
Great. Silently watching you calm the angry. Have you used Duolingo before, Shady? I'm actually kind of curious. Like, from intellectual curiosity perspective. Like post 2024. Post 2024 Duolingo.
東口の前に並びませんか東口の前に並びませんか
You've been using it as a fun supplement for your Mandarin? Ooh. No spoilers. But how do you find it as a supplement? Like what are your like teasery provocative thoughts about Mandarin? Oh, you also did the entire Japanese course after a friend challenged you. Is this 2024? Is it after the 2023 change? Because I'm actually really curious if there's anyone who completed the pre-2023 and then the post-2023 just out of pure intellectual curiosity. Since I started 82 days ago, it's post-2024. So I don't actually even know what the pre-2023 thing is. I've met a lot of people that have that that had that experience to some degree. And they all have largely kind of grown out of the Duolingo. Oh, interesting. You got any hot takes? Maybe some hot potatoes? I'm okay with hot potatoes. I know that we already resonate with stuff. It might be uncomfortable for you to give hot takes. I feel like if I am to resonate with some of the stuff we talk about, it might be a little uncomfortable to give hot takes. But you have any unhinged hot takes? Maybe not too unhinged.
東口の前に並びませんか
並びませんか並びませんか並びませんか And then 東口の前に並びませんか並びませんか I keep adding an extra syllable. I think the story features of Duolingo is underrated. I think it does a bad job of explaining grammar effectively, but I also don't think that it is at all. I'm gonna be real with you. I honestly think you just took the words out of my mouth. For Mandarin, it's been nice and very easy since it's basically combining kanji from Japanese with English grammar and word order. Ah, yeah. I can definitely envision that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't actually have to even... Okay. Shady. In my life, I've met an instance where I've met I have 3 really, really great friends. They're like brothers from another mother, so to speak. When we met in college, it's almost as though we don't have to explicitly ever communicate our sentiments and our thoughts, right? And oftentimes, it's pretty shocking. Oftentimes, and it doesn't get old, where when you present a question to one of these 3 individuals, you would likely also find a very non-separate, like, our opinions overlap quite a lot, like our ways of expressing and talking and analyzing. And I feel like this is probably the second time it's ever happened. The way you described Duolingo just now, outside of the word bad, I know that's something that it's a little bit, I refrain from saying it, but at the same time I would say something like deficient. Duolingo is deficient at explaining grammar, but it's not the intended goal, right? So not only did you deflate and contextualize what constitutes as bad, but at the same time account for its intent. That was so close to some of the many things that I'm talking about. And the story thing, I didn't even get to the story features, but from whatever I've seen in the story features, I can't wait. It takes so long to get to the story features. Like, I won't even get to the story features for another... The pace that I go is 3 days a unit. So it's going to be a while. It's like section 3 units 24 or something like that. But back to what I was saying. I don't know. I've shared this before, but the brothers from another mother, I met them in college. They happen to be identical triplets. Identical triplets. And the three of them, we've gotten to the point where it's one of those things when you ask someone a question and they literally take the words out of your mouth. It's almost as though I don't even need to ask you questions anymore. It's been a while. I don't know how else I can discuss this, but rarely do I ever find this level of resonance between a stranger that I've met just briefly and how uncannily coincidental so many things are. I do believe, yeah, literally brothers from another mother. Yeah, they're identical triplets. They're still my best friends to this day. And if you ever propose like a intellectual question to any of them and myself, we'll probably give you responses that are relatively close, provided we also have shared experiences. As in, if we all don't have shared experiences and you ask us a question, we are likely to respond in a very similar manner. And that's one of those things that I'm having right now. I'm asking you questions, but the coincidence seems so uncanny. What you just said summarizes like possibly a talking point that I revisit every 30 days or so, where to distinguish between what is intended and what it can't do, what it can or cannot do, objectively speaking. However, and then contextualizing if the intent of the design was made for that, right? As a programmer or someone who has a background in methodology and like, you know, lots of like experiment setups and whatnot and hypotheses driven stuff, null hypothesis testing, you have to always tend to consider what is within the scope of the tool or whatever project you're doing, right? And oftentimes if you investigate that type of thing, you're often left not confused at what it can and cannot do, right? In terms of the product. And oftentimes I hear criticisms of Duolingo for things that it really isn't designed to do in the first place. Oftentimes people sit there wondering like, yo, dude, Duolingo doesn't do this. It's like, you're right. I agree. It doesn't do this. I say, well, why doesn't Duolingo do this? Well, the design intent might be sometimes at odds with what you're requesting. It's kind of like one of the criticisms that come at me all the time is Duolingo is too slow. Like as a general consensus, like that happens a lot. Duolingo is too slow, right? And then immediately the other criticism is Duolingo needs to spend more time on grammar. So, do you want Duolingo to be faster? Or do you want Duolingo to slow down and spend more time on grammar? You see what I mean by this? Like, that's the type of stuff that I've been talking about for a while. Sometimes fast or slow may not necessarily be relevant to the value that you place on your comprehension. So the question is, do you like it fast or slow, or do you want more grammar? Because there are a lot of times when you're at the developer standpoint of a program, there are very objectively non-correlating things that you can do. You can't. It's very difficult to have the cake and eat it at the same time. Anyway, so that was just a digression, but the way you talked about, the way you phrased it, like, it did a bad job of explaining grammar. Yeah, right. It's a paradoxical statement made by people who haven't generally thought through the problem statement thoroughly. Exactly. So when you had that extra consideration, like, oh yeah, it's bad with grammar, but you also don't feel like they're actively trying to do that. That is it. That's what's insightful about what that tells me, right? And that's kind of like expecting. It's one of those things like, oh man, I expect to. Oh, here's another paradox of learning. Sometimes I want to passively, as an easy, passively learn actively. I think I'm being a little too generalizing here, but I'm paraphrasing. So people want all the benefits of actively learning, but they want it in a way that is passively, it's easy and passive. So that's still a somewhat paradoxical request when it comes to understanding how learning process works in any scope of imagination, right? Like any type of understanding, even a superficial understanding of human condition and learning. It's a very hard problem to solve, and Duolingo has largely perfected the problem they set out to solve. Perfected isn't the right word to use, since I don't think any resource is perfect. Excellent. But it's the closest word I can use to formulate my thoughts this late. That's absolutely, I'm on board. I understand. Like, to me, I don't know if you were here earlier. I talked about this in a similar way that you said. Duolingo is not only not, I'm sorry for the double negatives too, because it's a little bit late too. Duolingo is not only not good, is what lots of people do, like not good, right? Not good. So Duolingo is not just good at what it does or designed to do, it's so good at what it does, the unforeseen consequence of what it does well came with side effects. And I was expounding upon the concept of complacency. Complacency and its role in how it hinders, how it supports consistency, right? It supports consistency. However, when you become complacent, you also start becoming more and more passive in the process. And what is very passive is a habit. Right? And learning does require it to be active. So what happens over time is Duolingo is so good at creating consistency that it takes a very short amount of time before the repetition and the mechanics of it becomes passive. As in, you have developed a habit and it's no longer an active process. So without it being active, you take less and less in. Less and less happens. So Duolingo actually does this so fantastically well that people actually stop learning. Because now it's a habit. Like it's like getting up and eating your cereal, your favorite cereal. The habit, it's so good that now they need to come up with diversifying things so that it can become active again. So they're constantly needing to change everything. Like maybe every 3 months. It's kind of like live service models. Without it changing, it can no longer be active. There's nothing that they're engaging that's different anymore. It's a rudimentary pattern that you're doing. In fact, some people, I demonstrated it to myself. I asked myself, after 30 days, can I answer all the questions without even listening to the prompt, without looking at the prompt, and only looking at the answers provided? I can. So I learned absolutely nothing. Like if you become fluent in the design language, which lots of people can intuit very, very well because it's not designed to be complex in design language. It's dependent on the active nature of the user. So if the user becomes habit, you can just do it without even knowing anything. Yeah, Duolingo is also a great exercise in the human mind's ability to solve a problem. Exactly. Oh my gosh. Dang. We learn the system itself and its rules, and then we master that rather than the language. Exactly. Which is what the intent is. It's a constant battle between keeping the system addicting and effective. Yeah, like you just said. No, like you just said, Shady. You just summarized it. You just summarized it. It's why video games get completed and then get revisited when a dissonance happens. Like way down the line, when a video game becomes no longer familiar, it becomes engaging again. So the whole idea, all the criticisms is rooted in actually Duolingo is so good at what it does that it creates the problem. It's like things get old so fast because it is so habit forming. It's so engaging that you no longer have to try. And yeah, and that's where I have been working on for a while now. So how do I make Duolingo more engaging? That's why I spent like 11 hours having discussions and stuff. It's to enrich the process, I suppose. But man, the dualities, the paradox, the constant ebb and flow between what something is great as habit forming, like self-motivation. It lowers the effector filters, right? The effectors that stop you from doing something, and then being effective. Efficacious requires an active input of effort. And if something is incredibly also addicting and consistent forming, things that are consistent tends to be less and less effortless because over time consistency removes that effort. You become so efficient. It's one of the brilliant things about humans. What Duolingo does really well is catharsis. It provides a lot of catharsis. It provides great review because it only is there to remind you of what you probably know as well, right? It's one of the exception. It's meditative. So if you ever want to like meditate really well, this is the type of thing you're looking for. Things that removes all of that need for input effort. But when you're actively learning, you have to somehow engage in that it's supposed to be slightly stressful, but positive stress. We're talking about like, dopamine induced stress, not cortisol induced stress. Things that tackle that, and it's crazy. So I'm glad we're on the same page. But I honestly think I don't even need to lead you. We probably have similar thoughts already. Thanks for it's actually really refreshing. Sorry if I might be sounding like an instant fan or something. I would totally love to see your approaches to programming and whatnot in the future. I think you have something that can reflect a lot of what I'm saying. My 82 days I don't think there's a single person that was able to capture the same sentiments that I have when it comes to analyzing the design language and the intent of Duolingo's design. And then its integration and interface as a learning product, both psychologically and pragmatically. Duolingo's success has also made it so many other systems mimic it and try to teach language in the same way, but it just amplifies the issue. Exactly. I think the one thing that the language learning community can really benefit from is increased diversity in competitive design. Like it's kind of like in the game when a gold standard comes up, right? And it supersedes the one thing that causes high adoption. That high adoption tends to form the necessity to maintain its popularity. Like, for example, pop music. Pop music often deals with the accessibility of a thing. So if you excel so hard at the accessibility, it becomes ubiquitous. And because of the pragmatic use of business models and whatnot, it deflates the quality of downstream objectives if you can acquire adoption, right? And Duolingo has succeeded so well that it is hard to compete with it if your next competition if it's not Duolingo, it's TikTok, right? So then somehow you have to transition and bridge that addiction, that quality of design that causes consistent adoption into something that is perhaps productive or useful, that identifies you from the other products. And now it's one of those things. You have a product that has a very consistent trend that lines up with whatever the current behavioral demands of the current situation, like kind of like FromSoft games with Souls games, right? If you capture that thing, then without competition, the trend will continue until it produces an exaggerated amplification of any drawbacks or things that it has, and it's hard to overcome. It takes another paradigm shift in design in order to really push it in a different direction. And I hope that there will be other competitive products that don't simply try to mirror this in a sense, but somehow innovate on it. At the moment, most of the sentiments in order to address this issue is to tear down Duolingo, right? So that's deconstructive criticism. If you tear down Duolingo, the next product becomes the one that exacerbates its shortcomings. Instead of promoting competitors, like trying to promote and bolster innovation of competitive apps and competitive designs, at the moment, at least in my opinion, the sentiment is to tear down the king or to tear down the gold standards, as opposed to building upon them or learning how to innovate away from them, like divergent competitive designs. I think tearing something down only introduces the second best thing, and that second best thing will come with its own caveats. At least that's how I feel right now. Most people are more deconstructive in order to elevate the position of a competitor, as opposed to elevating the competitor. And I've been a staunch suggestion of people like Renshu was mentioned by Day 9, that sounds like a great alternative if it fits the appropriate user. Anki, right? LingQ, Babel, Memrise, Rosetta Stone, Bushu, even like Tofuku offers products. So many things, at least in my opinion. I wasn't expecting to have such an enjoyable experience tonight. The universe works in strange ways. Life is strange, isn't it? Life is strange. I can't even say that right now. I could say, no, I can't say life. Life wa omoshiroi desu ne. I don't know how to say life. Alright. Life wa omoshiroi desu ne. How do you say life? I could go with katakana and just say laifu. Thanks. I really appreciate this. I wasn't expecting to derail like this really hard. Rarely is it so hard. That same logic applies to people as well. It came from the idea that you have to be cutthroat and tear down those, that you view as competition rather than praise what they do well and learn from their missteps or perceived missteps. Yeah, exactly. And I think I even want to add one more to that. That same logic, when blended with self-righteousness, right, and a lack of emotional intelligence, ends up being more of a vendetta that is passed off as objective truth. Like, oh, the objective truth is that Duolingo is too slow. That's not an objective, that's not facts at all. That's a perception of, you know what I mean? Like, it becomes to the point that it's also quite dangerous because the internet is also very susceptible to the echo chamber, which a lot of times I think there's only a lose-lose situation in echo chambers. Not only do the person deprive themselves of whatever satisfaction they have, they also deprive themselves of tools and potential competitive tools that will help them in the future, or may help them in the future, or give them some, like, it lowers accessibility. When you're tearing down something, it only lowers overall accessibility to anyone. So meanwhile, when you care about language learning, in my opinion, language learners are suggesting that for the betterment of emotional language learners, for the betterment of language learning is to reduce the number of tools available. I think that's kind of, I'm paraphrasing because it's getting super late, but yeah. I think there's a leap of logic in a lot of this, and I personally think it's a lose-lose when it's also mixed. That type of logic is also mixed with emotionally charged feelings from a vocal minority. In this case, maybe inochi? I'm not entirely sure since Japanese has like 50 different words for life. Oh. Depending on what sort of like daily life, way of life, your life has a spirit. Okay, we're not gonna go down. I will take your, I think inochi works. Which one is that? Which one is inochi? Is it way of life? Spiritual? I kind of like the spiritual one. Your life as a human. Wow, that's awfully specific. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. We're fine. We're fine.
Ah. すみません。Pen.
Also, by the way, I really appreciate this. I'm also kind of hyper aware of time, and it's also a weekday, right? It's also a weekday, so definitely do not feel obligated to expend any time that would take yourself away from your workday. I do have to make it clear that I don't actually have a daily occupation at the moment, so I don't actually have schedule commitments outside of whatever this is. So hopefully I'm not taking you away from your time. Like fate and life. Oh, that works. I like it. I like it. I think it works, yeah, since we're talking about, yeah, a sort of fate. Yeah, fate encounter. I've been doing this for... I've been, like, interacting in this way. Very obviously interacting with this way for probably over 5 or 6 years. But at the same time, the last time I've had this resonance with another person, even given all these years, was 18 years ago. 18 years ago when I met the friends that I mentioned. When it comes to the level of resonance, as in mannerisms, speaking thing. It's not to say that this is like the only way to have friends or something. It's just, it's very uncommon to have this like of serendipitous encounter, especially given the circumstances. We're on Twitch. I'm using Duolingo. Somehow we both like red pandas. Like there is a lot of weirdness going on here that even I wouldn't say, as someone who focuses on lots of behavioralism, like corollary behavioralism and pre-selection and choices and much like that. I still think it's an incredibly hard to believe coincidence. So that's kind of why I don't know how to process this right now. I don't usually often find myself speechless when hearing the comments of someone, especially when you are restricted to typing in general. That's... Are you sure you're not ChatGPT? Imagine my... I mean, it's a very real, funny situation, right? Imagine if you've been online for so long that someone had done a machine model of your diction. So then you naturally use that diction to mirror someone and have a conversation with them. I think that's a nightmare scenario, but honestly, after seeing like some of the stuff, it's kind of creepy. But I don't know how much you know. I mean, you're in programming, so I'm more than probably tugging on some nightmare scenarios in the back of your hypothetical mind regarding the accelerated pace in which one can at least superficially, if not pretty in depth, mirror someone's mannerisms to like mirror in this type of encounter, to be like talking to yourself as opposed to someone else. I agree. I tune into a lot of streams, but I tend to get bored or lurk, then bail after a bit since the conversation hits a natural breaking point after a while. Ours has somehow managed to avoid that breaking point so far. Honestly, though, I am ceremoniously attempting to break the point, only because I have a higher concern for how much time I'm taking from you, as opposed to concern with my completion of the lesson. I don't know if you probably can read the subtext. I feel like you can probably read the subtext at this point, because you seem like a similarly perceptive person, that I'm probably using... If you called me out on trying to use an excuse for completing my lesson as a way to not pull more longer discussions, that you're probably very on the point. Yeah, and large language models. Oh, large language models, man.
は
Uh,
ありますか
I have these little concerns. So here's a thought.
あ、ペンはありません。
This guy has been looking for his pen for quite some time, waiting for his pen. Yeah. So, what you call it? I do have one caveat that I'm gonna avoid in the future. My friends and I, right? These friends that I'm talking about, there's a time when you kind of like just run out of things to say to each other because of a high level of resonance. Oftentimes you get to this like complacent manner in which you do the thing where, oh yeah, that's a good idea, maybe we should do it sometime, and it never happens. Like, oh yeah, I knew I was waiting for you, but you were waiting for me, but we were waiting for each other. We're okay. Like, we're very agreeable people. So it's one of those things. And so I worry if you go too far, you just run out of things to say. It's like, hey, have you seen this? I know what you're going to say. Yes. Like, okay. So we went over everything we talked about the last like 3 months. So I guess I'll see you in another month so we can collect enough experiences to exchange the same semblance of, hey, what do you think about this? Okay, it's my turn now. I'm gonna tell you what you're going to think about it, and then I ask you for the one thing and you're gonna tell me exactly what I'm going to think about it. That's usually how my interactions with my friends go, like especially these guys. Like we take turns finishing our concepts, right? Like, oh, I'll let you go now. Like, what do you think about this scene? And I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't say anything reacting to their comment, but only continue their sentiments because most of the ideas overlap. So naturally, you end up running out of things to say because not enough events have occurred anymore. Like, there's no like observable events to make commentary about, and that's kind of why my friends and I don't talk as much as we typically do. This is a familiar story. I'll be back in your stream once I've mastered Mandarin so we can talk about how I compare. Not before I master Mandarin and then we can both share. No, I'm just kidding. How do you feel about your Japanese?
ペンはありません。ペンは
Speaking of the word master, I've always felt that I don't feel very comfortable ever saying like I've mastered anything. How do you feel about the word master?
とあ、ペンはありません。
Wait.
あ、
Not
とあ、ペンはありません。
Okay. I think I'm probably gonna end the thing today here somewhere.
東口
I've always been really apprehensive. I'm happy with it, but I still study it every day.
の前
Oh, that's my sentiments indeed.
に
You took the words out. You took the thought out of my mouth, but I agree. If someone asked me, they asked me this question already. How do you feel? How do you feel about your progress? Right? I had this question a couple times, and my answer generally says, the short answer is happy. The long answer is I can do it every day of my life. Doesn't really matter. I'm happy with it. If I'm happy with it, I can continue to do it. I worry about where it is in the bigger scope of things. So, short answer is I'm always happy. I feel happy about my progress all the time because I like learning. I continue to do it. I don't think I have English mastered, and So I don't think I will ever be comfortable saying I've mastered any language. With other things, I think the desire for improvement is more important than being, as long as being claimed a mastery, as long as I'm improving, then I'm achieving my goal. You know, I was gonna talk about that, but all right, fine. You can steal my thunder. I'll let you have my. I said that, okay? I said that. That was me. I can't. The last 3 days, when someone told me like, "Oh, so what are you gonna do when you master Japanese?" So someone asked me that. I think it might have been Gabriel actually. Gabriel asked me, "What am I gonna do when I master Japanese?" This was a question, 2 days ago. When I master Japanese, right? And my first thought was, well, first of all, maybe it's imposter syndrome, maybe it's not. However, considering the realistic nature of how I feel about my English competency, which I do feel I'm comfortable enough to say I'm above average. Maybe like graduate level, maybe perhaps that's above average. But I can truly honestly say that if I can't even be comfortable in saying I have a mastery of English as a potentially obvious native English speaker, perhaps. Technically, English is not my first language, but if I can't even do that, the logic would dictate that there is no semblance of being able to master Japanese, according to me. So, when you're asking me, what am I going to do when I master Japanese? Well, I'm probably going to be dead. So the natural inclination is, I like to reach a place where I'm proficient enough that I can continue to explore other languages, and greater in a concurrent, and continue to study all of them concurrently. So my understanding of Japanese bolsters my understanding and appreciation for English, while it bolsters Mandarin, and so on. So the idea is not necessarily for the concern of mastery, but the concern for improvement. And ultimately, even superseding improvement is happiness. I don't think there is any sentiment stronger than self-satisfaction, in the sense that it's not dependent on other people's affirmation in order to seek a feedback loop to improvement. Self-improvement produce more happiness, happiness produce more improvements, and so on. So rather than being concerned with words like mastery, it's often just being proficient enough to provide an endless supply of happiness. And like that is it. So the sentiment when you said, well, I don't think I'll ever be comfortable saying you mastered a language, because if you think about how you scope things that you already think, you chose English. And I love that. I've said that a bunch of times. I'm like, yeah, let's be a little realistic. There is a like really weird alternative universe where, someone asked me this. I think Sub-Zero asked me this. They asked me if I hypothetically could trade off a language. Trade off a language, like negotiate by trading off a language. What would I do, right? Like what would I pick or something? And then I had to ask so many specific modifiers, like conditions, like if I trade off my language, does that bar me from learning the language I trade off, etc.? Like, you know that. And in the end of the day, I can already anticipate that we have very similar caveats. So I'm kind of curious, how would you go about it if you could trade off? Like, you could trade up. It's a really interesting question. I think I've gotten some of the most interesting and intellectually stimulating hypotheticals, like thought experiments going on. My caveat was, am I barred? One of the questions I asked is part of the rule, am I barred from relearning, like learning the language that I that I trade off. You can trade up. So basically they're offering to trade up. You can exchange your current language, like English, for maybe 2 others. So I was starting to negotiate. I'm like, well, okay, I can make a slight argument for 2 if I'm taking a pragmatic approach for its influence. But I would trade it for 3 in a heartbeat, because statistically, and then I would pick one that would allow me to go back to acquiring what I've lost. So it got really I got a little sweaty with that. So you were offered 2 languages. So according to the guy's hypothetical, you're offered 2 languages in exchange for your native language. How would you approach this?
並びませんか。
東口の雨に、前に並びませんか? I haven't been
すみ
saying
ません。ペンはありますか？ペン。
That kept me all up all evening, by the way. I actually continued to think about that hypothetical.
すみません。ペンはありますか?
I hope I won't ruin your... I think the question is largely dependent on language that you know and would be trading, right? Knowing English, it's almost impossible to understate the advantage that I have knowing the lingua franca of our time. Yeah, so that's the approach that I went. So how can I compensate for the loss of the advantage that you can leverage as the de facto lingua franca, right? So I went about it in a way that how could I leverage all the statistical identifiers I understand about the pervasive influence of the other languages. So I actually took that statistical know-how. So right now, you know, from like some cursory article that I picked up, the influence is about like around 35% are native English, right? And its influence is that 65% are non-native, right? So if I could leverage how its reach in second, like how big English's reach is, I could argue that when Spanish is pulled in, it doesn't draw this much. It's still greater than 50 or here, but Spanish is pulling up pretty high. It's like 30%. And then there's French, right? But then you have to cover the spectrum. Then you have to cover the spectrum of, can you increase the influence by taking an Eastern language? So then I ended up coming with the idea that, okay, I'll pick a Eastern language that has the most influence by an arbitrary metric, which I was using natives versus non-natives, and I picked a Western and Eastern language in order to encapsulate the flexibility of accessing the other related languages in order to recapitulate and still take advantage of the loss of the leverage of the main language being my English, being my name language, in order to maximize influence, right? Maximize influence, which both serves as a psychological advantage for my case, and as well as a pragmatic standpoint. So trying to maximize psychological applications and pragmatic applications, both like society-wise and whatnot. What do you have? So it also ties into your living situation. Oh, that's fair. I'm still in the United States. Oh, I already asked that too. So the person said you cannot transport yourself. So then I had to make a rationale for Spanish. Yeah, that is correct. I already asked that question as well. I asked him, does that also give me a free airplane ticket to relocation, and does that somehow uproot my life? If so, trading isn't that useful for you? Yeah, if I could relocate to anywhere else and have established life in that country, then that will also heavily skew the decision. Absolutely. And on top of that, if I can transplant my life somehow and still in your current race. Exactly. So in this case, I've already asked that question and you cannot. So you stay in it. So if I had to make a decision, I would choose one that has the highest influence in my current state, in my current socioeconomic status, right? Like the environment, and including considering my heritage and where I am right now, right? In order to have the closest access to the common language in where we reside. So those are excellent points. And I think there's more, socioeconomic things to weigh before I pick a language, which also plays into the socioeconomic situation. Best to weigh to, right, exactly. So in the end, I had to weigh a lot of things, but you know, for the sake of fun and social experiments, right? For the sake of social experiments at the time, I took whatever statistics I had and favored the thing about what is the most pragmatic and psychological thing I can pull up. And basically I went with how many people can I connect with that will match the common language pole of English. And then immediately, you're exchanging mastery, by the way. What this person offered was you're exchanging the language, your one language, English, which for 2. I would stretch for 3, really. I would like negotiate for 3. Largely because I'm taking into consideration the poll. But naturally, if you have the mastery of those 3, you're hoping that what you learn could give you like at least a medium ground to a reacquiring English. At least that's how I would try to do it. In that case, if I'm required, then it'd be Spanish, and after that, I don't really know. French is likely to follow up, because of the massive amount of overlap between it and English. It would make learning English again much easier. Exactly. So I would at least facilitate that reacquisition of English so that you can upsell. You get free upsell, right? Or not really free, but. And then I thought about if I got 3 languages, that's why I was trying to leverage 3 languages. I would acquire an Eastern language, right? In order to pull in, it's probably Mandarin. You start with Mandarin and then you pull out, expand from Mandarin, right? So it was being greedy, but it was a fun thought experiment. I could have went as far as saying I'm okay with Spanish and Mandarin. That's where I settled on. Like, it's being greedy. It's really being greedy because there's cultural dissonance, right? I'm still living in the United States, so technically that's a diminished return. That's like investing in potential value, but ultimately, realistically speaking, if you suddenly become a Spanish speaker and you're still residing in the United States, you're going to have to apply for English, and English will take away from the value and application of being a master in Mandarin or Japanese. They're not geographically and socioeconomically accessible to each other. It's kind of like me choosing to dedicate my entire life, uproot my entire life, and go to Japan and become a Japanese person right now. Then all the values of the things that I've invested in my life then gets diminished in return. So it's kind of like, ooh, such an interesting question. I'm sorry. Like, I'm talking about like pure science fiction at this point, but it was such an interesting question. I don't know if anyone really captured the depth of the spiraling vortex of things you have to consider, much of the things that you have already shared. I think all those questions came up simultaneously the moment someone, a person that I've come to know very well now, Sub-Zero. Oh, by the way, Sub-Zero's learning Mandarin. Or trying to learn Mandarin. Sub-Zero's in uni right now, and they're like trying to finish up whatever they need to do at uni so that they can spend their vacation or like their summertime to focus on Mandarin. They are Norwegian descent, I think. He speaks Norwegian as well, and a really great command of English. I would love to hear how you guys communicate in Mandarin in the future, because I think for the most part he's have some background in Mandarin already, like to some extent. We want to focus on that. So interesting. That's the person, by the way. That is the person who presented that hypothetical.
あ、すみません。ペンはありますか？は、ありますか？あ、すみません。ペンはありますか？
Sure. Man, I've been stuck on the pen. Yeah. I think we have a bunch of people. The people I'm mentioning, like Gabriel, there's 2 others like Lotus. Oh, actually Lotus is in your time frame. In your time zone. He's actually in California, and Indy is in Texas. So there are a bunch of people who like are really into this, and they have they're interested in Japanese. So you already have Japanese in the bag, and I don't know if they have any interest in moving to Mandarin, but I've been spending most of these days, like the vast majority of these days, talking back and forth with these people, and it's been incredibly refreshing and motivating. And it really all started with Duolingo, actually. Both of them actually have used Duolingo to an extended amount of time, largely taking a more sound approach in critique of it. So that's kind of the bonding. That's the bonding platform for pre-selecting people. The people who hate Duolingo, they come by and say that and then leave. That's usually the vast majority. But whenever you get the winners, it's kind of nice. I can't wait to use it for something else, like video games and stuff. If you don't like making content, honestly, I would love to see, like, have you ever made content? I'm sure your life is very busy, but I honestly haven't ever haven't had an opportunity to talk to someone like this. Like, you could imagine a conversation with John Green and Hank Green going away this. You know what I mean? Like, it takes a lot of privileges and life situations in order to have the luxury of making content without a safety net of a career, right, and whatnot, and other things to provide experience and stuff to talk about. But I do honestly think that if I sat in a room with someone like Hank or John, these would be the type of discussions that I would have. But I don't command a lot of influence, so you can't just walk up to John and Hank and say like, hey dude, let's sit here and use up 7 hours of your time in which John is helping fight tuberculosis, like finding, you know, negotiations to curb tuberculosis in developing countries, right? Like that kind of thing. Like, in a way, I find I have some ambivalence in entertaining my own selfish needs to find a conversation with them while knowing the content and the things that they're working on. But it is really refreshing to find someone who may be just as accessible. Oh, there's just so much more to talk about, but I digress a little too much. Sorry. My apologies. Their family gatherings must honestly be incredible. I have no doubt. I mean, even the episodes that they have where they meet together, you know what I mean? Like the Greens brothers together, the occasional special where they finally get to like hang out for a minute, it's ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous. Wholesome fun. Online now, I have been entertaining a lot of myself. I don't know if the conversation is going to be the same with other people, but there are a lot of content creators. It's a really big trend. It's actually a micro trend, like a self-contained niche trend of its own, of interracial couples, right? Especially ones that have English as a bridging language. I've been watching so many of them. Like the one you described, there's this one, it's, the girl is American and the guy is Japanese, and they do like these cute little popular trend things like Pokemon names and whatnot, and they do skits with each other, right? So is this like German Vietnamese couple. They're viral, so if any of these ring a bell, there is a chance you might have already come across the same stuff. It's so interesting when they react. Recently, there's this Japanese Malay couple, and they use English as the common language. Actually, the Malaysian person also speaks Japanese to the Japanese person. So there are so many examples of wonderful dualities, and I love seeing them talk about the cross-cultural things, exchange that they have every day. And that's what you and your partner, when you're describing you and your partner, that's kind of how I imagine it. It would be wonderful to, obviously, if your partner is comfortable with it. Vlogging like that stuff is fantastic, at least. I think it's almost quintessentially representative of how the other 50% or so of Americans actually live. Like, that's like underappreciated in my opinion. Like, what do I do every day? Well, actually, this is the most English I speak every day. But English is not the primary mother tongue that I use at home. I actually use Fujianese with my parents. So when stream goes off, when I utter another word, it typically is Fujianese. Although I'm illiterate, so I don't want to get anyone's hopes up in misunderstanding that I can actually read Mandarin, which I can't. Which, by the way, what are your thoughts? You've used Duolingo before. I feel like Duolingo needs to replace all this Gen 1. I know there's legacy in this, but this Gen 1, man, where's my Falstaff at? I'm just saying. This is probably Gen 1 Falstaff. Come on. Come on, man. I need that moody, the half eye. I need that, like, moody half eye. And the little, like, he's basically this shape with the scarf. There are a lot of things that come out where there are strong cultural differences. Yes, indeed. Which leads to some interesting conversations. I can only imagine. It does stand out a bit, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. There was one, okay, real talk. There was one where there's a girl eating something, or like, no, a girl in a pool. So a girl is supposed to be in a pool and you're supposed to talk about swimming, right? And this guy here is in the pool with the girl. Like, this bear is in the pool. And the prompt was about, do you want to swim? Should we swim? Or something. I'm like, okay. That didn't quite age very well, but Gen 1, man. Gen 1. A bit sketch there, Duo. Yes, indeed. Wine, oh, what the heck? Is this? No, this is not sign. No, sign, oh. Oh, onegaishimasu.
お願いします。
Onegaishimasu. Sure. Let's see. Bando no sign. So you've been to Japan already, like so many times, even after your partner moved to the United States. How often do you go to Japan? Real talk. I imagine you and your partner keeps to date on the current like climate, socioeconomic climate of Japan. I've been keeping track of that quite a lot. It's not so optimistic, if you know what I mean. On a more serious topic. Around once a year for a month or two, I see. Oh, okay. A month to 2 months a year. I imagine you have extended family now in Japan.
Oh.
Yeah, Japan hasn't been in better situations. Not even to mention the recent like natural disasters, right? Natural events. I really do I love the Japanese culture. It's such an isolated microcosm. Japan is such an isolated microcosm. Even with the opening or the maybe the pressure opening of American influence and involvement, still an incredible, almost historical, like our lifetimes, right? Our lifetimes, isolated microcosm. It's such a contrasting thing between being American and being Japanese in that regards too. Like on the one hand, American culture is basically the punching bag for any form of superficial or depth perception from foreigners, and yet Japan is like this mystical microcosm that is both potentially resonating in its random desirable qualities, but at the same time, when you think of it as a whole, it's almost identifiably Japan and nowhere else. It's such a strange, weird place. Do you usually stream this? Like, I don't, Jamie. I'm talking to, like, I got caught up talking to Shady here for so long, and honestly, I'm not sure if I want to stop, but yeah, sort of. With the same-sex couple situation, there's some boundaries that we have to set up when it comes to our life in Japan. Oh, I see. That was a big part of the contention. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that's a really tough hard position. I could even say like wow, that can be very tough. Yeah, it is the compromise of the conformist, you know, the strong but for all its pros and cons, like the strong conformity, right? Yeah, that's understandable. Oh, it's nice to find that you and your partner had come to a negotiation that works, I hope. Signed and yeah, Jamie, wait, are you early or late, Jamie? What time is it for you? You're West Coast, aren't you? Sorry, I'm just caught up in so much discussion right now. so engaged. Don't get me wrong, I'm like learning that, like I don't know if I'm gonna remember this stuff, but totally worth it. Sign ga hoshii desu. Nope, east. Oh, that's right. Jamie, you're the one in New York, right? Jamie. We talked about this. You're a heckin' New Yorker, aren't you? Yeah, you're the New Yorker. Yeah, we already talked about this. I'm also a New Yorker, technically. Don't you dare shun New Yorkers who leave New York, okay? Nah, you can probably do that. I'm like the least New Yorker most New Yorkers would think. Other than like being Chinese. Imagine saying things like, I like Philadelphia better. No, I don't want to start a flame war here. I don't go to Philadelphia very often. I actually spend more time in New York City than Philadelphia. Good. Listen, are you trying to tell do you want me to start the fire? Because I think New Jersey is a pretty cool place. I'm just kidding. I don't want to start playing more. I'm playing on so many. Yeah, you're happy with what we settled on. It took me a bit at the start, and I watched a lot of videos and researched the topic in Japanese to understand the situation as much as I could from his perspective and his life, so that I could reframe my position on the situation. Well, I would love to meet his family outside of a friend he has. I understand the difficulty that exists there. Yep. That's totally understandable. It's, you know what I have to say to that? That only tells me that your love is that much stronger. If you know what I mean. Like, what is a more endearing and utterly unfathomable amount of affection between two people if you can even negotiate something like that? Especially when considering the prospect of an Asian culture, because that is from someone that comes from a Chinese traditional Chinese household, even though I was born in the United States. That is an unbelievably powerful trust and respect between two individuals, because family is that's beautiful, honestly. I'm glad to hear that you and your partner were able to navigate such a... I stray away from the word sacrifice, but sacrifice. Compromise. It's quite beautiful. Thank you for sharing, by the way. I would move mountains for him and the sacrifice he made and his willingness to give up everything to be with you. And that he would do the same. That's so beautiful. That's incredibly romantic. Wow. Honestly, I feel really privileged to actually even hear that from someone that exists. I honestly, the things you're describing is almost like fairy tale. Your life is literally a rom-com. Not really a rom-com, but a romance drama. What the heck? Like, I usually joke about my ups and downs with, like, you know, high functioning things and how it made social awkward situations and like unintended like relational consequences and stuff that makes anime sound reasonable. But your story, that deserves a memoir. Honestly, that's something you read. Honestly, wait. Let me think about it. I think I've recently watched like 2 or 3 movies. That makes for a great movie script. I would love to. We'll revisit this in another 20 years. I don't actually know how old you are, but for me, I'm 37. So ring me up when you decide to write a memoir or something, because that type of stuff, in my opinion, is incredible. It's stuff of best-selling novels, really. It's quite inspiring. You're 32? Oh, we largely belong to the same generational generational mindset as well. Yeah. That's amazing. Obviously, in an ideal world, I would wish for everything to work out. But that definitely shapes one's perspective quite a bit.
Pen.
Are we still stuck on pen? Yeah, we're still stuck on pen.
話したいです。
話したいです. Alright. What do we have? Oh, moto. Oh yeah, moto. More soy sauce, please. We gotta use more soy sauce. Ja. Mata. Oh yeah, right. We have the phrase mata. Mata and mo. Mata. Oh no, it's not. Sorry, not mata. Sorry. Yeah, we still have mata and mo to come up. Ja. Kitakuchi. Kitakuchi 待ちましょう. Yeah, sure.
東口でバンドを待ちましょう。
Okay. Which band? What am I saying? Which Oh no. We should wait. We should wait for the band at the east exit.
アーティストと話したいです。
Okay.
ケンさん、どこに並びますか？
Okay. Where are you going to wait? Yeah. Wait. どこに並びますか? Okay. Oh. 誰と話したいですか? Yeah, sure.
花か
Okay. It's fine.
どの
Some of the translations that Duolingo uses are interesting. I would have went with a more casual let's wait for the band at the east exit, but I suppose we should. Is there... Yes, I agree. Oftentimes, I got a little nitpicky here when people talk about translations. And I know I'm not making a commentary on yours. I think the common colloquialism is for using the word translations. I have habitually conditioned myself a little bit to say that Duolingo has many interpretations, right? And you highlighted one of the interpretations, for sure. And my guess was exactly as you said. When they say we should, it was to capture the essence of politeness in English. I agree with you. And then also when they said, they also introduced sen, like so masen, and ka, right? As would you like to do something? So, and if I had to think of a way to encapsulate the essence of it. I understand, much like Masho, when they say we should, so I get it, because I actually say that a lot. Instead of say let's go or let's wait, and that's a casual sense, right? Let's go, let's wait. We should wait. And I kind of like their interpretation. I wouldn't have considered it, because my first thought would be let's wait. That would be the casual. So if I was with friends, yeah, when I'm in a professional setting, like with colleagues or something at a university or something, yeah, I can see what they were going with we should. I definitely can see where they're going with it. Yeah, that's I agree with you 100%. That is actually, you're basically writing all my content, which it's almost as though you already watch all the content. I don't even think you need to watch anything, because you probably can already supersede all my comments that I've already made over these 82 days. You might as well just write down all your thoughts about Duolingo, and I can probably say I will probably agree with 95% of them without hesitation. And they probably have already came up. The observations you made probably have already came up. I'm actually very genuinely curious how many observations you'll make that lines up perfectly with what I have mentioned so far. You could do this too, technically, if you were able to juggle all of this. I would love to see how close can I either anticipate your observations, or you can anticipate my observations. It's so weird. It's so weird. Honestly, play clever as a way to cover the topic without a lesson to go over it. Exactly. Exactly. They're sticking to their design philosophy of being implicit, right? Patterned implicitly. And that's why that's what I've been engaged with Duolingo. So I've been more engaged with the design choices of Duolingo. Like, oh, you know what? They could have done this, but they didn't. And the kanji section is even more, there's so many more deep cuts in the kanji section where they decide like, oh, okay, that's an interesting way, because they recently updated the kanji section where they try to introduce like overlap kanji. So their way is they're staggering. So they introduce new kanji, right? And then they introduce another new kanji. But meanwhile, when this is staggered, they reuse kanji that relates to when they were introducing it. And then they repeat this pattern over and over again. So new input, old input, but it's new, but it relates to a previous unit. And sometimes it can splinter into two places. So then what they do is they slowly build up all the overlap. By doing that, it removes the burden of retroactively needing to figure out what overlaps. So what happens is that design makes it so that you intuit based on looking for radicals. Even their choices in the kanji section associates, a lot of times people call it trickery because it's like it's very similar and you're doing it deliberately to trick you. But what it's really doing, in my opinion, is introducing the idea of radical spotting. And I do this naturally already now because I don't have to do it there. So the question is though, does anyone pick up on this? So for example, they would introduce this character, which is actually Ki, right? It's tree, but this has never been introduced. But it's been introduced as a right? Mokuyobi, mokuyobi. But however, they found other instances where they can use this. So this, they slowly trickle in all the instances where this kanji is being used, this kanji, so they introduce hi, right? Hi, all the days, nihon, right? So that's how they're doing it. They're implicitly telling you, hey, my guys, all right, so many contexts. And then they focus a lot on counters because all the numbers that they teach you at first, right? All the numbers they teach you at first all have variances of their phonetics. So I think it's pretty brilliant. I think my favorite actual part is and I haven't even gotten to stories yet. From what I read or what I've seen demoed, stories are incredibly underrated. Incredibly underrated because it takes you need for Japanese, for stories, you need to get to like so far in before you get it. But the kanji section is absolutely fantastic. It is so fantastic in my opinion. Arguably it's a little slow, but I kind of get it because I'm so fascinated. I'm a little over enthusiastic about kanji, so I need to hold off. But generally speaking, the implicit method to the madness is fantastic. Like, I do not confuse things like I don't know, like shichikatsu, right? Shichikatsu and like gogatsu, right? Shikatsu and gogatsu. You don't have these. And then maybe like something like daigetsu. Like daigetsu. You don't get confused with daigetsu. And then you don't get this confused with kimasu. Sorry, I'm using romaji now because it takes me a while to write things. It's crazy. I actually think it's so underrated, in my opinion. The kanji section is so underrated in Duolingo. That sounds like a good approach to them, though. It's like the witness with the rules being implicitly learned. Yep, without outright. It's gamification, right? So a lot of times the criticism is that language learners do not treat game learning, the heavy reliance on implicit design, because a lot of times adult oriented, like secondary language acquisition, in my opinion, comes from the perspective of later in life, and adult language is adult learning tends to be incredibly explicit and structured. So you need like grammatical points, things to increase the efficiency of the thing. Meanwhile, gaming implicitness kind of sparks the age-old question of input intuition in the sense that this input is often implicit. It's mechanical. It's pattern recognition. It's raw input as opposed to something like some sort of more comprehensive input, right? And that is gamification. Witness puzzle games, they have to take these into consideration, right? Constantly changing the formula, progressively stacking on ideas, and then constant maturation of existing ideas. You establish rules that you must discover, and those rules then mature and interact with newer rules, right? So that's that's their design, because it's Duolingo, it's gamification. So the language, a lot of the critique comes from the idea of a scholarly approach. It's the one, that age-old question about like structure, kind of like a more intellectually forward way of explicit learning, which resonates a lot with older, like more experienced people, because you can leverage your previous experiences. You can leverage your knowledge and experiences, right? But in this case, if you are able to appreciate the cleverness, in my opinion, the cleverness in how they're trying to be more of a game of discovery in pattern, you can kind of get to the idea like, oh yeah, I see where they're going with this. Is it ideal? Perhaps not, but it's kind of different and interesting. And I've been having a blast. I almost want to wish it's like The Witness, or like playing a game like Talos Principle. I almost wish Duolingo would move faster, not in the sense of learning Japanese, but Duolingo needs more mechanics. And when I mean mechanics, I don't mean like physical mechanics. A lot of times people refer to games as physical mechanics, as in like hand-eye coordination and stuff. No, Duolingo needs more puzzle mechanics. I need more puzzle mechanics. I need more rules to discover by design, right? I need to intuit more mechanics. It's like I need a Duolingo developer to be cheeky and say, hey, did you see that? Right? Did you see that? I think that's what keeps me so engaged. Like, did you see what we did there? Can you read between the lines? And there are so many ones. Like when you have to fill in 2 blanks, right? I think one of my favorite ones are the 2 blanks. And it only comes up like near halfway through section 2. Where they would put in like ni and de, right? And the two clauses are so similar. And the question is, can you figure out why one is ni and one is de? And sure enough, if you were paying attention enough, you can get this pretty easily. And the idea is you learn the design language of Duo only to then associate why ni is with this particular thing, right? Outside of like doing all the other stuff, like learning the grammar and stuff. But I do learn the grammar afterwards from Kofuku and whatnot. People also overlook it's also a great way to expose students to various ways to read the kanji, and people's brains will automatically pick up on unspoken rules there. Yeah, a lot of people underestimate the ability for the brain to intuit results. Exactly. People also overlook the fact that humans evolve languages, which is a topic for another time potentially. Yes, and actually it's a super deep topic between the idea of a constructed language based on all the intellectual properties that people like, right? This isn't a constructed language. The contrast is we are learning a natural language as opposed to a constructed language. Oftentimes, those that come from an analytical and hyper-objective mind tends to treat natural language as a constructed language. So that's also a deep cut as well. So we are naturally inclined to pick up on these things when they are presented in the right way, right? So like tips on feedback or discussion comments, because I think they have to use that, but they got rid of it. Public. From a design standpoint, the PR is too great. I think as having to be very, very cognizant of the developer's health and the business model, there is a lot of diminished return on maintaining public comments. So for me, I would say the biggest counter argument to there is it's a great diminished return in which you can offset third-party places like Reddit and all that to maintaining that. But in terms of PR, public comments and whatnot, I already talked about YouTube video comments and stuff all the time, and I'm nobody. So imagine if the design, there is a very clear business and health work environment concerns for incorporating public comments. It happens a lot when something like this is of this scope, of this magnitude. And to me, this product is quite remarkable in both its flaws and its accessibility. However, to me, I generally like the concern of those who maintain the things. So having public comments and feedbacks, that can be offset to like all the other platforms that people like anyways. Think about pulling the full brunt of X comments and subreddits being littered into Duolingo. That actually, in the long run, I would say, statistically likely to hamper and destroy the integrity and distract the integrity of this product over providing constructive feedback. In fact, the large majority of my sub, even though I'm not even affiliated with Duolingo, a lot of 80 to 90% of the remarks are deconstructive, badgering, and vengeful and emotionally charged commentary. So if I were taking that as a small reflection of what public comments would be in Duolingo, it would be a disastrous distraction. In my opinion, humbly. This is purely anecdotal. And I'm not even a popular person. So I can't only imagine what kind of typhoon or disaster to maintaining a public comment section for Duolingo. This is selfishly a bit of why I'm learning. I know they had it, and I know why. I can very well understand why they removed it. Many people were very happy. You can continue to do confirmation bias and pick on people who are happy, but a large number of people are unhappy, enough to take it away. It's not about the bottom line of how many people are happy, it's how devastating a small population of vocal minorities can be to a larger population. And as much as I love spouting the sunshine and rainbows can cloud a very, very vocal naysayer, we all know the damages that can occur from a single, very strong, powerful, resonating voice on the internet. Like, it's not to be underestimated. It's strong enough to create an entire ecosystem, an entire microcosm. But why would explanation be devastating? Because they're not explanations. You like to choose to explain that everyone has goodwill, but here I am still continuing to experience the brunt of incredibly emotionally charged naysaying. So whether that is conducive to environment, the echo chamber is incredibly powerful. So it takes one to create a whole like army or a crusade against it. What is statistically my experience? Have you tried streaming Duolingo? Yes, I think comments have the potential to be very constructive. But if those explanations get offloaded to other platforms, then so be it, right? You're suggesting that because they don't get offloaded to other platforms, that it would be somehow different on the platform itself. I think that's very optimistic. I would love for the comment section to return in Duolingo. If you stream Duolingo and hear the comments or experience even the comments that I experience when it's a live situation, I can't even imagine what it's like in a static situation where you have to invest so much more ways to curate and moderate the comments. YouTube comment sections are already tough with the power of Google, right? How they use like large language models to flag and curate comments. I can't even imagine what it's like to try to maintain and divert the human resource powers necessary to maintain the comment section when Duolingo exploded. This is selfishly a bit why I'm learning Mandarin, since I feel I can craft a system in an application site that can basically teach everyone the language effortlessly. I understand Mandarin well enough. I see. With Japanese, that's a harder problem, but if I do it once when Mandarin, I can learn from the experience to apply it to Japanese. Ah, I see. Comments are more than just explanations, but it overlooks the negativity and moderations required to result in those explanations. Yeah. Duolingo decided that it wasn't within the best interest of their business to maintain it. That's pretty much what I came to the conclusion of. I see many people asking for explanations on Reddit now for things on Duolingo, and even those comments that people complain. They are witch hunted on those. You would think, like, to me, I often thought of Reddit as a place where even microcosms of commonality would bring them together. But naturally, even for a testing ground, for an existing comment section, anything that deals with Duolingo is often red flagged and witch hunted and moderated. So not even on the Duolingo platform itself, even in a small self-interest group, when you appeal to questions about it, it is already witch hunt. So in my opinion, humbly so, I don't run the business for Duolingo or the developer's health. The people who are responsible for maintaining Duolingo, the experts and stuff, that type of thing being loaded onto something that they have to deal with every single day, I can't even imagine that. It's so rampant. Like, honestly, I wouldn't ever go to, personally for me, I would fear posting something about Duolingo. Like, I'm already getting lots of prejudice and presumptions and stuff. I have yet to read the comment that I responded to someone recently that I'm not even interested in being fluent in Japanese. Like, I've already stated that a lot of times. I'm not even interested in maybe being successful at learning Japanese. And that is still not enough to deflate, undermining anyone who takes themselves seriously, I guess, with Duolingo. So, you know, I don't think it's worth the lift. If people are at the level where they want to dive more into why something was wrong, they can Google the grammar and search for and learn more. And I do. Yeah, I learned from many other sources as well, Shady. I agree with you. And I naturally do that while using Duolingo, right? So, to me, I think it's wonderful, but apparently the existence of Duolingo is enough to drive many people to create enough resonance to create such a vicious and palpable rhetoric. Like, if there's anti-Duolingo rhetoric in the community comments on Duolingo, then it makes sense from a business standpoint to get rid of that discussion directly on the website. Then that'd be censorship. It's a lose-lose situation with Duolingo. As an American corporation, sometimes that is gonna be a tackle in censorship. That usually is a lose-lose for a company. Exactly. So instead of trying to maintain something and having to do it again and again and again, right? You rip off the band-aid before it becomes a festering wound. So instead of, in my opinion, this is also get into the toxic part of the language learning community, which always bothers me. It's one of the most I'm better than you communities on the internet, especially when it comes to Japanese. That's the impression I got. I talked about it a little bit too. Even my analyses of, like, my personal anecdote like collection, my like cursory collection, it's kind of poetic, and at the same time it's very reflexive. Like, it's amazing how poetic it is, like the Japanese culture in a way, like how extreme it is, how strict and how pure it is, right? And I love that. At the same time, it's a dual thing. It's two sides of the same coin. The passion that it requires to acquire Japanese and be enthusiastic about Japanese is also reflected in how strongly they react to it. It's almost like these people really like the Japanese culture, and as a response they also resonate like the Japanese culture, where when there are things that break away from conformity, it can be very strong. And I talked about like the dualities between like how English has a lower bottom line than Japanese, but that's a really long discussion for another time. But yeah, more or less, there's so much to unpack there. However, in the end of the day, I personally think that controlling the fire was a sacrifice. I actually don't think Duolingo wanted, like the developers wanted to get rid of the comment section. Like, what I mean is, in an ideal world, if you were to approach a developer and say, hey, if we were given the guarantee that it wouldn't be a YouTube video comment section, basically turning into a YouTube video comment section, at least my YouTube video comment section, even though I'm just doing this for fun, we would keep it. Building a business expecting the best outcome is not a great business practice, in my opinion. Building a business to meet a bottom line is often far more consistent and healthy for everyone who's involved. So, what is their bottom line is to at least maintain and control the potential spiraling of negativity at the expense of potentially harnessing a potential for constructive feedback in these designs. So what can they do to compensate? Hire more experts, attract more experts. That's the compromise. Reinvest all the resources that they have liberated to continue to, at least in my opinion, expand their expertise, like the people that are willing to work with them. It's already kind of tough enough, honestly. To me, Duolingo has this transparency that I feel is incredibly brave. They list all their people on their site. I don't know if you, to me, I don't know if you, in my opinion, I don't work for a big company. I work for like academia for quite some time. Being brave enough to disclose all the people who are willing to stand behind a product is almost unimmeasurably impressive compared to a product that, yeah, like someone introduced, oh yeah, Renshu is upkept by one person. That's so incredible. It's awesome. But when you think of the other products you like, they don't put their line and credibility publicly. And Duolingo has a lot of fiery, like, doomsayers. And they can all see who works at Duolingo. So inherently, when you're throwing criticism like, oh, this thing sucks, like this thing sucks, these aren't even experts. Those people you see that are listed in Duolingo's staff site, those are those people. So it sucks, but I fear for people's health a lot of times more than, because this is a product. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. Right? You don't have to use Duolingo if you don't want to. if you're a sucker to using Duolingo, I can kind of concede that it might be a little bit of a sense of betrayal. However, honestly, the people who are most vocal voluntarily don't use the product. My job back from 2019 to 2022 was building a website that taught Japanese, and it was one of the most exhausting things I've ever done. Language learning application is a very hard problem with a hyper opinionated user base. I tend to be more sympathetic towards application developers because of this. I am someone who wanted to try my darndest in teaching, and I wanted to remain teaching in formal education. And knowing the things about welcoming public opinion, especially public opinion from inexperienced people, is a wildfire. It is so mentally exhausting. So oftentimes when you think of formal education, you often think about it as an enclosed in the classroom, right? This is kind of what, in my opinion, a situation that's synonymous with Duolingo. You have people who provide a structure. They design that structure, and you can choose to buy into that structure or not. Whether they choose to allow comments or not is go find a platform that allows comments, right? It's perfectly accessible. If you need a comment section, Duolingo gets to choose if they want to include a comment section. Otherwise, you can find another tool and another place that offers probably better things, that offers a comment section, and then flourish from that, right? If Duolingo doesn't have a comment section, it's actually something novel, as opposed to the standard expectation that you use a language thing to have constructive feedback from other people. Those are two different models. So choose the model that fits you. It's crazy, in my opinion, that when other apps adopt a Duolingoism that is undesirable, it's bad, it's becoming like Duolingo. And then meanwhile, they want Duolingo to become like other products. Like, that's a double standard. That's a big double standard. That's a great way to encapsulate how it's negative sentiments for any of the design language of Duolingo versus any other product. So what does Duolingo want? Well, you want flashcard stuff. Well, actually, Duolingo recently added flashcard stuff back. So they do listen. There are design changes. But honestly, if you want a comment section, definitely use a structure that has a comment section. Bushu is a great place. Bushu is a community forward place to ask all your Japanese questions. It's forum run based. It's different. I think making products alike, like, oh yeah, this Anki does this better. Why can't Duolingo be like Anki? Because it's Duolingo. In the same way that Anki doesn't want to be like Duolingo. So if you go to an Anki platform and say, hey, why don't you have fun things like this that Duolingo does? You will be moderated out of that. In my opinion. Maybe it's different. Maybe it's not. I can tell you one thing. Having multiple different products and different approaches spawn innovation and competition. Not trying to create a product to mirror another product. And oftentimes the comments come from what Duolingo doesn't do that other products do. Well, it might be a conscious decision not to do that. And one of them is not to integrate a comment section. At least in my opinion, the removal of a comment section. It's kind of like that. In a way. I sympathize with the less lose-lose situation. So if I had to choose, I choose a win moot situation if I can. So like, if the choice is offered, it's moot and superfluous if you don't even use Duolingo. So if you don't use Duolingo and you're making a comment about adding certain features and you don't use Duolingo, it's a moot point whether Duolingo does it or not. At least that's what logic would dictate. So, I didn't even use Duolingo when there was a comment section. And I can already appreciate not missing the comment section. If you're a content creator, I don't think there are a lot of content creators that would agree, knowing how much fire Duolingo gets, to integrate back a comment section. Personally. Very humbly, respectfully, obviously. WaniKani also gets a lot of flack for some changes they make, and it's frustrating to see as someone with a bit more insight into how these decisions can be made. Yeah. To me, in the end, I wish everything can work. I wish whichever tool you pick up, it's a one-stop shop. It would be great to have 7 one-stop shops of the flavor of your choice, right? What I find incredibly disheartening, and I'll say this a couple more times, probably for the next like 30 or 40 days, is that learning was supposed to be a win-win situation. And somehow it has turned into a win-lose situation. As in, if one person is winning, the other one has to lose. So I get so mixed up and so ambivalent when someone says, "Oh, I care about your progress. Stop doing this horrible thing." I'm like, so you want me to stop? Like, do you care about me or do you not care about me? It's like, well, I care about the greater language community. Except you, of course. You're not part of the language learning community. You're the one that I disagree with. But everyone else agrees with me. I mean, okay. I see. So, do I ignore you, or how do we resolve this conflict? Because honestly, I can't be part of your gated community, and I got flack for this when someone says stop using the word gatekeeping as a coping mechanism. It's like, I perfectly understand that you want to like gatekeep your thing. I don't want to be part of that. But can you like leave me alone? You know, like it'd be helpful if there was a discussion to be had. However, you basically answered all my questions. If you start by saying I'm a horrible person because I'm perpetuating misinformation by enjoying and learning from Duolingo, which is a fact, and I'm hurting the language learning community by wanting to do that, you think a part of it is opportunity cost from their point of view? Yeah, but here's the thing about opportunity costs. It's a probability. You don't sell it like it's a definitive answer. Just so you know. Like, if you want to go into business practices and you want to really talk about brass tacks, don't give advice that has low opportunity costs. You're wasting your time and my time. So if you think that person understands opportunity costs from their point of view, then they wouldn't have made that advice in the first place. So I'm just saying, it's an exercise in futility. You provide advice without understanding how much it costs. Legitimately negligible. So, I wouldn't expect someone who actually understands opportunity costs, in my opinion, to make a comment like that. Or even understand why a comment section is missing. It's self-defeatist. It's a cyclic argument. If someone is aware of opportunity costs, these questions that they have would naturally answer themselves. For themselves. In my opinion. I like to overestimate people. I think people are incredibly intelligent. But when they're incredibly passionate, sometimes emotions blind them. Well, the idea is that people spend a lot of time on Duolingo. Yeah, they do. I do too. Is it voluntary? I mean, some people might argue it's not voluntary, so it has turned into a zero-sum game. I think learning has turned into a zero-sum game. And the opportunity cost aspect is appealing to what happens if we invested that time in another method. Fair enough. So you go to someone and you say the opportunity cost aspect is to go up to someone and not even spend a forward investment in understanding their situation in order to perpetuate and say that you understand better in investing time in another method. That's pretty pedantic and also a double standard. So as much as you want to defend someone who believes that has some aspect of opportunity costs, that's pretty choice words. Because Duolingo is also the other method to this person. They're not choosing to compare opportunity costs. They're choosing to destroy an opportunity in order to default to another method. That's not comparing opportunity costs. It's called anti-competitive practice. If the other product doesn't exist, there's no concern for opportunity costs. At least from my opinion. You think you can convince yourself that, personally. I think people get too wrapped up in making something their identity, and that applies here to it does. Indeed. Whenever something changes, people feel like they had part of their identity change without their consent, which isn't a position they should be put in the beginning. That's understandable. This applies to many, many things, of course. From the mainstream newcomer to language learning, oftentimes it's default choice. So naturally, you want to attack the default choice in order to establish rapport and opportunity costs. Fair enough, Cupcake, if that's what you're trying to suggest. My critique is on the approach of how they go about doing it. Your critique is defending their intent. I believe they have noble intents. Most people who are language learners come from noble intent. The intent is to maximize opportunity costs. Their execution is different. So regardless of their intent, you are saying what their arguments are. I agree, but you're not telling me something new here, right? So I agree with you. That's their argument. But I think there's a giant dissonance between. There's also the business aspect. I understand. That's what we've been talking about as well. There's a great business aspect of it. In fact, it's a great business aspect of it in which they don't understand. So that's fine. I mean, I don't understand it. Where many methods suggest don't involve that, that's fine. That only accentuates the ignorance, in my opinion, but I digress. We'll probably let this rest a little bit because I'm sure I'm going to get a lot more of this from any stranger who is okay. My perspective is that the zero-sum game is a lose-lose situation. So in the end of the day, regardless of what noble intents or suggestions or something, putting down other people in order to raise your position is something that feels almost antagonistic to learning. Learning has become a competitive process. instead of a synergistic process. When you talk about comments, you're talking about how successful it is in another system versus how to make it work in the system you're proposing. Oftentimes, products need to be part of the best product, not a different product. So you don't have two different learning language apps. You want the same learning language app. So one app has to be cannibalized for the other one to exist. There's no mutual coexistence. It's not a collaborative learning community. It's a cannibalistic learning community. At least in my opinion. For now. Maybe it'll change in the future. My sentiments might change in the future. There are lovely, wonderful people who use all of the above. I still use Tadoku grade readers. I'm going to watch a lot of different podcasts that are suggested by Shady. So I'm a both in all of the above. I can't truly get behind people who choose to like attack each other when we're all language learners anyways. Actually, someone told me I'm not a language learner because I use Duolingo, so try to navigate that a little bit, I suppose. Like, I don't learn languages, obviously. I like to hope that people that use Anki and people that use, Memrise, people that use Renshu do not get the same treatment as well from outsiders, where they would like come to their place in their forum and say, you're not real language learners because you don't actually learn Japanese. I was literally told that several times, that I don't actually learn Japanese. I like to believe that Anki people do not get that treatment. Like if someone is streaming an Anki lesson, they don't have someone that comes in and say, you're not really learning Japanese. So before we talk about nobility and good graces and encouragement of language learning as a whole, I would like to believe that that issue would be solved a little bit first. And I actually think many of the people that I talk to on a daily basis, some of them still believe that I don't actually learn Japanese. They don't say it in front of me, but I actually think in the back of their head, they're like, you could do this better with something else. Like, you could actually be learning real Japanese. I mean, native Japanese speakers tell me that. Yeah, better. Better. I like to differ. You don't learn anything while I'm here? Oh yeah, that's true. But I'll sacrifice anything for this discussion. I don't, and for the record, guys, for the record, Cupcake, I absolutely love your challenge. I really like when someone is very fervent and like assertive. So I don't want to make it sound like I'm trying to say that you are reflective of this, because I don't actually know what your opinions are. Duolingo is better than nothing? Yeah, but you see this phrasing? Better than nothing? Better than nothing? You could say anime is better than nothing. You could say manga is better than nothing. You could say Anki is better than nothing. And then you said the real question is how much motivation the learner has. Yeah. Oh, are you leaving? Okay, take care. Just poking fun, but I just noticed the time. Yeah, you should go to bed. Yeah, I know you have a day job. Thanks, Shady. The night was awesome, by the way. I look forward to it. Yeah, definitely don't feel obligated, Shady. I know working hard, you also got to learn things, right? Too, right? You have to make time to learn things. But yeah. I'm trying to refute the argument of you aren't learning Japanese by using Duolingo. Yeah, I already tried. I already did that. It's I understand, Cupcake. I really appreciate your conversation. I also have to finish the review at some point. But yeah, today was great. I don't actually feel very sour about any of this. I think it's part of the experience. If you use Duolingo, you have to be ready to answer these questions. Yeah, and that doesn't help. You know what I mean? Right? It doesn't support that. So what do I do most of the time? Someone asked me yesterday, does it work? Does it work? What I would do is I would state, I have 1,200 words. I understand 4 tenses, or 4 forms, 4 verbial forms, right? I have 100 unique kanji in total recall, and these 100 kanji have 200 use cases because of reuse. So what I do is I counter by actually revealing the specifics, as opposed to saying, oh, I'm learning Japanese. See, trust me. So whenever this comes up, I actually am keeping track of all of these things. So I statistically demonstrate that. And if you want to see how my progress works, visit video 26. I think it's 26 anyways. And video 53. And then more recently, video 76. And then tell me if I've learned anything. I'll let the other person decide. But they can't even be bothered. They can't even be bothered to comment on something that actually even exists in the video. They could choose anything. There's like, today, obviously, there's over 13 hours. They could pick anywhere where I'm vulnerable. It would at least give me a shred of evidence that they actually observed something. But no, it's not that. Yesterday's comment that I got is, please use better resources. Well, hey, I do use other resources. Perhaps you would like to tell me what is considered a better resource, and we'll see if I already use those resources. But it's not about using better resources. It's about me using Duolingo. That is the difference. Because someone asked me, does Duolingo work? I give them this. And then I tell them, I double check on Tofuku. And then they ask me, can I read anything yet or speak Japanese? Or like listen to stuff? I tell them, well, it depends. I use grade readers. So the answer is actually yes, because I read slightly outside my range, but still be able to read it. Speak, I can produce audio. Feel free to listen to 100 to 200 hours of being able to produce sound that is acceptable. Right? So people ask questions all the time, but literally don't do anything other than not observe. And then we go back and do a deep cut in adding a comment section to Duolingo. If you can't do that with videos, how would it look like comment sections? Anyways, that's kind of my thought. Anyways, I try. So I try to answer the best I can. If that's not learning Japanese, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't hurt my feelings. It won't stop me from doing whatever is necessary for me to enjoy the process, right? So I really appreciate Cupcake that you're trying to offer all the different takes and whatnot. I have heard them quite a lot, and I really appreciate that you're spending your time trying to clarify the stuff. And I agree with pretty much everything you say. In order to be happy with using Duolingo as a content creator, you have to be aware of pretty much everything you said, like how to refute, how to accept, and how to navigate. And I don't mean that it's very, oh hey, hello there Platinum, how many hours did I stream? It's been 13 hours. I need to stop, really. But yeah, so my counter argument to most things is I list exactly what I know so that I don't need to say it again. Or like what I mean is I don't have to say something like trust me bro. I don't have to say trust me bro, it works. I can list a bunch of things, and if they're willing to confirm it, they can use all the videos and look through all the videos to confirm it, and then let them decide if it works or not. I don't have to convince anyone if it works. I can just tell them what happens in the video because they don't have time to watch the video, and I totally respect that. Even though someone said that I was unfilling to assume that they didn't watch it, I'm actually very respectful. I think people have better things to do, hopefully, if they're healthy. So naturally, it's very reasonable to assume that no one's going to see like a 13-hour video and suddenly say, oh yeah, I'm going to watch all 13 hours. I'm not that arrogant and prideful. I don't think my ego is that big expecting anyone to watch it. But I really love and appreciate anyone who has spent time and passion and love language as much as I do, in my opinion.
Artist.
Hypothetically, just out of curiosity, okay. Go ahead.
と話したいですか?
It's been 13 hours. Why didn't I take a rest? I met someone. Platinum. We got so deep into conversation. It was so much fun. and then now I haven't finished. Those stats you said, right? I know X of this, okay? Sure. Go ahead. I actually got to make sure I didn't go over time. Did I do that? Yeah, I already finished doing that. It's fine.
また一緒にコンサートに行きましょう。また一緒にコンサート行きましょう。また一緒にコンサートに行きましょう。
If you invested the same amount of time into another method that yielded more of I know X of this,
すみません。もううちに帰ります。
どのアーティストのグッズが欲しいですか？
Would that become your main method or recommendation? I would ask the person, what are they measuring? And what do they want to invest in? And what are the outcomes they're looking for? If the thing that they say is not of this, then it's irrelevant. It's superfluous. If it is that, I would suggest the one that does it better. That's what you want to hear, but you're leading away from my point of view. My point of view is people offer advice not knowing what this is before they offer it. Someone said, please use a better resource. What is better? What is this? Did you have any evidence that you suggest what is it that I'm looking for? You can't offer recommendations by not measuring opportunity cost. I'm using your terminologies, I suppose, from their perspective. How can you ascertain opportunity costs if you don't know what this is? That's called prejudice. That's called assumptions, bias, projection. Yes, I said with Duo, I know X of this because that person asked, does it work? Does it work? And before you talk about it, I actually clarified. Okay, so to clarify, because you are not seeing the full picture because I don't have time to explain the full picture, but let's explain the full picture. I actually said, to clarify, by it, do you mean Duolingo? Do you mean Duolingo? Right? You can also see the comment. It's public. So I say, okay, so I'm assuming you are referring to Duolingo. And then they said, how are you reading? Did you learn anything? Did you speak anything? And I actually spent the first paragraph saying my presumptions, the things that I'm presuming and assuming. So in order to clarify what that person is looking for, I told them, can you excuse me to clarify? I am assuming these things. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Here are the following things that I think may answer those questions. And it's in that comment section. So I inquire about what that person is valuing first. And then I list those things. But for the sake of our discussion, I use that without the preface because I wasn't going to spend the whole time doing all of that. So yes, I do clarify how I recommend things and how I make methods on things. Because I first inquire about that person, because better is subjective. So you start by knowing what your opportunity costs are. You have to ascertain price and risk on your recommendations and your advice. It starts by understanding who your quote-unquote client is. And then when you offer advice, it would at least be awesome if you show your client, the person you're expecting to help, that they actually have some knowledge of what you're doing. So like, please use better resources. Well, I do use better resources. Because you know what? most people say Duolingo is better than nothing. Better than nothing. So yeah, I do use something better. It's Tofuku. Probably. Kadoku. Your favorite podcaster. I do those things. But did this person indicate that they actually even know that I use other resources? No, they don't. That is basically ignoring opportunity costs. They didn't even consider the idea that they could have saved their breath. When you want opportunity, you have to establish rapport. But you don't even establish rapport. If we're talking about business methods, man, talk about an exercise in rapport first before offering advice. Free advice is still poor business practice, by the way, just so you know. It's actually poor business practice. However, I prefer to do that. There are a lot of more things at play and how many things you learn in a one amount of time, which is better in the following hypotheticals. Someone who learned maybe 2,000 words over a year, or someone who learns words in 6 also takes into account the mental toil and how depressing. Exactly. Isn't that all true? So what are you trying to tell me? That person is ignorant. There are so many things at play. The best you can do is ask the person how aware they are. And then what you do is you make a recommendation, if they insist, to the best of your ability. That is totally different than prescribing a panacea. If you walk into a therapist's office and you say, "Oh, I have these problems," it's like, wait. Your problems are X, Y, and Z. This cures everything. It's the best way. It catches most things. Follow these rules. Get out. Goodbye. I don't really... that's even irrelevant compared to trying to offer statistics or anything like that. Didn't you feel bored learning for so long? I learned at least 30 minutes in Duolingo. That sounds like a pretty solid amount of time, Platinum. A lot of times we talk about a lot of things. And Shady is not going to bed yet. I really need to end the stream as well. So, nothing. This is coming from a point of saying Duolingo is perfect, but it's not about chasing perfection when it comes to language learning. Indeed. It's also a shock to the system when people think they can grind out JPL N1 to pass the hardest test, only to realize they still need to learn more functions in the Japanese society. That's also fair. Learning a language is lifelong. Yes, life has the meaning of the time you are interested in the language process. Indeed. And there's the age-old saying, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, which is definitely a thing from my book. Right? What I mean is, the things you said, I have said verbatim. Especially, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Just to wrap up this thing, because I have to end here because it's way too late. I'm sorry to keep you up, Shady. Take home messages, right? Take home messages. Learning was once... I'm a naive person too. I believe in sunshine and rainbows too. Learning is synergistic. You'll never forgive me? That's fine. I'll take the burden. Learning is, in my opinion, synergistic. It is collaborative. At least at one time, there was a time when I truly believed when I wanted to be a teacher or professor of science and stuff. Learning is collaborative. It's not destructive. As in, it's not us versus them. It's not we're better. We're better, so join us and forget them. Okay? So in the end of the day, I love everyone's comments. I take it really seriously. Incredibly seriously. The last 4 or 5 people, when I went too hard and was serious about trying to get to understand them, they backed off and said, dude, don't take it seriously, man. I'm only kidding, or like, I'm not that invested in language learning. It's like, okay, well, that's fine. I respect your distance, but I will probably try to take it seriously because I really care about learning. No disrespect, obviously. So that's what I don't like. This is one of the main topics. Lately, language learning has become destructive, not synergistic or constructive. We have arguments about tearing things down and saying what is better by forgetting what is not better. Okay? So that's one of the things. And then the last thing I really want to talk about is sometimes you have to provide answers or attempts at what people want from you, as opposed to what you want to do. Because in my opinion, if I start saying the things I want to do by not understanding what they want from me, I'm doing the same thing they're doing, as in ignoring them and then embracing my own ego and embracing my own perspective. So when I said I learned, it's even more detailed than that. I actually break it down even further. I spend 6 hours a day, right? There's a one-to-one discussion breakdown. I actually do this. I've done this over 6 times already. 6 hours, 1.1 day. I have a 3-day cycle. I can break down the schedule of how I approach Duolingo. And then I tell them this word, a cumulative amount of time in these words, what my recall percentage is, what my total recall percentages, like contextless recall, right? All these things I can explain to the best of my ability if they want it. So if they don't think any of this thing is relevant, then I won't mention any of it. And then I allow them to interpret it. I don't want to treat anyone like some condescending person who's higher up on a food chain and say, you can't interpret data. You can't interpret this. It's subjective. So when someone asks me, does it work? I'm like, I don't understand what it means to work. You haven't qualified what it means to work. You haven't qualified what it means to read, what you qualify. So, hey, I'm making these assumptions. If any of this helps you guide whatever it is, this is some of the information I know. Let me know if this means it works. Let me know that this means I can read Japanese. Let me know if these examples that are recorded and shown represents your subjective metrics for what it is. Because if none of these are, then please look elsewhere, because Duolingo doesn't work for you. If learning 1,200 words in 6 hours a day in 82 days means it doesn't work, then you know, right? You know this doesn't work for you. You want 6,000 hours in 6 days. Sometimes it's absurd, but If you want those, you have to find someone else. I obviously couldn't do it, but the thing is, I'm not telling people what to think about the thing I present. I personally would love the respect to allow me the opportunity, or even them do it themselves, to observe these things and then tell me that I need a better resource. So when they say I need to use a better resource, I want them to ask me, what did I do? And then they can present a quote, an opportunity to tell me that if I switch to another resource, all these metrics will go up and more, because they have to also know what I'm looking for. So when you're offering me a product, right? If I go to a marketplace and a business person comes up, like, what do you need, my friends? What kind of features and stuff do you need? Well, I have all these metrics right now. Like, my old car gets this mileage, my thing. Can you give me something better for a price? Well, first of all, prove it. I will give you my data. Tell me. And then offer me a better upkeep. And I'll take it. I don't even need that, actually. Most people, like, if someone established trust, right? If someone established rapport, I trust them already. I certainly respect you. Respect is default for me. So you get my respect until you lose it. Right? Until you lose it. But for trust, I take people's advice all the time when I trust them, because they spent time under at least trying to know what's going on. But if you don't even establish rapport, how can you make a business transaction? Like, you can't make a business transaction without even knowing who you're dealing, who are you making business transactions with. And I believe exchange of ideas, in my opinion, exchange of ideas. Hey, Ina, hello there. Exchange of ideas is still a transaction. I will trust a lot of things Shady says because my bottom line is very low. And I will pretty much, if you have a suggestion cupcake, I largely will probably entertain that suggestion as well. That's kind of how that works, right? So I understand that people view things with business, but they certainly, in my opinion, don't make lots of business transactions. Sometimes the best deals are between the business partners. I actually think I value the business partners more than a better deal. So I'd rather pay more for a better business partner. If I'm happy with Duo, just keep using Duo? Yeah. Thanks, I suppose. I don't see why it has to be Duo specifically, but yeah. If I'm happy with what I'm doing, I'll probably continue doing it, and people who are happy will continue to be happy with me because we'll help each other, not discourage each other, at least in my opinion. What am I talking to? I'm talking to someone on stream, on Twitch, Platinum. I'm talking to someone on Twitch, but I gotta end because I'm way over time. But this has been a really, really wonderful thing to talk about. And I can assure you that this won't be the last time I talk about it, for sure. it's been less than a couple days since I last talked about this. So I really thanks for entertaining my ramblings. I'm sure in the future, maybe another 30 days from now or 60 days from now, I'm gonna be answering so many things that came from this discussion, and it'll be interesting how I take care of it, or like if my perspective changed about it. But yeah, thanks again. So didn't quite complete this, but we'll complete this tomorrow. I actually was underestimating how long I've digressed, but we'll get it done tomorrow. I couldn't resist. I think it's a super brilliant question. Lots of nice ideas and hypotheticals, right? All right. Thanks, folks. It was a pleasure. It's fun talking. Oyasumi. What would I say out? Do whatever makes you happy, you know? Do whatever makes you happy. I'm okay with that. If it makes you happy to constantly tell me that I'm wasting my life, I'm honestly okay with that. I'm perfectly fine with that. Personally, Japanese is a very hard language for you, but you'll try to learn that. Right on, Platinum. Yeah. Alright, guys. Thanks for listening. I'm gonna head off. As always, stay safe, guys. Stay healthy. Yeah. Do what you love. Keep on doing what you love, I suppose. At least I hope you can continue to do what you love. And until next time, mata shita. Ja ne.